Chapter 22:16. Ha ha ha. Jiang Jiantong stroked his beard, thinking how lucky he was. Fortunately, he drove Xiao Xinrui out of 100 Herbs Gate today, otherwise, it would have been really difficult. Xiao Hua's background was unknown, and his cultivation level was so high. Needless to say, he had a background, so it would be really unwise for 100 Herbs Gate to become enemies. A moment later, just as Xiao Hua's heart was burning with anxiety, fearing that an accident might happen, two female cultivators appeared from within the formation. One of them was Jiang Yan, who was at the early stage of foundation establishment, and the other one, who was grabbed by the neck by Jiang Yan, was Xiao Xinrui, who was covered in blood and had her cultivation completely destroyed. At this time, not only was Xiao Xinrui's body covered in blood, but her Taoist robe was also covered in mud and dust. She looked no different from a beggar. Moss. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and the whole world in front of him shook as if it had been turned upside down. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up, and his gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a direction. There was a throbbing in that place just now, and then it disappeared without a trace. There was no abnormality, and it was the same as Xiao Hua's perception at the beginning. Yes, it should be Jiang Jiantong's secret move. Xiao Hua understood, but he didn't remind him. He knew that this was a secret move that Jiang Jiantong had set up to prevent him. However, Xiao Hua's most important goal at this time was to capture Xiao Xinrui. As for the rest, even if it was to kill Jiang Jiantong, destroying 100 Herbs Gate was a small matter. Yener. Jiang Jiantong saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. He scolded in a low voice, "What's going on? When father left, didn't you say not to do anything?" "Haha, father." Jiang Yin chuckled. "Didn't this bitch want to destroy her cultivation and stay in 100 Herbs Gate? Your daughter just followed her wishes. What's wrong with that?" Jiang Jiantong naturally knew what Jiang Yin was thinking, so he didn't say anything more. He turned around and said, "Fellow Taoist, Xiao Xinrui made some fatal mistakes. In order to stay in my 100 Herbs Gate, she promised to destroy her cultivation. Now she's a secular person. However, I have already promised fellow Taoist that I'll give it to you. This way, I'm afraid you'll save a lot of trouble." Eminent sect leader Jiang and Jiang family's young miss, you truly make this poor Taoist happy. You've truly exceeded this poor Taoist's expectations. Xiao Hua laughed from extreme anger. "Quickly hand this slut over to this poor Taoist so this poor Taoist can give you an explanation." Jiang Jiantong was not in a hurry to hand over the person. Instead, he looked at Xiao Xinrui and said with a smile, "Xiao Xinrui, it's not that this old man is not merciless. It's not that this old man doesn't keep his word, but that you've sinned in the past. Now retribution has come. This old man has no choice but to hand you over. I can't let you stay in my 100 Herbs Gate." Sect leader Jiang, Xiao Xinrui said sadly, "I really don't understand what sin I've committed. I only wanted to stay by my own boy's side. Now I'm just short of ruining my face. Why are you going back on your words?" Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Hua and said coldly, "You should ask this fellow Taoist. You took away someone else's divine accumulation talisman and successfully built your foundation. Your strength is also higher than that of ordinary cultivators. However, when you cheated that day, you didn't think that even though you've built your foundation, you're doomed to destruction for doing evil. Now retribution has come. Destroying your own cultivation base is also karma, isn't it?" "What? I cheated someone else's divine accumulation talisman?" Xiao Xinrui looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and said pitifully, "Senior, when did I ever cheat you of your divine accumulation talisman? Or you, senior? I got this divine accumulation talisman from a strange person. I didn't cheat it from someone else." But then Xiao Xinrui seemed to realize something. She looked at Jiang Jiantong and said angrily, "Sect leader Jiang, could this be your doing? If you wanted to drive me away, that's fine. But why did you go back on your words after my cultivation was destroyed? Now that you don't want me to be with Jiang Luer, you should kill me." Enough. Jiang Jiantong didn't want to explain anything to Xiao Xinrui, nor did he want to blame his daughter. He waved his hand and said, "Jiang Yi, hand this slut over to this senior." "Wait." Jiang Yi waved his hand and said with a cold smile, "Senior, you killed an elder of our 100 Herbs Gate and captured our young madam. Our 100 Herbs Gate seems to be very lenient towards you. Can't you tell us the truth and let us know who you are? Why did you let our 100 Herbs Gate suffer like this? Senior, don't you think you should give us an explanation?" Jiang Yi, who was from the 10,000 Flowers Valley, dared to question Xiao Hua. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that it was Jiang Jiantong's order. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and said, "Why would I let you know who I am? Since this slut has ended up like this, I'm already happy in my heart. Since you don't want to hand this slut over, let her stay here. I don't want her anymore." As he spoke, Xiao Hua turned around and seemed to intend to fly away. However, right at the instant he turned around, the soaring WRM shears that had always been sitting cross-legged around him suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance, and it tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Yi screamed. The soaring dragon shears cut off Jiang Yi's right hand without any delay. Jiang Yi's protective yellow talisman didn't have any effect at all. Immediately after, Xiao Hua used the bright thunder escape and rushed towards Xiao Xinrui. "What are you doing?" Yucong saw Xiao Hua's action and saw Jiang Yi's right hand fall off. He panicked and suddenly realized that Xiao Hua's target was Xiao Xinrui. He unconsciously waved his hand and threw a fireball talisman at Xiao Xinrui. "You dare!" Xiao Hua's speed was still not enough. He pushed his magic power without regard for his life, and the bright thunder escape technique instantly surpassed its limit. Rumble. With just half a thunderous sound, Xiao Hua broke through the sound barrier, and a series of explosions rang out. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique broke through to the realm of controlling lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua rushed to Xiao Xinrui's side. He flung his Taoist robe and the heaven and earth sleeve technique covered Xiao Xinrui. The fireball hit the light around Xiao Xinrui and couldn't penetrate it at all. Evil thief. Seeing Jiang Yi's screams and her broken arm, Jiang Jiantong also woke up. He roared in anger and had the same idea as Yukong. He waved his hand and the spiritual power in his body surged. A big palm print grabbed Xiao Xinrui who had already been captured. Jiang Jiantong thought that his move would definitely break through Xiao Hua's spell and turn Xiao Xinrui into minced meat. After all, Xiao Hua's strength was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Who knew that with a ping sound, the palm fell on the light around Xiao Xinrui and was smashed into pieces. It seemed that it couldn't stop Xiao Xinrui's flying figure. Xiao Hua only wanted to save Xiao Xinrui and didn't have the mind to tangle with Jiang Jiantong and the others. Seeing Xiao Xinrui fly closer, he grabbed her waist and turned around to fly back to the place where he was just a few dozen feet away from 100 Herbs Gate. Seeing Xiao Hua's flying technique, Yucong suddenly woke up and immediately thought of Xiao Hua from Weeping Moon City. He anxiously said, "A disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect? Fellow Taoist, what are you doing? Even if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, you can't bully me in front of my 100 Herbs Gate." Hearing that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Jiang Jiantong's face changed greatly. 400 Herbs Gate, the Imperial Thunder Sect was no less than a colossus, far from what he could afford to offend. Jiang Yi's hand and Huang Ri's death. I'm afraid there won't be any explanation. What puzzled Jiang Jiantong the most was why Xiao Hua had to capture Xiao Xinrui. But at this moment Xiao Hua, who had turned around, suddenly pointed his finger. The Tingjiao scissors, which had already flown into the air, slid down again and rushed towards Jiang Yi's neck. Before the Tingjiao scissors could fall, an extremely fierce murderous aura enveloped Jiang Yi. The murderous aura scared Jiang Yi, who almost fainted from the pain, and he shouted, "Father, save me!" Jiang Jiantong originally wanted to use the Medicine King Cauldron, but when he saw that Xiao Hua might be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, he stopped and hesitated to ask. At this time, seeing that Jiang Yi's life was in danger, he didn't dare to hesitate. The Medicine King Cauldron emitted a bronze brilliance and blocked Xiao Hua's Tingjiao scissors. He roared angrily, "Who dares to hurt my boy?" Looking at Yucong again, he also hesitated for a moment. He also activated his magical instrument, and several peach blossoms spun and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Kill! Xiao Hua roared, showing no mercy. A golden light flashed, and it was the Medicine King Cauldron. Dang! With a loud sound, golden light splashed on the Medicine King Cauldron, and a very obvious mark was left on it. The Tingjiao scissors were also knocked to the side. Hiss! This Medicine King Cauldron was Jiang Jiantong's magical instrument, and it was not weaker than ordinary magical instruments. At this time, seeing that Xiao Hua actually injured the Medicine King Cauldron effortlessly, he was distressed and shocked. He was once again sure that Xiao Hua's cultivation was definitely not lower than the late stage of foundation establishment. However, what made him even more frightened was still behind. He had just sucked in a breath of cold air when Xiao Hua, whose magical instrument was knocked away, unexpectedly did not retreat, but instead flew towards him. How fast was Xiao Hua at this time? Jiang Jiantong's eyes had just become filled with shock, and Xiao Hua had already flown to within 1 zhang. However, when Xiaohua opened his mouth, a green and red brilliance flashed, and a kind of fear from the bottom of his heart was born, as if this brilliance was the end of his life. Flying sword. After all, Jiang Jiantong was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and he forcibly broke free from the boundless karma on the execution dream. With a wave of his hand, his defensive magical power was about to block the execution dream. Just as he activated his magical power, suddenly, there was a piercing pain in his divine sense, as if an awl had pierced into his body. Ah! Jiang Jiantong involuntarily cried out. How could he still use that technique? Wu, with a sound, the execution dream instantly flew to Jiang Jiantong's throat, and with a burst of light, the flying sword pierced Jiang Jiantong's throat. The moment the execution dream pierced Jiang Jiantong's throat, Jiang Jiantong's body suddenly swayed, and he actually strangely rose a little. The execution dream actually did not pierce his throat, but instead pierced under his throat, where the shoulder blade was. Haha, Yu Tsong, you really have good eyesight. When Xiaohua saw that the execution dream had succeeded, he did not dare to see if he had pierced Jiang Jiantong's vital parts, nor was he in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he turned around and flew away from the scene. He laughed loudly as he removed the mystic insect and shouted loudly, "Fuck you, look who I am." Chapter 22:17. So, Xiaohua? When Jiang Jiantong saw Xiaohua's slender figure, two slender eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, he couldn't help but cover his wounds with his hands and cry out in surprise. "That's right, Xiaohua, you still remember me." Xiaohua laughed. "Since you know it's me, you must know why I'm here. Isn't it normal for me to kill you? Little junior brother, is it really you?" Xiao Xinrui's eyes flashed with surprise. She looked up at the familiar face and felt a little dizzy. "That's right, senior sister, it's me," Xiaohua said warmly. "Since I'm here, you can rest assured. Not to mention your injuries, even with your cultivation, I'm sure I can heal you. Just wait for me to kill this bastard who killed me, Shang Huaming, and chase away all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Then I, Shang Huaming, will be able to return Yellow Blossom Ridge to myself." Then Xiaohua raised his voice. "Xiaohua, you've been plotting to kill me for decades. I've been thinking about this all the time. I've been thinking about avenging my master, eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Previously I still had some merciful thoughts. Since senior sister endured humiliation in 100 Herbs Gate, if she had any feelings for me, it would really make things difficult for me. But now it seems that I've been thinking too much. Since you know the way of karma, I don't need to say more. That was just a warning. Killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. Come forward obediently and let yours truly kill you. I can also consider whether to release the 100 Herbs Gate's disciples. I'll let your 100 Herbs Gate have a chance to live, or I'll kill all your disciples today." You. Jiang Jiantong's expression changed greatly. He knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was not much inferior to his, but he still argued, "Shameless junior. Back then I let you live, but now you're biting back like a wolf. You were able to leave Yellow Flower Ridge safely and cultivate to the early stage of Foundation establishment. At that time you were thinking of my kindness. How can you repay kindness with enmity?" Xiaohua laughed even more wildly. He looked sideways at Xiao Xinrui and said, "How could I not know how I escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge that day? If it weren't for my senior sister enduring humiliation and cleverly dealing with him, how could I have escaped from Jiang Fan's hands? Look at my senior sister today, she was actually humiliated to such an extent by all of you. How can this young master show mercy to your 100 Herbs Gate? Furthermore, how could this young master forget the enmity of having his sect annihilated? Today is the day that I, Shang Huaming, am reborn, and also the day that your 100 Herbs Gate is destroyed. Little junior brother, don't try to be brave. I'm afraid your cultivation isn't as high as Jiang Jiantong's. If you can take senior sister away, then leave now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future." Xiao Xinrui had lost her cultivation, so she didn't know what Xiaohua's cultivation was like. However, she knew what Xiaohua's cultivation was like back then. In her heart, Xiaohua's cultivation was definitely not higher than hers. The battle just now was like a white horse galloping through a crack. How would she know? Hee, senior sister, I'm afraid you've forgotten about the divine accumulation talisman, haven't you?" Xiaohua looked at Xiao Xinrui's pale face and said with heartache. However, his attention was still focused on the place where there was some movement just now. He was afraid that Jiang Jiantong would suddenly attack. "That cultivator was you?" Xiao Xinrui suddenly understood why Xiao Hua had mentioned the divine accumulation talisman just now. Unconsciously, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, and the gratification in her eyes was more than the surprise. Family members were family members and others couldn't compare to them. In their hearts, there was only gratification and happiness. Any surprise was secondary. Xiao Hua. Jiang Jiantong glanced at Xiao Xinrui and said solemnly, I've already told you the truth about Xiao Xinrui. She made a mistake first. It's my right to punish her. If you want to kill me because of this, I won't make things too difficult for you. After all, you don't know much. It's understandable that you did it for your senior sister. You killed an elder of my 100 Herbs Gate, injured this old man's daughter, and even injured this old man. This is the price I have to pay for destroying Xiao Xinrui's cultivation. However, this is my bottom line. As for killing Shang Huaming, to tell you the truth, I don't know. If you hate my 100 Herbs Gate because of this, it's your fault. Haha, Xiao Hua looked at the already injured Jiang Jiantong. He had a card up his sleeve and wasn't afraid of wasting time. He looked around and saw the several early foundation building elders of 100 Herbs Gate as well as Yu Tsong, whose face showed fear. He laughed and said, Who doesn't know how to explain themselves? If it wasn't your 100 Herbs Gate who killed me, Shang Huaming? In order to seize my foundation, you killed my master and 2 senior brothers. You forced my master's only daughter to marry your 100 Herbs Gate's young master, so that you could seize my reputation. Now that you saw that my senior sister was useless, you immediately wanted to kill her. But you were afraid that the news would spread and ruin your reputation, so you fabricated some groundless charges to impose on her. Not only did you want to drive her out of Yellowflower Ridge, but you also destroyed her cultivation. Do you think I can't see through such a sinister act? Forget it. I've already said what I need to say. Why should I dawdle with you? Xiao Hua pointed at the soaring dragon scissors. The scissors once again emitted a golden brilliance, restless. Xiao Hua. You're really wrong. At this point, Jiang Jiantong knew that it was useless to defend himself, but he still didn't want the crime of killing Shang Huaming to fall on his head. I really only wanted to marry Shang Huaming. Later on, I occupied Yellowflower Ridge because I saw that Shang Huaming wasn't killed. Say no more? Xiao Hua was too lazy to say more and was about to activate his magic power. Xiao Hua, don't forget. Jiang Jiantong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted, I'm not afraid of you. You have to think about Shang Huaming's mountain-protecting flood dragon. How could my 100 Herbs Gate kill it? Xiao Hua hesitated slightly, looked at a place not far away and sneered, You don't have the ability, but that doesn't mean you can't ask for help. Now that things have come to this, why bother explaining? Let me send you to your death. Jiang Jiantong sneered and released the hand that was covering his wound. The bloody hole from before was gradually closing up. This old man has already made it clear to you. If you insist on fighting, do you think this old man will be afraid of you? Yu Tsong attacked Xiao Xinrui. I want to see how many hands Xiao Hua has. After Jiang Jiantong finished giving the order, he activated the magic power in his body. Jiang Jiantong let out a long howl and his body swelled like a balloon. His figure gradually stretched and his aura gradually increased. He actually had the strength close to the golden core stage. Haha, how interesting. Xiao Hua wasn't afraid of him and said with a smile, What kind of cultivation method is this? Chapter 22:18. Junior brother. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, This is my secret technique. It's something that father couldn't cultivate successfully. I'm afraid you're no match for him. Don't be afraid. Xiao Hua said with a smile, When I kill him, I'll take back all my techniques. Junior brother, you can't kill him. Xiao Xinrui suddenly said. What? Xiao Hua was stunned and looked at Xiao Xinrui in disbelief. Why? Xiao Xinrui said in a low voice, Like you, I've always suspected that the 100 Herbs sect was behind this. But from Jiang Fanhe's observations over the past few decades, I'm afraid that the 100 Herbs sect really has nothing to do with the extermination of my sect. And the most important thing is that Jiang Jiantong is Jiang Luer's grandfather. I don't want Jiang Luer to hate his mother. Xiao Hua was in a difficult position. Looking at Jiang Jiantong and Yu Tsong, he was really unwilling, but he didn't want to make things difficult for Xiao Xinrui, so he hesitated and said, Senior sister, now that you've become like this, should we just let it go? Little brother is truly unwilling to accept this. Xiao Xinrui nodded and said, Junior brother is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you don't have to fear the 10,000 Flowers Valley. then kill Yutsong. This thief is really hateful. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. Also, if possible, take Jianghu away from Yellow Flower Ridge. I don't want to leave Jianghu here. Xiao Xinrui said again. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Senior sister, stay by my side. Let's see how I'll vent your anger for you. After saying that, Xiao Hua looked at Jiang Jiantong. At this time, Jiang Jiantong was about 3 meters tall, like a demon god. His body flashed with a light green brilliance which seemed to be a kind of defense. Xiao Hua, if you had directly killed me just now, I might have really died in your hands. But you actually gave me time to breathe. That's a big mistake. Jiang Jiantong smiled proudly. I'll show you Shang Huaming's unique skill and let you die on Yellow Flower Ridge. With that, Jiang Jiantong's figure swayed and flew toward Xiao Hua. That's all you got. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. His shoulders shook, and with a loud cry, the Phoenix Dharma body flew out of his body. It flapped its wings that were several meters long and flew towards Jiang Jiantong. Phoenix Dharma body? Haha, so you're also a disciple of an aristocratic family. Jiang Jiantong laughed heartily. Before he could stop laughing, he clenched his fist and smashed it toward the embodiment like a meteor. Kachacha. A thunderous sound rang out. A bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between the claws of the Phoenix Dharma body, and it swiftly struck at Jiang Jiantong's fist. At the same time, the Phoenix celestial body flapped its wings, and dark clouds began to cover Yellow Flower Ridge. Thunder and lightning could be heard from the clouds. Wasn't it the thunder summoning technique that the Thunder Beast Dharma body displayed when Xue Xue was building her foundation? Pa pa pa, the lightning struck Jiang Jiantong, and the purplish-red lightning destroyed the light green brilliance, smashing Jiang Jiantong's fist into pieces. Ah! Jiang Jiantong was in pain and was sent flying backward. His body had shrunk somewhat. Isn't it too late to leave now? Xiao Hua sneered. The Phoenix Dharma body stirred again, and another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking at Jiang Jiantong. What kind of cultivator is this? The 100 Herbs sect disciples present were all stunned. Lai Hong, who originally wanted to save Jiang Jiantong, didn't even dare to extend his hand. Jiang Jiantong's strength was already close to the Golden Core realm, but he wasn't a match for Xiao Hua's thunder-controlling technique. If he went up, wouldn't he be courting death? Looking at Yu Tsong again, he had already used his Peach Blossom Dharma artifact. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't care about him and was attacking Jiang Jiantong ferociously, he was secretly delighted. He hurriedly protected himself and secretly thought about how to escape. But just as the Phoenix Dharma body summoned the heavenly lightning to kill Jiang Jiantong, Yu Tsong suddenly saw Xiao Hua, who was facing him from the side, suddenly turn his head and grin at him. He was shocked. But just as he thought of using his Dharma power again, he felt pain in his divine sense, and his Dharma power dissipated. A golden light flashed and the soaring dragon scissors slashed down from the sky, splitting all the peach blossoms into two. Yu Tsong's physical body was also split into two. However, despite the sharpness of the soaring WRM scissors, Yu Tsong's body merely fell flat without any abnormalities. It was only when Xiao Hua waved his hand and picked up Yu Tsong's storage bag that the two pieces of the corpse were separated. Husband. Jiang Hong had already taken an elixir, and the bleeding on her right hand had stopped. Seeing that Yu Tsong was killed, she couldn't help but shout. Xiao Hua squinted at Jiang Hong. He knew that Xiao Xinrui wouldn't let him kill this woman, so he couldn't be bothered with her. The heavenly lightning summoned by the Phoenix Dharma body fell like raindrops, striking Jiang Jiantong into the air. His skin and flesh were lacerated, and he could no longer maintain his previous power. Not only was he beaten back to his original state, but he was also severely injured. Senior Xiao, please spare my life. Jiang Fan's voice came. He was the young master of the 100 Herbs sect. With such a big commotion in front of Yellow Flower Ridge, it was impossible for him not to come out. Seeing that Jiang Jiantong was severely injured, he hurriedly explained, Shang Huaming's annihilation has nothing to do with my 100 Herbs sect. Please forgive us, Senior Xiao. We will immediately withdraw from Yellow Flower Ridge and return it to you, Senior Xiao. Where is Jiang Luer? Xiao Hua said coldly, bring him out. Yes, Jiang Luer is here. Jiang Fan turned around and said to a disciple of the 100 Herbs sect, quickly bring Jiang Luer over. Yes. The female disciple who was carrying Jiang Luer responded. She hurriedly activated the flying charm and flew toward Xiao Hua, trembling with fear. But at this moment, Jiang Hong, who was not far away, suddenly moved. Her remaining hand grabbed at Jiang Luer like a claw and she said fiercely, Xiao Xinrui, you killed my husband. I will kill your son. Luer? Xiao Xinrui was shocked. Xiao Hua sneered. He opened his mouth and the dream-killing flying sword was about to fly out. However, Xiao Hua frowned again. Xiao Hua was confident that he could cut off Jiang Hong's other hand before she could touch Jiang Luer. However, he couldn't kill Jiang Hong because he was afraid that Jiang Hong would hurt Jiang Luer. Idiot. You are too soft-hearted again. A voice that Xiao Hua was very familiar with rang out. Then, a black flame suddenly appeared on top of Jiang Hong's head and enveloped her. Jiang Hong only had time to scream. Her whole body was surrounded by the black flame, and in a moment she was burned to ashes. Zhang Qingxiao? Sect leader Zhang? Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head and looked coldly at the source of the voice. He said curiously, You are really everywhere. Last time I spared your life, but you didn't repent and still showed up in front of me. What are you doing here today? I don't need you to help me. Ah. If I wasn't here, wouldn't you have hurt my nephew? Zhang Qingxiao's handsome face gradually appeared in midair. There was joy and heartache on his face. Nephew? Xiao Hua was surprised. He pointed at Jiang Luer and said, How did he become your nephew? He is obviously the child of my senior sister. Qingxiao? You are Qingxiao? Xiao Xinrui didn't care who it was. She only trembled slightly when she heard Zhang Qingxiao's name. However, it wasn't until she took Jiang Luer from the terrified 100 Herbs Gate disciples that she turned to look at the handsome Zhang Qingxiao with an incredulous gaze. Senior sister, forget it. Second senior brother isn't so handsome. Xiao Hua curled his lips. He had a kind of expectation in his heart. He knew that he could change his appearance. As the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect, how could Zhang Qingxiao not change his appearance? But the problem was, how did his eccentric second senior brother, who had already been killed, become the sect leader of Heavenly Demon Sect? Although his cultivation wasn't frighteningly high, his secret techniques were endless, far beyond his expectations. But how did my senior sister's child become your nephew? Xiao Hua scolded Zhang Qingxiao. Damn it, how do you call Jiang Luer? Zhang Qingxiao's face showed a trace of strangeness as he scolded again. Xiao Hua scratched his head and whispered, Senior sister, how should I call Jiang Luer? Xiao Xinrui finally smiled today. She lovingly looked at Jiang Luer, who was in her arms, and said, You naturally have to call him nephew. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua's face was slightly embarrassed, but he raised his eyebrows and said, Sect leader Zhang, this nephew is exclusive to me. My senior brother and second senior brother both died. Don't claim to be relatives here for no reason. I don't have a full moon banquet for you to drink. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't recognize him, Zhang Qingxiao was flustered and exasperated. He pointed his finger and said, Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Being cursed by you like this, I'm afraid I'll lose a few more years of my life. Xiao Hua's heart warmed. His eyes were somewhat blurry, but he still didn't dare to believe it. After all, there were too many unfathomable methods on Xiaoyu continent. Who knew if this Zhang Qingxiao was the same Zhang Qingxiao? You should let me see what my second senior brother looks like. Your captivating appearance is not my second senior brother's skin. Xiao Hua's eyes were fixed on Zhang Qingxiao, but his magic power was surging. Motherfucker, I'm handsome to begin with. Now I'm even more charming. How can a beautiful appearance be so good? Zhang Qingxiao smugly touched her own face. Her expression was exactly the same as Zhang Qingxiao's from before. Then Zhang Qingxiao's face gradually changed. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's face that was so familiar to him that it was as if it was engraved in his mind, Xiao Hua couldn't help but tear up. He knew in his heart that Zhang Qingxiao was just a minor character in Shanghuaming, and Shanghuaming was a small and unknown sect on the Dawn Rain continent. It was impossible for the sect master of a sect like the Heavenly Demon Sect to know of Zhang Qingxiao. In particular, Heavenly Demon Sect rose after Zhang Qingxiao's death. Even if this Zhang Qingxiao was different from the previous Zhang Qingxiao, there must be a connection. Senior sister, do you think this guy is second senior brother? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Yes or no, what's the difference? Xiao Xinrui's eyes were also happy. I'm now a cripple. I only have Jiang Luer to rely on. What can others covet? Chapter 22:19. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and said to Zhang Qingxiao, Since senior sister has temporarily agreed, then I won't doubt you. However, I'm going to leave with senior sister. Do you want to follow? Do you want to explain to me why you were so ruthless to me? Damn it, you said I was ruthless. Zhang Qingxiao stomped his feet. I almost died in your hands last time. You still want to explain to me? Hee hee. You didn't die, did you? Xiaohua smiled sinisterly. Wait until you're dead. With that, Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Xinrui and flew away. But Zhang Qingxiao stood there quietly, not moving an inch. You're not coming? Xiaohua asked curiously. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the distance. He smiled and said, This Yellow Flower Ridge is my territory. The people of 100 Herbs Gate should leave. They've occupied the nest for so many years. It's time for them to scram. But, senior sister has some difficulties. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Senior sister doesn't allow us to fight. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qingxiao clapped his hand and grabbed the blood-red flag. He smiled and said, I'm Shang Huaming's second disciple and your second senior brother. I'm the leader here. I'm the one who's right. With that, the small flag in his hand shook. A gust of wind and clouds surged. Dozens of pitch-black lights flashed and attacked the people of 100 Herbs Gate in the air. Qingxiao stopped. They're all Jiang Luer's relatives. Xiao Xinrui was shocked, but how could Zhang Qingxiao listen? He could have met Xiao Xinrui long ago, but seeing that Xiao Xinrui was happy in 100 Herbs Gate and that Jiang Fan treated her sincerely, he also knew that 100 Herbs Gate was not the culprit who killed Shang Huaming, so he didn't bother to interfere. So he sent a disciple to sneak into 100 Herbs Gate and report all the abnormalities to him. When something happened to Xiao Xinrui, the disciple had already sent a message, and Zhang Qingxiao also rushed over immediately. He had concealed himself at the side and witnessed everything that Xiaohua had done. He knew that Xiaohua had actually come to avenge him, his eldest senior brother, and his master. Naturally, his suspicions towards Xiaohua had been completely dispelled. However, when he saw Xiao Xinrui in such a miserable state, no matter how profound his cultivation was, he still revealed his killing intent. Only then did Xiaohua discover it again. Now Xiao Xinrui actually asked him to hold back. How could he listen to Xiao Xinrui? He didn't care about Jiang Luer's relatives. It had nothing to do with Xiao Xinrui or Shang Huaming. The people of 100 Herbs Gate were in trouble. Previously, he had seen Xiaohua's bravery and invincibility, easily injuring Jiang Jiantong. He was already trembling with fear. But who would have thought that the most vicious and merciless was yet to come? The sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect, whose reputation had already spread far and wide, was actually Shang Huaming's Zhang Qingxiao. A single demonic flame had turned Jiang'an into ashes. Jiang'an was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The only thing left for everyone was their guts being torn apart. Just now, when they heard Xiaohua's words, they knew that he was worried about Xiao Xinrui's thoughts. But just as this joy was born, the demonic flame, which was as arrogant as a gust of wind, fell from the sky, accompanied by Zhang Qingxiao's incomparable anger. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly used their magical powers, yellow talismans and magic arts, trying to escape. Unfortunately, they were no match for Xiaohua, and it was even more difficult for them to enter Zhang Qingxiao's eyes. Together with the seriously injured Jiang Jiantong and Jiang Fan, they were all killed by Zhang Qingxiao without much resistance. Seeing the regret and horror on Jiang Fan's face, Xiao Xinrui was also very anxious. After all, he was Jiang Luer's biological father. She didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Luer when she grew up. However, just as Jiang Fan's body was ignited by the black flame, and he was turned into ashes with a few painful screams, Xiao Xinrui's heart suddenly relaxed, as if all the heavy burden and oppression had disappeared in an instant. Alas! A trace of helplessness flashed in Xiaohua's eyes and he thought to himself, if I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? The 100 Herbs Gate schemed against me, Shang Huaming, and only occupied Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more decades. Their sphere of influence has increased a lot, but now? They have all fallen into my hands again. The 100 Herbs Gate. I'm afraid it will cease to exist from now on. Go. Kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao ordered in a low voice after killing Jiang Jiantong and the others. The several cultivators at the middle stage of Foundation establishment who had received the order later all bowed and said, "We understand." Qingxiao. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, "The ordinary disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate don't deserve to die. Let them live." Humph, how dare they trample on my Yellow Flower Ridge? These disciples deserve to die. Zhang Qingxiao was unmoved and ordered again, Kill all the disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Known Peak. Yes. Qing Xiao. Xiao Xinrui said anxiously, I know you have great power now and can decide the life and death of thousands of people with a word. But you can't abuse it like this. The disciples of the 100 Herbs Gate on Medicine Known Peak are innocent. You can't kill all of them. Humph, I didn't intend to destroy the 100 Herbs Gate. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xinrui and said, however, since the 100 Herbs Gate dared to torture junior sister like this, I won't be able to calm my anger if I don't kill all of them. Besides, if I want to kill, I have to kill to the end. If you dilly-dally like junior brother, who knows what the remnants of the 100 Herbs Gate will do in the future. It won't be good for junior sister or Jianghu. Then Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the bleeding yellow flower ridge and said coldly, the world can betray me, Zhang Qingxiao, and my heavenly demon sect. But they can't betray my junior sister, my senior brother, my master, and Shang Huaming. Those who hurt my loved ones, even if they are thousands of miles away, I will kill them all. Sigh. Xiao Hua knew that what Zhang Qingxiao said was the truth, and what he did was very satisfying. But he always felt that he was ruthless, and compassion grew in his heart. And since Zhang Qingxiao had made a move, he couldn't interfere. Forget it. If thousands of people do the same thing, I'm afraid there will be thousands of different ways. I'm afraid there will be thousands of thoughts. I have my own way of doing things. I have a clear conscience, and a clear conscience. I don't care about others. Xiao Hua understood, I'm afraid that second senior brother's way of doing things is also clear of his heart and clear of his world. This is the only way. He is the heavenly demon sect leader, and I am not. But, Xiao Hua, don't you feel tired standing in the air? After a while, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua and said, Junior sister, why don't you let me support you for a while? If it was the previous Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua wouldn't say a word. But now Xiao Hua really couldn't be at ease. Chapter 22:20. Hold lure for a while. Jiang Lure was already tired and had fallen asleep in Xiao Xinrui's arms. He didn't know that all his family members had been killed except for his mother. Xiao Xinrui's injuries hadn't healed, so she felt weak holding him. Okay. Zhang Qingxiao smacked her lips and flew over. She took Jiang Lure while Xiao Hua was slightly on guard. Poor Lure. Xiao Xinrui looked at Zhang Qingxiao, who was not very familiar with holding the child, and couldn't help but sigh. Half a day ago, his mother was about to be driven away, and he almost recognized someone else as his mother. Now his mother is safe and his father and grandfather are gone. Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao sneered. Since he can pretend to be his mother, why can't he pretend to be his father and grandfather? Even if it's an aunt, we can find her again. Xiao Xinrui already understood Zhang Qingxiao's meaning. He showed his true identity in front of the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect, and revealed his true identity. Jiang Lure was still young and his memory was not clear. It was very easy to find a few cultivators to be his family members. Wasn't that Jiang Jiantong's plan? Anyway, his mother was still alive, so he had to confirm the truth himself. After a while, a disciple of the Heavenly Devil sect in the middle stage of Foundation establishment came back to report that all the disciples of the 100 Herbs sect in Yellow Flower Ridge had been killed. Well, have you cleaned it up? Zhang Qingxiao looked at the disciple and asked. Yes, sect master knows. There are no traces left, but please enter the mountain to take a look. Okay, you all go to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and ordered. Yes, once the disciple received the order, he turned around and flew away without hesitation. Let's go. Zhang Qingxiao landed in front of the fog with Jiang Lure in her arms and said with a smile, I haven't been back to Yellow Flower Ridge for many years. Now I'm going back with junior sister and junior brother. Please lead the way. Xiao Xinrui's eyes reddened. She thought of the scene when she, Gong Mingwei, and Zhang Qingxiao returned from the trade fair in Jinghu City. However, when she slapped her storage bag, her heart ached. She looked up and said, Second senior brother, I don't have any cultivation. I'm afraid I can't lead the way. You should do it, second senior brother. Junior sister, don't panic. I have already sent people to Xuanyan School. It is said that Xuanyan School has the legendary heaven-mending pill. This pill should be able to repair your dantian. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and comforted Xiao Xinrui. Xiao Hua said disdainfully, Second senior brother, you're only thinking of going to Xuanyan School to look for some heaven-mend pill now? Don't you have any divine abilities or methods? Doesn't the heavenly demon sect claim to have everything? Damn you. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily, You came first, I was one step later than you. Why didn't you protect your junior sister? Even if I didn't scold you, you would still be so smug. What kind of thing is that heavenly mending pill? How could I possibly carry it around with me? Ah. Xiao Hua patted his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. He handed it to Xiao Xinrui and said, Senior sister, look at you. Little brother already told you that cultivation is nothing. Little brother has a heaven-mending pill here. Senior sister, in a moment find a time to take it. In a few days your dantian will be restored. You really have a heaven-mending pill? Not to mention Xiao Xinrui, even Zhang Qingxiao was stunned. However, Zhang Qingxiao immediately came to his senses. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said, Of course. I forgot that you know how to concoct pills. Back then when Master taught me how to concoct pills, I noticed that you were abnormal. When Xiao Yuehong was mentioned, Zhang Qingxiao was a little sad. Yes, I do know how to concoct pills. This heaven-mending pill was also concocted by me. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and answered frankly. Zhang Qingxiao reached out and took the jade bottle from Xiao Hua. He opened it and looked. His face showed surprise, even a kind of shock. He glanced at Xiao Hua, seemingly in disbelief. Xiao Hua naturally knew Zhang Qingxiao's doubts. He waved his hand and said, Second senior brother, don't ask. I lost my memory. You asked too much. I don't know myself. Yes, I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slightly and handed the jade bottle to Xiao Xinrui. He said, Junior sister, this pill is definitely a heaven-mending pill. Moreover, it is one of a kind in the Dawn Rain continent. It was concocted using ancient alchemy techniques. You only need to consume it, and you will recover your cultivation in less than 3 days. Moreover, your meridians and dantian will definitely be tougher than before. Your cultivation will increase in a matter of days. Thank you, junior brother. Xiao Xinrui was overjoyed. She took the jade bottle and said with a smile. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Senior sister, don't thank me. If I had come a few days earlier, perhaps there wouldn't be so many things. Humph, of course. Zhang Qingxiao also scolded. Your cultivation was long enough to protect junior sister. Why didn't you come earlier? Alas, didn't I want to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect? My previous cultivation wasn't enough to eliminate Jiang Jiantong and the others, so I delayed until today. Xiao Hua said with a bitter smile. When I met you 3 years ago you could already kill Jiang Jiantong? Zhang Qingxiao scolded. You only know how to show off in front of me. You didn't dare to come and exterminate the 100 Herbs sect. You're too cautious. Don't talk about me. Xiao Hua retorted. You're in charge of the entire Heavenly Demon sect. Although I don't know what the Heavenly Demon sect is like now, it should be easy to exterminate the 100 Herbs sect, right? Zhang Qingxiao was so angry that the veins on his head bulged, but he had nothing to say. His feelings for Xiao Xinrui were different from Xiao Hua's feelings for her. How could he easily disturb her happiness? Haha, since you're here now it's not too late. Let's not talk about each other anymore. Xiao Xinrui advised. You two are still the same as before, quarreling whenever you meet. However, I'm afraid Qingxiao can't casually bully Xiao Hua now. Haha, he wants to. Xiao Hua bared his teeth. Only I care about it. Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes. Then Zhang Qingxiao asked again, by the way, do you still have the heavenly pill? Give me a few. Look, senior sister. You just said you won't bully me, but now you want to do the evil things of the past again. Xiao Hua looked innocent as if he was complaining to Xiao Xinrui, but his hands were not slow. He patted his storage bag and took out 4 more pills. If you don't give them to me, who else can you give them to? Zhang Qingxiao took them happily. It's better to give them to a family member than to others. You? Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao was even more greedy than Chen Diheng, Xiao Hua was really speechless. Second senior brother? Xiao Xinrui said with a smile. Second senior brother, please open the restriction on my Shang Huaming. I also want to go home early. Hearing the words, I also want to go home early, Zhang Qingxiao's tears almost fell. This sentence awakened his memories that were difficult to erase. Zhang Qingxiao patted her storage bag, took out a jade tablet and gently tapped it. A faint brilliance flashed and a wave of magic power from the jade tablet shot into the fog. The fog seemed to be pushed aside by someone and a passage flashed. Let's go, junior sister, junior brother. Zhang Qingxiao called out and slowly flew in first. Her speed was no different from the 8th level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua also slowly flew into the fog with Xiao Xinrui. When Xiao Hua saw the welcome pavilion that had been repaired and looked even more luxurious, Xiao Hua's heart also ached. People often said that people were different, wasn't that true? Moreover, people were people of today, not people of the past. People were also not things of the past. But fortunately, everything on Yellow Flower Ridge showed the original state of Shanghuaming, and Xiao Hua could still think of the laughter from decades ago. The three of them were not in a hurry to fly to Minushi Peak. Instead, they flew as they walked. When they saw some familiar places, they stopped and looked again, unable to bear to leave. Although Xiao Xinrui had lived here for decades, she had never been like this before. She had never found her past memories in a place that she was familiar with. The entire Yellow Flower Ridge was quiet, and it was still the same as the small sect of 3.5 disciples from before. There were not many people. The dead were no longer here, the fugitives had returned, and the new people did not understand. It was as if the reincarnation of this world had come again. The sound of the pine trees, the night wind, and the three of them each had their own sincere feelings. Although they knew that the past was gone, they still cherished the memory. The journey that could be finished quickly took the three of them more than an hour. Not bad. Seeing that Mingli Peak was in sight, Xiao Hua couldn't help but praise. Second senior brother, your subordinates have really benefited greatly. They've killed so many people, yet there's actually not a trace of blood left behind. This little brother actually looks the same as he did several decades ago. Tiske. You can't even do such a small thing. How can you be my subordinate? Zhang Qingxiao said proudly, but listening to your words it seems a little ironic. No, I don't mean anything else this time. If you let the dirty blood of those people stain the rocks of my Yellow Flower Ridge, I will be the first to not spare you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Let's go. Xiao Xinrui also nodded and said, there is no big change here, but Minushi Peak and other places have been changed by the 100 Herbs sect. It is very different from before. Junior sister, don't worry. Zhang Qingxiao said, give me a few days. I will definitely restore it to its former appearance. Forget it, no need. Xiao Xinrui said sadly, it is already like this. What's the point of changing it again? Junior sister, don't be sad. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Shang Huaming will start a sect from today. Senior sister will be the head and Jiang Luer will be the young head. I will arrange for people to help Shang Huaming recruit disciples. Second senior brother, you don't want to take charge of Shang Huaming again, do you? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Don't worry. I already have the heavenly demon sect. Why would I want Shang Huaming? This Shang Huaming belongs to our master, junior sister, and Jiang Luer. I will never interfere in any of Shang Huaming's matters. Zhang Qingxiao, of course, knew what Xiao Hua meant and hurriedly explained. Chapter 22-21. Then Xiao Hua and the others came to the guest hall. The huge guest hall had a completely new look. It was different from before, but now it was as cold as before. Entering the guest hall, Xiao Hua carefully helped Xiao Xinrui to the main seat. Xiao Xinrui glanced at Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao and did not refuse. She was injured twice in a row. Although she had taken the Wu Shen pill refined by Xiao Hua, because she did not have true essence, it was impossible for her to recover in a short time. She could only lean on the chair. What? Jiang Luer suddenly cried. Obviously, after waking up and seeing that the person holding her was not her mother, she started to make a fuss. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly got up and quickly handed Jiang Luer to Xiao Xinrui. Once the child was in Xiao Xinrui's arms, she was peaceful. Her pair of energetic little eyes looked around and often fell on Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao. I'll have to trouble you to rebuild Shang Huaming, second senior brother. Xiao Hua knew that his time was limited, and it was impossible for him to command so many disciples like Zhang Qingxiao. Yes, I'll do it. You don't have to worry. Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, this has been my wish for many years. I believe that Shang Huaming will definitely not be a nameless small sect in the future. Good. Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, however, since you and I have recognized each other, I have to ask. You already knew my identity, so why did you repeatedly try to kill me? Damn it. Do you still need to say it? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, what are you like in Shang Huaming? What are you like outside of Shang Huaming? Look at your current cultivation, you can easily kill Jiang Jiantong. If I didn't suspect you, if I didn't put you on the list of suspects to kill Shang Huaming, would I still be in charge of the Heavenly Demon Sect? In fact, if you didn't take the initiative to come to Yellow Flower Ridge to take revenge today, I would still suspect you. Besides, didn't I let you go the first time? If I didn't show mercy, do you think you could escape the first time? Yin Meng is now the deputy sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect. This guy is definitely a devil cultivator. Alright, what did you take from him? It seems to be a Grand Universe teleportation token? This? Xiao Hua patted his storage bag and took out the Universal Teleportation token. Yes, this is it. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and did not take it. She said, this item is very important. It should be related to the devil cultivators of the Cultivation Empire. They were playing a big game of chess and this thing was the key. Keep this item well. I can't let that bastard get it for the time being. That guy still looks down on me thinking that I'm just a country bumpkin. He wants to play with me? I want to see who will have the last laugh. And Xiao Hua nodded and kept the Grand Universe teleportation token into his spatial ring. There was probably no place safer than his spatial ring on the Dawn Rain continent. Then Xiao Hua asked, Second Martial Brother. Since you can doubt this little brother, then this little brother also wants to ask you. Didn't you die at Yellow Flower Ridge that day? How did he come back to life? Zhang Qingxiao thought for a moment and smiled. The reason is very simple. I wasn't killed by that nascent soul cultivator that day. Nascent soul? Xiao Hua was stunned. How could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Why did he come to my Yellow Flower Ridge? It wasn't just one. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. It was 3. It's just that I didn't see clearly which 3 nascent soul cultivators they were. As for why they came to my Yellow Flower Ridge, I still don't know. Oh, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Little White and those 3 drops of white dragon blood. However, Zhang Qingxiao said again, that nascent soul cultivator's cultivation was really too high. When I came back from Medicine Farmer Peak with eldest Martial Brother, before I could see clearly, I fainted from the pain in my chest. When I woke up, it was another opportunity. However, this matter is a bit strange, so I can't tell you. Tisk. Xiao Hua sneered. Then are you still Zhang Qingxiao? Tisk, you're the one who's Tisk. Zhang Qingxiao said angrily. If you have the ability, then tell me your Buddhist cultivation. What's going on? This? Xiao Hua said embarrassedly, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Xiao Xinrui laughed. You're all my family. Even if you leave me aside, you're still fellow disciples. There's no need to talk about kinship. Even if there's some secret, as long as it doesn't affect others, there's no need to tell others. Alright. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. There's no need to say more. I accidentally took control of a rogue cultivator organization called Heaven Forsaken and changed it to Heavenly Demon Sect. Your Heavenly Demon Sect is really powerful. Xiao Hua sneered. What yin-yang dual cultivation? What Tao of Acacia? What's wrong with that? Zhang Qingxiao retorted. Heavenly Demon Sect, Heavenly Demon Sect. It means that Heavenly Demon is demon. This Tao of Acacia is nothing. Second Martial Brother, your appearance, how did it become like this? Xiao Xinrui hurriedly changed the topic and asked another question. Oh, I got a mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City? Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide it from Xiao Xinrui and said with a smile. That mysterious cultivator with the complete qi refinement technique is you? Xiao Hua said in surprise. Yeah. Could it be that you were also at the auction? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned and said with a smile, You can't be the one who got that technique, right? Looking at Zhang Qingxiao's smiling face, Xiao Hua understood. No wonder there was something similar to the blood shadow technique in that technique. It turned out that it was this guy's doing. Damn it. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Xiao Hua said angrily. I was almost killed by your technique. Oh, it's really you? Hearing this, Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly stood up and said, Quick, let me take a look. You didn't really fall for it, did you? No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I've already seen through that technique of yours. That's good, that's good. Zhang Qingxiao said embarrassedly. I only wanted to deceive others, but I didn't expect to deceive my own people. And that technique is not bad. Do you have more? Xiao Hua's face was full of indignation. Quickly take it out and comfort my wounded heart. Of course, of course. Zhang Qingxiao hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a jade pendant. He was about to hand it over to Xiao Hua, but just as he handed it out halfway, he came to a realization. Damn it, you didn't seem to be hurt. Why would I give you this ancient cultivation technique? This heavenly law embodiment technique is an extremely powerful technique, I can't give it to you for free. Saying this, Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua's storage bag with a smile. Damn, when you see wealth, you throw away your brotherhood. Xiao Hua covered his storage bag and said, I've already given you the heaven mending pill, what else do you want? Chapter 22. Hee, of course, it's the mother-child spirit fruit. Zhang Qingxiao said, this thing is quite beneficial to me and my confidant. Take out as many as you have, the more the better. Xiaohua reached out his hand and said, give me a storage pouch. Ah? Zhang Qingxiao was stunned, then immediately became overjoyed and hurriedly gave a small storage pouch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua pretended to take something from the storage pouch and took out more than half of the mother-child spirit fruits that he had accumulated in the past few decades. So many? Seeing so many mother-child spirit fruits in the storage pouch, Zhang Qingxiao's eyes already turned green. Alright, no need to say any more. Your father will be the vice sect master. Zhang Qingxiao handed the jade pendant to Xiaohua and said, with you as the vice sect master, I can nurture countless experts. Diske. Xiaohua waved his hand, I'm too lazy to go to that filthy place of yours. Besides, from your tone, the vice sect master position of Heavenly Demon Sect is just for sale. Anyone can go, but I'm even more unwilling to go. Come if you want. Zhang Qingxiao happily put away the mother-child spirit fruits and rolled his eyes at Xiaohua. I don't know how many cultivators in Xiaoyu continent want to come. I don't care, Xiaohua flatly refused. You don't have to be the vice sect master. However, when I ask you for the mother-child spirit fruits, you still have to take them out. Zhang Qingxiao said without any trace of politeness. Depends on the situation. Xiaohua shook his head, there aren't many mother-child spirit fruits left in that place. Don't talk to me about this. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, if you can get so many, you can definitely get even more. Deal. Xiaohua also nodded, however, you have to help me do something. You're starting to bargain with senior brother. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, say it. There aren't many things that I can't do on Xiaoyu continent. When Xiaohua took out a pile of rice seeds and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao, he explained the matter. Zhang Qingxiao was dumbfounded and asked incredulously, What? You actually want my Heavenly Demon Sect disciple to do such a good thing? Are you sure? Of course I'm not mistaken. Xiaohua nodded and said, now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in our Xiaoyu continent has changed greatly, the cultivator's cultivation is merely restricted, but the common people's lives are in danger. My ability is limited, so I have no choice but to rely on Second Senior Martial Brother's Heavenly Demon Sect to do this. Great. Xiao Xinrui also nodded and advised, Second Senior Brother, this is the best thing in the world. If you can participate, it will also be a good deed. I don't care about merit. I only want to avenge eldest senior brother and master. Zhang Qingxiao took the storage bags and said coldly, I was wondering why some people in the secular world of Meng Kingdom worship Jinren Shao. It turns out that it was you who did it. Don't worry, even if my Heavenly Demon Sect does this, we will not use the name of the Heavenly Demon Sect. We will still use your name. Motherfucker, wouldn't my Heavenly Demon Sect become a laughing stock if other people knew about this? Xiaohua's heart warmed, knowing that his second senior martial brother still had some kindness. He cupped his hands and said, I thank second senior martial brother on behalf of the common people of the world. What qualifications do you have to represent the common people of the world? Zhang Qingxiao scolded, what's the use of doing this kind of good deed every day? You might as well spend your time on cultivation and searching for the murderer who killed my Shang Huaming. Speaking of which. Xiaohua laughed again and said, I really do have some clues. Tell me quickly. Zhang Qingxiao said anxiously. Thus, Xiaohua briefly told her about the little white dragon and what he saw at the auction in Haoming City. Then he concluded, didn't Jiang Jiantong say it before? My Shang Huaming's guardian divine beast is probably the little white dragon. The three nascent soul cultivators just happened to face the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school and Qiqiao sect. Their sect leaders are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if it wasn't them, I'm afraid they are related to the murderer. However, I don't know if the blood of the Shanghua sect's Qi Jianghai is the blood of the white dragon. And I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded slowly. Things are gradually becoming clear, but it's not the time for the truth to come to light. Our cultivation is still too weak. When we reach the nascent soul realm, we will definitely find the murderer and kill him. Right, junior sister, speaking of which, I was a bit reckless just now. We can't use the name Shang Huaming for the time being to avoid attracting the murderer's attention. Let's use the name of the 100 Herbs sect for the time being. Okay, I'll listen to second senior brother's instructions. Xiao Xinrui nodded. Nascent soul? Alas, it seems too long ago. Xiao Hua thought of the battle between the Dao sect and the sword cultivators and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he improved rapidly, there was still a long way to go before he could kill a nascent soul cultivator. How about a nascent soul? Zhang Qingxiao said coldly, as long as you cultivate diligently, I will provide you with everything you want, whether it's pills, cultivation methods, or spiritual herbs. I haven't seen you for decades and you can cultivate to the golden core realm. With my support, how slow can you be? Not to mention the nascent soul realm, you can even reach the spirit severing stage. What can you give me? Xiao Hua smiled. You even want me to give you the mother-child spirit fruit. Haha, what do you want? Zhang Qingxiao asked instead of answering. This. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He really didn't want anything for the time being, but at this moment his eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Second senior brother, do you have the Demon Realm's refining method? The Demon Realm's refining method? Zhang Qingxiao was also stunned. What do you want that for? Of course it's for this. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the Qiuyin Lu. He looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile. Zhang Qingxiao's gaze swept over it. How could she still sit still? With a big stride, she jumped from the chair on the left to the chair on the right where Xiao Hua was sitting and snatched the Qiuyin Lu for a closer look. Second senior brother, is there a need to do this? Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is my treasure, I never promised to give it to you. Good, it really is the Qiuyin Lu. Little junior brother, where did you get it? Zhang Qingxiao looked again and asked, do you know the value of this thing? I heard Empress say that this is the weapon of Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple? What else is strange about it? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It's not just that. Zhang Qingxiao looked as if she couldn't bear to part with it. This is a famous weapon from ancient times. Later, it flowed into the demon realm and was obtained by Demon Monarch Scarlet Maple. I won't say the specific process. In short, this thing is very important to me. You have to give it to me even if you don't want to. But then Zhang Qingxiao said curiously, however, this thing seemed to have been shattered in the war between immortals and demons. It was broken into several pieces. How did it become a hole in your hands? No, it's not completely refined. It's just connected together with a rare blood fusion method. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. Don't tell me that you refined this thing. It's me. Xiao Hua nodded. However, I don't have the Demon Realm's refining method, so I can't do it fully. If second senior brother has it, I can help you refine it. It's nothing much. Little junior brother, you're really good. Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. I thought I was incomparably powerful, but I didn't expect. Compared to you, I'm really too far behind. No, the position of Heavenly Demon Sect's Vice Sect Master must be given to you. Go. Do you still want the ancient dragon Yinlu? Xiao Hua threatened. Yes. Zhang Qingxiao answered without hesitation. Then she searched her storage bag for a long time and took out 2 magic slips. One of them is the Demon Realm's refining method, the other is the ancient dragon Yinlu's refining method. Can you read the magic slips? Yes. Xiao Hua reached out to take it and kept the ancient dragon Yinlu. And you have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect. Naturally, you can read the magic slips. Zhang Qingxiao didn't find it strange. Alright, also, where do you have the refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel? Or a qi refinement technique that doesn't belong to the 5 elements? Or something with green seal script? Xiao Hua asked one after another. No. Zhang Qingxiao's mind was hazy. She asked curiously, what are these things? I've never heard of them. And I understand. Xiao Hua waved his hand. He understood that although Zhang Qingxiao obtained the inheritance of a devil cultivator, she only knew about things from the demon realm. She probably didn't know much about green seal script or ancient things. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua took out a white bone and said, it's this big white bone. If you see it, leave it for me. This thing. Good. I understand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Then, after thinking for a while, she took out a drop of blood and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is a high-level cultivation method from the demon realm. It's called Blood Drop Paradise. You can refer to it. It should be useful for you to refine the ancient dragon Yinlu. Another cultivation method. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He nodded and took it. I have too many cultivation methods here. You're really taking advantage of me? Zhang Qingxiao scolded. This is the cultivation method of Qi Feng Supreme. Who knows how many devil cultivators in the demon realm covet it? Alright. Xiao Hua said helplessly, it won't be too late to thank you when I succeed in this cultivation method. TSK, how can you succeed in cultivating it? You're not from the demon realm. Zhang Qingxiao snorted disdainfully. You just need to experience it and refine the ancient dragon Yin Lu properly. Your brother's life is in your hands. Why is that? Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't expect the ancient dragon Yin Lu to be so important to Zhang Qingxiao. You don't need to know this. You just need to refine it properly. Zhang Qingxiao laughed again. I'm just lying to you. Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao didn't say anything, Xiao Hua didn't ask any more. However, he understood that Zhang Qingxiao wouldn't say anything senseless. Following that, the two of them talked for a while. Xiao Hua was coaxed by Zhang Qingxiao to give him a lot of spirit herbs. However, although Xiao Hua didn't care about Zhang Qingxiao's position as the vice sect leader, he still wanted the Azure Spirit Pill's pill formula. As for the essence flower pill that condensed true essence, Xiao Hua didn't expect that Zhang Qingxiao didn't have it. However, Xiao Xinrui did. The essence flower pill's pill formula was the secret inheritance of the 100 Herbs Gate. Chang Fian from Weeping Moon City was right. That day Chang Fian did mention the 100 Herbs Gate. However, Xiao Hua only focused on the 10,000 Flower Valley and directly ignored the 100 Herbs Gate. Chapter 22-23. Of course, this secret technique was placed in Shang Huaming's secret chamber. The three of them headed to Shang Huaming's ancestral hall. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao take out an old yellow talisman and paste it on the ground, and seeing a flash of light, Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of the first time he came here with Gong Mingwei. Xiao Hua's figure disappeared along with the clear light, and tears once again welled up in his eyes. The originally hidden memories were always stirred up by the old matters and things that always existed, and the originally gradually ice-cold emotions were once again stirred up. Humans, even cultivators, were generally like this. Unfortunately, when Xiao Hua saw the inheritance hall that had been tidied up by the 100 Herbs Gate, he was faintly disappointed. Yes, it was originally cold and cheerless, but that was his own, Shang Huaming's. Now, the prosperity belonged to the 100 Herbs Gate, and it had nothing to do with Shang Huaming. Haha, not bad. Zhang Qingxiao didn't think so, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he laughed. The 100 Herbs Gate is really generous, leaving a lot of things in my yellow flower ridge. Could it be that they moved everything here? More or less. Xiao Xinrui put down Jianghu, who was about to move, and brushed her hair. Her body was quite charming and she laughed. My Shang Huaming's restriction is very strange, much more powerful than the 100 Herbs Gates. When Jiang Jiantong repaired the array, he put all of the 100 Herbs Gates inheritance here. Without Shang Huaming's yellow talisman, I'm afraid only nascent soul cultivators can break in, right? Yes, that's right, that's why it's so convenient for us. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Hua and said, how about it, little junior brother, I won't let you do it for nothing. Take a look, if there's anything you want, just take it. Tiske, Xiao Hua snorted. I'm also Shang Huaming's disciple, and these things are also mine. Why should I owe you a favor? Xiao Xinrui quite enjoyed listening to the two bicker, and she covered her mouth with a smile. She pointed to a place and said, little junior brother, go over there. These are the 100 Herbs Gates pill recipes and refining methods. If you need them, you can take them. Don't let him take them, just copy them. These are all for Jianghu. Zhang Qingxiao immediately raised an objection. Xiao Hua glared at him. Am I that stupid? As he spoke, he was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and asked Xiao Xinrui, Senior sister, are all the herbs of the 100 Herbs Gate planted in Yellow Flower Ridge? Xiao Xinrui shook her head. No. Yellow Flower Ridge doesn't have abundant spirit qi, so it's not suitable for planting spirit herbs. Most of the spiritual herbs of 100 Herbs Gate are in Medicine Farmer Peak. Only some of the most important ones have been transplanted here. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded, then turned to Zhang Qingxiao and said, Second senior brother, have your subordinates give me 10 stalks of each of the 100 Herbs Gate's medicinal herbs, as well as 10 of their seeds. How can I allow my subordinates to be ordered around by you? Zhang Qingxiao said, but he did not stop. He walked out of the heritage hall and sent out the transmission talisman. What does little junior brother want the seeds for? Xiao Xinrui asked curiously. She then pointed to a spot and said, Many of the seeds of the 100 Herbs Gate are also placed here. Take a look for yourself. Ah, great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Little junior brother naturally has his uses. Then Xiao Hua copied the pill formulas of the 100 Herbs Gate. Unfortunately, the 100 Herbs Gate could only refine the green spirit pill of the late foundation establishment stage at most. They did not have a single pill formula for the golden core stage. The other pill formulas for the foundation establishment and chi refinement stages could also be counted on one hand. As for the seeds, there were quite a lot. Most of them had already been planted in Xiaohua's space. However, Xiaohua still took some of each. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's actions and seemed to be deep in thought. However, Xiaohua did not care at all. His space was really hidden. Even a nascent soul stage cultivator would not be able to discover it. Zhang Qingxiao could not possibly know the details. Moreover, with his space, Zhang Qingxiao could also benefit from it. With Zhang Qingxiao's intelligence, he would definitely not drain the pond to fish and burn the forest to hunt, blindly occupying it by force. Sure enough, after Xiaohua searched through everything in the heritage hall, took what he needed to take and copied what he needed to copy, Zhang Qingxiao asked in a low voice, "Little junior brother, were you responsible for planting spirit herbs in the Imperial Thunder Sect?" "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "Then, did you find a secret place in the Imperial Thunder Sect when you were planting spirit herbs?" Zhang Qingxiao's eyes lit up as he asked anxiously. "And more or less." Xiaohua did not deny it. "Ah, I knew it." Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. "If you didn't find any secret place in the Imperial Thunder Sect, where did you get the mother-child spirit fruit? What do you want these spirit herb seedlings and seeds for?" Zhang Qingxiao did not expect that when Xiaohua took out the mother-child spirit fruit at the auction in Yenyuan City, he had not yet entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. Seeing Xiaohua somewhat stunned, Zhang Qingxiao laughed arrogantly and said, "I found a secret place in the Weiming mountain range where I planted the mother-child spirit fruit. However, that mother-child spirit fruit is only a few hundred years old. You can take out 1,000-year-old one all of a sudden. If it is not the Imperial Thunder Sect's secret place, where else can it be?" Xiaohua was greatly surprised and muttered in his heart, Good, so that place is second senior brother's." However, he also could not explain, otherwise his mother-child spirit fruit would have no source. Thus, Xiaohua pretended not to understand and said, "What's wrong? What does my Imperial Thunder Sect's secret place have to do with you? Your huge heavenly demon sect can't even have spirit herbs, right? You actually want to get them from little brother's hands?" "AI, although my heavenly demon sect is big, so big that you can't imagine. However, after all, the sect has only been established for a short time and does not have much accumulation. Cultivation methods, medicinal pills, and artifacts are still okay. Previously, Tianqi already has it. I can just go to other sects and families and snatch it. However, spirit herbs are quite troublesome, especially now that the spirit chi of heaven and earth is gradually changing. The spirit herbs planted are also not growing in a special way. If little junior brother has the Imperial Thunder Sect's secret place, wouldn't it be just right?" "Haha, I'm afraid only second senior brother would do something like stuffing your own pockets." Xiaohua sneered. "Th, as long as I can get spirit herbs, I can do anything." Zhang Qingxiao did not care about Xiaohua's sneer. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, "Little brother can help you. However, you have to take out the same number of seedlings, otherwise, it will be easy to be exposed." "Of course, I know this." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "However, what little brother wants is precisely the spirit herbs seedlings in your Imperial Thunder Sect's secret place." "Why is that?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "You want to plant the seedlings yourself?" "Of course." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "Actually, when little junior brother gave little brother the rice, little brother had already thought about it. After little brother parted with you last time in Meng country, little brother occasionally met a secular person who was worshipping Taoist Xiao. Because his surname was similar to yours, little brother was curious and asked someone to inquire about it. Only then did I know that your rice seedlings can actually grow in the spirit chi of heaven and earth. At that time, little brother thought that if I met this Taoist Xiao, I would definitely give him the position of deputy sect leader of the heavenly demon sect and let him help me cultivate spirit herbs." Chapter 22-24. "Haha, how many vice sect leaders do you have?" Xiaohua laughed. Xiao Xinrui also couldn't help laughing. "You can have as many as you want," Zhang Qingxiao said with a flick of his sleeve. "I don't care. To be honest, there's no need to talk about your rice. It's definitely grown in that secret area. The spiritual herbs there must have adapted to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you can take it outside and plant it, I'm sure it'll be the same as the rice and save all the spiritual herbs in the entire Dawn Rain continent." "Ah, of course." Hearing this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that it was just as Zhang Qingxiao said. Since the rice could adapt to the changes in heaven and earth spiritual chi, How could the spiritual herbs higher than the rice not adapt? Xiao Hua was too concerned about the common people and forgot about the cultivators on Xiaoyu continent. Little junior brother, if you plant spiritual herbs in the secret land of Imperial Thunder Sect, you must keep this cheap position. Zhang Qingxiao reminded him, now that the heaven and earth spiritual qi has changed, all the sects are on guard. If your Imperial Thunder Sect has this secret land, Shanghua Sect and Xuanyan School must have the same place. This is the foundation of all the sects on Xiaoyu continent. Then Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiao Xinrui and said, if you don't believe me, then take out the spiritual herbs in the secret land and give them to junior sister. 100 Herbs Sect grows spiritual herbs so there won't be any mistakes. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. What's the difference between giving them to senior sister and giving them to you? 100 Herbs Sect will be. No, it's absolutely different. Zhang Qingxiao flatly denied. I said that I can help 100 Herbs Sect recruit disciples in the early stage, but I must give them to junior sister in the future. And 100 Herbs Sect will definitely change its name to Shanghuaming's. Okay, Xiao Hua nodded and reached out. Give me the storage bag. I really do have some spiritual herb sprouts. I took them out of the secret land and was waiting to give them to Thunder Palace. Now it's time to exchange them. Don't. Zhang Qingxiao waved her hand and said, don't do it now. The two kinds of spiritual herbs will definitely have differences. If someone finds out, it will be bad. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this so-called secret plane was nothing more than a myth. Whether or not the Imperial Thunder Sect, Splendid Sect, and the other sects really had it, he also didn't know. If the spiritual plants of the 100 Herbs Sect couldn't be replaced, it wouldn't be long before they would wither. How could his poor senior martial sister support it? Moreover, once he went to Hun country, he didn't know when he would return. If he didn't give it to him now, when would he? Second senior brother, don't worry. We just need to hand over the spiritual herbs to them. No one will check. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Really? Zhang Qingxiao was a little puzzled, but he nodded again. Since you said so, I won't be polite. As he spoke, he took out a storage pouch. Xiao Hua took out a lot of spirit grass seedlings from his storage bag. He also took out 10 of them. As for the older ones, he also took out a few of them. After giving the storage pouch to Zhang Qingxiao unceremoniously handed him a blood-red messaging talisman and a jade slip. He said with a smile, Junior Martial Brother is so convenient. You can take a look at the things inside. After you have them, you can use the messaging talisman to send them to me. I will personally go and get them. Alas, I knew there wouldn't be any easy work. Xiao Hua took it with a smile. He didn't even look at it before putting it into the storage pouch. It was impossible for him to give the spiritual herbs to Zhang Qingxiao now. Seeing Xiao Hua accept it without any trace of politeness, Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His heart felt warm. After all, he was his junior martial brother. Although he couldn't be compared to Xiao Xinrui who grew up together, he was still very affectionate. There's something that I still need to ask. Although Xiao Hua took the messaging talisman after thinking for a while, he looked at Zhang Qingxiao with a smile and said, Your heavenly demon sect is really dirty. Previously many disciples offended me. I won't hide it from second senior martial brother. I didn't leave a single one alive. Of course, I didn't know that they were second senior martial brother's subordinates at that time. I was a little ruthless, but now, with second senior martial brother here, it really makes things difficult for me. Don't, Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said with a smile, You are you and I am me. You and I are Shang Huaming's senior martial brother. But the Imperial Thunder Sect is the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the Heavenly Demon Sect is the Heavenly Demon Sect. There are Taoists and demons. This isn't something that can be replaced by our brotherhood. As long as the disciples of my Heavenly Demon Sect defend you, you can attack as much as you want. I won't say a word. In addition, if the disciples of your Imperial Thunder Sect defend me, I won't let them go. Okay, Xiao Hua's stone fell to the ground, but after thinking for a while, he clapped his hand, took out a jade slip, wrote something and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. These are my good friends and my current master and senior martial brother. They're really good to me. If you meet them, please show some mercy. Got it? Zhang Qingxiao only cared about Xiao Hua and Xiao Xinrui, and didn't care about others at all. Since Xiao Hua said so, he casually looked at it and put it away. Then he looked away from Xiao Hua and looked at the place where the statue of the deity used to be. He was a little disappointed. Alas, the most important statue in my inheritance hall has been taken by the 100 Herbs Gate. I watched it grow up since I was young and now it's gone. My heart is really empty. Xiao Xinrui's face was full of guilt when she heard this. She said carefully, "It's all my fault. When I first gave them the yellow talisman, the statue was still there. After that, I rarely came here. By the time little sister came here, that thing was already gone. I'm afraid Jiang Jiantong sent it to the Medicine Farmer Peak. Second senior martial brother, you can go to the Medicine Farmer Peak and see if there are any traces of the statue." Okay. Zhang Qingxiao was about to turn around and send a message talisman when Xiao Hua said with a smile, "No need." Xiao Xinrui asked curiously, "What does junior martial brother mean?" "Haha, the heavens really don't want to destroy me, Shang Huaming." Xiao Hua explained, "When I first escaped from Yellow Flower Ridge, I picked up the god statue on the way." With that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the god statue from the space. He said as if he was presenting a treasure, "Second senior martial brother, senior martial sister, look." Seeing the god statue flash in Xiao Hua's hand, Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Qingxiao were happy. They knew that although they didn't know the origin of this thing, it was Shang Huaming's inheritance. Who knew what secrets it held? If Shang Huaming wanted to establish a sect, this thing must not be missing. However, before Xiao Hua could put the god statue on the ground, an unusual green light flew out of Xiao Hua's storage bag. It was the Jade Rui that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had given to Xiao Hua. The Jade Rui flew into the air and emitted a strange fluctuation from the handle. One by one it shot onto the god statue. As the fluctuation reached the body, the god statue actually shook and made a buzzing sound. Then, a fluctuation flashed from the god statue, echoing the Jade Rui. This. Xiao Hua and the others were stunned. Buzz 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 buzz. The rhythm of the sound was like a kind of music but also like a kind of cry. It was quite like the cry of the sea beast Xiao Hua heard on the Guihe Sea. After a short while, the Jade Rui emitted a green brilliance that enveloped the entire statue. The statue began to turn illusory, turning into particles, which then rushed into the Jade Rui at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Hua seemed to have realized something when he saw the granular form. A faint lightning bolt flashed through his mind. What is this? Zhang Qingxiao was shocked and hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, when his hand touched the god statue, it was as if he was grabbing a handful of emptiness. The countless particles flowed out from the gaps of his hand and entered the Jade Rui. "Xiao Hua, what's going on?" Seeing that Xiao Hua was still stunned at this critical moment, Zhang Qingxiao scolded, "Quickly take out the god statue." At this moment, the Jade Rui's brilliance flashed again. It actually soared into the sky and flew out of the inheritance palace. However, it only flew a few feet before the brilliance stopped again. It circled a few times before flying back to Xiao Hua's head and stopped moving. Xiao Hua faintly grasped something, but it seemed like nothing. At this moment he couldn't think about it in detail. He stretched out his hand and took down the Jade Rui. Xiao Hua and the others' divine sense swept over, but the Jade Rui blocked their divine sense and couldn't penetrate it. Second senior brother, do you still remember the empress you met in the Guihe Sea? Xiao Hua sighed and asked. Zhang Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, "This thing is hers? What kind of empress is she?" Xiao Hua signaled to not blaspheme and explained, "According to her, she is the empress of the 10,000 Demon Realm." 10,000 Demon Realm. Zhang Qingxiao's face was even more shocked. How can a demon from the 10,000 Demon Realm come to our Dawn Rain continent? It's really strange. What? Shouldn't she appear in the Dawn Rain continent? Xiao Hua's expression changed even more. He was already certain that he was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but be confused. Zhang Qingxiao told him about the spatial crack according to her memory and said, "Under normal circumstances, demons from the 10,000 Demon Realm can't use their true bodies to come to our Dawn Rain continent. They can only use their primordial spirit projection. When I saw the Empress that day, it didn't seem to be a primordial spirit projection." Oh, Xiao Hua nodded. The Empress had also said this before. Thus he smiled and said, "According to the Empress, she came through a strange spatial crack. She shouldn't be in this category." Then what about this Jade Rui? Zhang Qingxiao pointed at the Jade Rui in Xiao Hua's hand and asked. "This matter involves the Empress's private affairs. I received her grace and was ordered by her to find a person." Xiao Hua couldn't understand and said, "This Jade Rui was given to me by her. As long as there is a trace of that person, this thing will automatically appear. I will send a message to the Empress." Zhang Qingxiao nodded. "So, this god statue is related to the 10,000 Demon Realm? Or I, Shang Huaming, am also related to the 10,000 demon realm? Instantly, Xiaohua thought of the words Qing Fengmin said when he was devouring his flesh at the 100 Jiang Peak. Io, how do you have the demon realm's cultivation method? Chapter 22-25. So Xiaohua nodded, that should be the case. I think, my cultivation method is related to the demon race. Zhang Qingxiao naturally knew, but he couldn't say it out loud. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he also nodded. If it's as little junior brother said, then I'm definitely related to the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for? Dark flower Shanghua Ming. Xiaohua thought for a moment and smiled. If I'm not wrong, our Shanghua Ming was created by the person the 10,000 demon realm empress is looking for. This god statue. Damn, that's not right. The empress is looking for a man, but this god statue is clearly a woman. Zhang Qingxiao shrugged and smiled mysteriously. Little junior brother is wrong. A demon is a demon. In my Dawn Rain continent it's just a bag of skin. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. Although it's a woman on the surface, it's actually a man. This. Xiaohua was silent. He couldn't believe that a man could turn into a delicate female cultivator. He shook his head. I don't think so. It's all up to the empress. If she says it's true, then it's true. But your message talisman, it hasn't been sent out. Zhang Qingxiao reminded. He suffered in the hands of the empress and was somewhat afraid of her. He couldn't help but feel lucky. Xiaohua looked at the jade ruby in his hand and was also puzzled. He said helplessly, this isn't something I can control. Anyway, I already know that Shanghua Ming is related to the person the empress is looking for. It's not my problem if the message talisman can't be sent out. Could it be that the empress encountered some danger? Was she killed? Or imprisoned? Zhang Qingxiao guessed. Xiaohua thought for a moment. The empress's cultivation is higher than the spirit clone. There are too few cultivators in the Dawn Rain continent who can imprison her. Moreover, if she reveals her identity with her identity as the 10,000 demon realm empress, which human cultivator would imprison her? Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged. I'm still confused. Why would a demonic cultivator find me to be the target of possession? Or perhaps, the empress has already returned to the 10,000 demon realm? Xiaohua whispered with a trace of disappointment in his heart. Is it possible? Zhang Qingxiao nodded. Or she has already found someone. He went back with her. What about this statue? Xiao Xinrui asked. It's all with little junior brother. Let him have it. The corner of Zhang Qingxiao's mouth revealed a trace of a smile as she said, if we were to climb the thighs of the myriad demon realm's empress, I'm afraid that we would be able to do whatever we wanted in the Daybreak continent. And senior apprentice sister, don't worry. This thing is in little brother's storage pouch. Others won't be able to take it away. Xiaohua consoled. In fact, Xiao Xinrui didn't have any special thoughts. She was just relieved to hear her senior and junior brothers comforting her. Actually, hearing her two relatives comforting her, Xiao Xinrui hesitated for a moment before saying, not only does my Shang Huaming have some background, even 100 Herbs Gate has some history. What's the history of 100 Herbs Gate? Zhang Qingxiao disdained. Can it be compared with my Shang Huaming? Xiao Xinrui smiled bitterly, looked at them and said, I heard from Luer's father that their Medicine Farmer Peak and the Medicine King Tripod seem to be related to some legends. But he didn't say anything more about it. I don't know either. Oh, I see. If I had known earlier, I would have asked them first. Zhang Qingxiao scratched her head, thought for a moment and asked, by the way, where are Jiang Jiantong's storage pouch and the Medicine King tripod? It doesn't seem like I took them. My subordinates? Hee, of course they're with little brother. Xiaohua smiled apologetically, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. He clapped his hands and took out Jiang Jiantong's Medicine King tripod. I killed him. How did it go to you? Zhang Qingxiao curled her lips and said, you're the leader of the heavenly demon sect. How can you value these things? It's not as good as little brother taking them. Xiaohua retorted. If I didn't mention it, you wouldn't have said it? Zhang Qingxiao didn't let it go. Of course. Why should I say it? Xiaohua said confidently, this guy has taken up so much of my time. It's only right for him to compensate me. Fine. You're so polite. Zhang Qingxiao said impatiently, what kind of background can the 100 Herbs sect have? I'm too lazy to look at it. Hee, since little brother has taken it, then just take it for the time being. Xiao Xinrui pursed her lips and smiled, Now I, Shang Huaming, have a lot of things to do, so I can't take these things to heart. Little brother, just take it as keeping it for Lu. Okay. Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and put it back into the space. However, he was the same as Zhang Qingxiao. He didn't take it seriously at all. However, after a while, Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and looked at Xiao Hua, saying, Xiao Hua, show me the Medicine King tripod. Yes. Xiao Hua was stunned. He obediently took out the Medicine King tripod and handed it to Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao took the Medicine King tripod, squinted her eyes and looked at it for a long time. She scratched her chin with her hand and returned the Medicine King tripod to Xiao Hua. She said thoughtfully, if little sister didn't mention the Medicine King peak, I really would have forgotten about it. In my memory, there is indeed a legend of the Medicine King peak, but it's not particularly detailed. Is there really such a thing? Xiao Hua said happily, second senior brother, tell me quickly. You look like a miser. Zhang Qingxiao scolded, no wonder you can't be the deputy lord of my heavenly demon sect. Then she laughed and said, actually, I don't remember it very clearly. I only know that there is a story about the Medicine King peak. In the ancient times, when the celestial being declined, there was a powerful person who called himself a medicine farmer and lived in the Medicine King peak. He personally tasted tens of thousands of kinds of spiritual herbs that grew after the ancient times, thought about the medicinal properties of various spiritual herbs, and then formulated different prescriptions. These prescriptions are the embryonic form of the prescriptions that cultivators of the Xiaoyu continent take now. Oh my god. No way. Xiao Hua didn't expect this legend to be so long. What's the origin of this Medicine King tripod? How would I know? Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him. I only know this legend and I don't know anything else. Tiske. Who wants to know? Xiao Hua also bared his teeth and said. Then Xiao Hua patted his storage bag again, took out a jade bottle and a bead and handed them to Xiao Xinrui. I will break your magic tool. This is a water-based magic tool called the Aqua Blue Bead, which is used by Senior Sister. When I have a chance in the future, I will personally create a magic weapon for Senior Sister. Tiske. It's just the Aqua Blue Bead. My heavenly demon sect has plenty of such things. Zhang Qingxiao disdained, if you have the ability, you'd better get a water-based magic weapon first. Chapter 22-26. With a smile on her face, Xiao Xinrui stretched out her hand and took it. She did not mind that it was a magic weapon. Jiang Luer seemed to like the color of the aqua blue pearl very much. She stretched out her small hand and snatched it, happily playing with it. In the other jade bottle there is a face-preserving pill. Senior sister, if you take it, you can stay young forever. Face-preserving pill? Even if Xiao Xinrui already felt that she was not surprised by favor or disgrace, hearing this item, her heart jumped slightly. Her face showed surprise as she looked at Xiao Hua and said, thank you, junior brother. You're welcome, you're welcome. Xiao Hua quickly waved his hand and reached into his clothes again. Then, junior brother, can you give me one of the face-preserving pill? Zhang Qingxiao, who had always been a robber, was actually a bit embarrassed and even his tone was evasive. Okay. Xiao Hua's reaction was very natural. Just as he was about to take it out, he suddenly felt that Zhang Qingxiao was not appropriate. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile that was not a smile, second brother, you're already charming the world, why do you still need this face-preserving pill? Damn it, are you going to give it or not? Zhang Qingxiao said with a cold face. Of course it's for you. Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, however, you have to tell me who should I give this to. Could it be? Zhang Qingxiao's figure swayed, and an afterimage appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's hand did not move at all, but the jade bottle in his hand strangely disappeared. When the jade bottle disappeared, Zhang Qingxiao's hand also appeared in Xiao Hua's hand. Damn it, what kind of magical power is this? Grabbing empty air, Zhang Qingxiao was a little shocked. She looked at Xiao Hua's empty palm in disbelief. He did not sense any magical power fluctuations at all. You don't need to know what magical power it is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if you don't tell me who this person is, I'm afraid that the face-preserving pill... Cough cough. Xiao Xinrui saw that Zhang Qingxiao's face was a little embarrassed, and there was a ripple in her heart. She coughed twice and said, Xiao Hua, don't make things difficult for your second brother, quickly give it to him. Yes, senior sister. Xiao Hua's palm slightly grabbed, and the jade bottle appeared again, but this time there were two. You really have a lot of face-preserving pills? Zhang Qingxiao casually took the jade bottle and put it in his storage bag. Then his eyes lit up and he smiled. Little junior brother, do you want to cooperate with me? No need. Xiao Hua knew what Zhang Qingxiao was thinking. He shook his head and said, this matter has already been discussed with a good friend in the sect. What a pity. Zhang Qingxiao sighed. A lot of spirit stones fell into other people's storage bags. Xiao Hua unhappily rolled his eyes at him. Once again he reached into his clothes and took out the peacock fantasy. When they saw the peacock illusion, a trace of joy appeared on both Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xinrui's faces, but that joy quickly disappeared and was replaced by melancholy. It was a kind of melancholy of youth that would never return. Even Xiao Hua couldn't help but think back to when the four of them saw the peacock illusion in front of Xiao Hongyue. This thing has already been given to little junior brother. Don't take it out again. Xiao Xinrui said sadly. She really didn't want to be sad anymore. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and held the peacock fantasy. Senior sister, this thing is not an ordinary thing. This is the auspicious jade talisman. To be exact, it's the Phoenix Jade Talisman. Ah? There really is such a thing in the world? Even Zhang Qingxiao, who had received the inheritance, was shocked. He opened his eyes and carefully looked at it. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out. Not to mention Xiao Xinrui. When Xiao Xinrui heard Zhang Qingxiao's explanation, she suddenly understood. But what replaced it was a kind of sadness. Yes, back then Shang Huaming Xiao Hongyue began to punish Xiao Xinrui and others for this thing. It was also this peacock fantasy that led to Jiang Fan's appearance. This thing could almost be said to be the beginning of Shang Huaming's tragedy. This thing is very precious. Little junior brother has worn it for so many years. This thing was bought by senior sister with spirit stones. I must return it to senior sister. Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Xiao Xinrui. Xiao Xinrui looked at the peacock fantasy in a daze. She didn't have the slightest intention to take it. Zhang Qingxiao naturally understood Xiao Xinrui's thoughts and scolded in a low voice. Xiao Hua, this thing is always with you. How can you give it to junior sister? You're a bit rash. Xiao Hua was extremely embarrassed. He scratched his head, looked at Jiang Luer and said with a smile. Then give it to Luer. Let him have a smooth journey and turn misfortune into blessing. Good. Zhang Qingxiao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua handed the peacock fantasy to Jiang Luer actually slapped the peacock fantasy away. Even when Xiao Xinrui picked up the peacock fantasy and put it around his neck, he didn't want it and only looked at the aqua pearl in his hand. Forget it, I'll give it to Luer when he grows up. Xiao Hua laughed. No. Xiao Xinrui shook her head firmly. She handed the peacock fantasy back to Xiao Hua and said, Luer is very stubborn. What he likes and what he doesn't like is not easy to change. Since he doesn't like this thing, he has no fate with it. This peacock fantasy. Xiao Hua, you should take it. This. Xiao Hua was hesitant. Jiang Luer was only a 3-year-old child. Where did his stubbornness come from? It was probably Xiao Xinrui's not in her heart. And junior brother, since this thing was given to you by junior sister a few decades ago, it's yours. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your safety. It can protect your safety and let junior sister feel at ease in the future. You should take it with you. Zhang Qingxiao also didn't like this thing, so she advised. Fine. Xiao Hua was helpless. He still tied the peacock fantasy around his neck and wore it close to his body. What is that? Zhang Qingxiao's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the witch puppet that had lost its effect. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and took out the witch puppet. He smiled and said, It's a witch puppet from Meng Mountain. What's a witch puppet? Zhang Qingxiao obviously didn't know. When Xiao Hua finished speaking, Zhang Qingxiao sighed with emotion. No, Xiao Hua, you must be my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader. If you don't come, I won't agree. Xiao Hua just smiled and didn't say anything. Then, the three of them discussed for a long time in the inheritance hall. They temporarily confirmed the embryonic development of 100 Grass Sect, which was Shang Huaming's predecessor. Then Xiao Hua and Zhang Qingxiao waited for the disciples of Heavenly Demon Sect who went to kill 100 Grass Sect at Yaonong Peak to return. Xiao Xinrui and Jiang Luer naturally had their own residence. Xiao Hua also came to Shihua Peak. At this time, Shihua Peak's herb garden had expanded many times compared to before. Seeing that the herb garden was full of spiritual herbs, Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh slightly. After looking around the entire herb garden, Xiao Hua sat at the place where he had rested earlier and silently sent his primordial spirit into the space. It seemed that it was here that he discovered the secret of the space behind his head. The space back then was so dark and narrow. What about now? The space was steadily expanding, and now it was more than 200 miles wide. Not only were there all kinds of spiritual herbs luxuriant and green, but there was also a boundless field of mortal rice. Alas, people are things, but this is it. Xiao Hua sighed slightly, then raised his eyebrows and said, "Second senior brother, what do you want?" Zhang Qingxiao's figure slowly appeared in the air not far away and said with a frown, As expected, I can't hide my tracks from you." Zhang Qingxiao actually chased him to Shihua Peak's herb garden. He probably had some things to hide from Xiao Xinrui. At this time, Zhang Qingxiao's appearance was still the same as before. She didn't recover her coquettish and handsome appearance. What? Second senior brother's movement technique is very secretive? Xiao Hua smiled with interest. Little brother has an invisibility talisman, but once I use my spiritual power, I will be exposed. Tiskate, how can a small invisibility talisman compare to my demon sect's magical power? Zhang Qingxiao said disdainfully. Xiao Hua's eyes turned, then he stretched out his hand and asked, "Could it be that second senior brother wants to teach this magical power to me?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled her eyes at him and said without paying attention to him, "Don't you think you are too greedy?" "No," Xiao Hua touched his nose with his finger with an innocent face. "There is no limit to this cultivation method, only more. Little brother just wants to help you see if there are any flaws in this magical power. Little brother actually always finds them." Quibble. Zhang Qingxiao wasn't stingy and gave a magic slip to him. "I want to see how you cultivate." But when Xiao Hua released his Buddhist awareness to check, Zhang Qingxiao came to a realization and said, "Enough. There is no need to look, I already understand. Your Buddhist cultivation seems to have reached a small success. Buddhism and demon cultivators are natural nemesis. They are very sensitive to each other. It is not strange for you to find my tracks." Immediately Zhang Qingxiao frowned again and said, "What I find strange is, where did you get the Buddhist cultivation method? How is it possible for you to cultivate Buddhism so deeply at the same time when your Tao cultivation is so advanced?" Seeing that Zhang Qingxiao already understood, Xiao Hua also put away the magic slip without any intention of returning it to Zhang Qingxiao. "Second senior brother, can you tell me what kind of disciples your heavenly demon sect has?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Or, can you teach me this face-changing method? You are not my heavenly demon sect's deputy sect leader, why should I tell you about my heavenly demon sect's matters?" I am afraid that even if I become the deputy sect leader, second senior brother may not tell me." "And you are right." Zhang Qingxiao didn't hide anything and nodded. "Heavenly demon sect's disciples are extremely diverse, I can't be more careful. There are many things that I have to master myself. Others, even if it is little junior brother, I don't dare to believe." Little brother is the same." Xiao Hua replied without any trace of politeness. "As for this face-changing technique, my heavenly demon sect does have it. However, without the cultivation of a demon general equivalent to nascent soul and above, I am afraid that it can't be practiced successfully. Moreover, my demon realm's cultivation methods are mostly body refinement. Face-changing cultivation methods are not very useful and even conflict with one's own cultivation method. Generally, no one would practice it. I am borrowing the power of your mother and child spirit fruit to restore my face to the way it was before I used it." Chapter 22-27. So it's like that. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't ask any more. He smiled with interest. "Second senior brother wouldn't come to ask me about Buddhism sect's cultivation technique, right?" Don't overestimate Buddhism sect's cultivation technique." Zhang Qingxiao looked around and casually found a place to sit down cross-legged, facing Xiao Hua. He said, "Just now, elder brother has already said that Buddhist sect and devil cultivators are mutually exclusive. Buddhist sect may have some advantages, but in the end, it will depend on whose cultivation is higher. If Buddhism sect is powerful, why was it exterminated by Tao sect?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua thought and smiled. "Then second senior brother, do you know why Buddhism sect was exterminated? What's inside Buddhism sect's ruins?" Zhang Qingxiao shook his head and said, "I don't care about these things, so I don't know. Buddhism sect has been exterminated for a long time, and a lot of evidence has disappeared. I'm afraid that only ancient sects have some records of the reason. Right, I'm warning you. Buddhism sect's ruins, it's best not to go. If you fall into the eyes of some people, they will discover your Buddhism sect cultivation, and your life will be difficult to protect. At that time the entire Tao sect of Dawn Rain Continent will kill you. Even if I expand Heavenly Devil sect 10 times, I still won't be able to save you. Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and stared at Xiaohua for a while, causing Xiaohua to feel a little scared. Actually, I came here to ask you a question. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's eyes again and said word by word, have you really not recovered your memory? Really not. Xiaohua stared at Zhang Qingxiao and said word by word without holding back. I'm actually very curious about you. Zhang Qingxiao said with a serious face. When you were with me shaming Huaming, your cultivation was slow, and you couldn't even advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. But now, it's only been a few decades and you actually have the strength of an early gold core. And even the early foundation establishment realm that you showed is absolutely out of the ordinary cultivation speed. One had to know that junior sister was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. She was at the 10th level of qi refinement back then. Not to mention you actually have a flying sword in Buddhism sect's cultivation method. What about you? Xiaohua also asked. Aren't you also at the gold core stage now? You think you can compete with me? When Zhang Qingxiao saw that Xiaohua was always trying to change the topic and always trying to curry favor with her, she couldn't help but get angry. Your father, coincidentally obtained a devil cultivation method and was also abandoned by the heavens. What's more, I got the Lingji treasure in Lingpei Mountain Villa. I was at the late stage of the gold core realm in my previous life. What's so strange about me reaching the gold core realm now? What about you? Did you also have such an opportunity? Lingpei Mountain Villa's condensed knowledge treasure is actually real. Xiaohua was surprised. Is there really such a divine item as the condensed knowledge treasure in this world? Don't change the topic. Zhang Qingxiao said coldly. I avoided junior sister today to ask for details. You, who the hell are you? Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. He sneered and replied word by word, then this young master will also tell you that this young master still doesn't know who I am or where I came from. Then why is your cultivation advancing so fast? Zhang Qingxiao asked again, could it be that you also have the condensed knowledge treasure? This young master doesn't have such a good past life. Xiaohua shook his head and said, this young master's cultivation was painstakingly cultivated by myself. Do you think I, your father, will believe that? Zhang Qingxiao laughed sinisterly. Do you still remember what I said when I found out that you actually knew how to refine pills? Of course I remember. Xiaohua said without hesitation. This Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where you grew up. Master, senior brother and senior sister are also the people closest to you in this world. You will definitely not let them hurt you. No matter who, as long as they dare to hurt them, even if you go to the 9th heaven, the 9th underworld, even if you fall into the devil's path or the ghost's path, you will never forgive them. Did this young master say anything wrong? That's right, you remember it very clearly. Zhang Qingxiao replied, now that I have fallen into the devil's path, I have to find the murderer who killed master and senior brother. You are so mysterious, this young master always feels uneasy. If I don't figure out your background, this young master. Xiaohua laughed exceptionally brilliantly and cupped his hands, saying, Sect Master Zhang, if you can figure out my background, this young master will burn yellow paper and cut off a chicken's head to swear an oath of brotherhood with you. Bong. A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. Then he stretched out his hand, and a drop of black blood flowed out from his middle finger. That black blood was very strange, as if it had a life of its own. It bubbled in the air, and every time it boiled, a ghost's face would appear from the black blood. Xiaohua, this is the famous black blood curse of the devil realm. Do you dare to swear an oath with me? Swear that I won't hurt Shang Huaming? That I won't have disloyalty towards you and senior sister? Xiaohua said disdainfully. Why wouldn't this young master dare? Good, Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, you don't have to have any disloyalty towards me as long as you don't have any disloyalty towards senior sister. As long as you don't have any disloyalty towards me, Shang Huaming. With that, Zhang Qingxiao was about to cast another spell. Wait, Xiaohua stopped him and said, this young master dares. But this young master disdains to swear a blood oath like yours from the devil realm. If this young master wants to swear an oath, it will be a blood oath from the Tao sect. Zhang Qingxiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Xiaohua's calm expression thoughtfully. Then he said softly, Swear an oath in front of me. Good, Xiaohua didn't hesitate and swore an oath. However, just as Zhang Qingxiao said, this oath didn't include Zhang Qingxiao. Fine. Zhang Qingxiao opened his mouth, and the infinitely changing black blood entered his mouth. He sighed and said, "Don't blame senior brother for making things difficult for you again and again. It's just that Shanghuaming is where I grew up. I must ensure the safety of this place. And this young master understands." Xiaohua nodded. "Although I didn't grow up, I was still picked up by master. My feelings for Shanghuaming may not be as shallow as second senior brothers. Like second senior brother, I will do my best to support Shanghuaming and pass on master's legacy." Yes. Zhang Qingxiao looked up at the herb garden not far away and said, "This herb garden is really pitiful in my hands. In junior brother's hands it's flourishing, but now? It's even more expanded. As time passes, we are no longer in the same place. While our cultivation increases, each of us has more secrets. Although these secrets won't be completely revealed to each other, I hope that there won't be any estrangement because of this, and we won't endanger each other's trust." "Are you kidding me? Second senior brother, this should be what I ask you." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Hasn't second senior brother been forcing me all this time? Humph, who told you to have too many secrets? If I don't suspect you, who do I suspect? Could it be that I suspect Jianghu?" Zhang Qingxiao rolled his eyes at him. "Second senior brother left and right has hurt my heart. You have to compensate me," Xiaohua said with a grin. Zhang Qingxiao immediately covered his storage bag and said, "What are you planning?" I need cultivation methods of the 5 elements, preferably complete foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Zhang Qingxiao got up and said, "I didn't hear anything, just take it that I didn't come today. Damn it, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, what cultivation methods don't you have? Yet you come to my heavenly demon sect to take advantage of me. What nascent soul cultivation method? Why don't you have a spirit severing cultivation method?" "Don't." Xiaohua's face was bashful as he hurriedly pulled Zhang Qingxiao's Taoist robe and said with a smile, "Actually, I didn't think too much just now. Who told you not to trust me so much? Since you did it, you should compensate me. If you don't have nascent soul cultivation methods, give me foundation establishment and golden core cultivation methods." I'm really scared of you." Zhang Qingxiao slapped his storage bag and threw out a few jade slips and said, "At most, I have golden core cultivation methods, nascent soul cultivation methods. In the future, let's see if there's a chance." With that, Zhang Qingxiao covered his face and left. This time, not only did he not find Xiaohua's origin, but he also broke a few cultivation methods. Xiaohua stayed in Yellow Flower Ridge for a few more days, looking at every corner of Yellow Flower Ridge. However, every time he went to a place, Xiaohua would think of someone, but he didn't feel refreshed. Therefore, when the Heavenly Demon Sect disciples brought the spirit herbs and seeds of 100 Herbs Gate, and even the jade slips, Xiaohua bid farewell to Xiao Xinrui and Zhang Qingxiao. Yellow Flower Ridge had Zhang Qingxiao, so Xiaohua couldn't do much. The new 100 Herbs Gate needed Zhang Qingxiao's support, so Xiaohua was useless. Since that night, after forcing Xiaohua to reveal his origin, Zhang Qingxiao didn't look for Xiaohua alone again, as if he was completely relieved. Even when Xiaohua said goodbye, Zhang Qingxiao didn't ask a word. In fact, it was just like what they said that day. Everyone has their own opportunities as long as their feelings for Shanghuaming didn't change. Xiao Xinrui's injuries had been completely healed in the past few days. Although her cultivation hadn't fully recovered, there were all kinds of spirit pills given by Xiaohua in her storage bag, and with Zhang Qingxiao's care, her cultivation would probably advance rapidly in the future. Xiao Xinrui knew that Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect at this time, so he had no choice but to leave. She didn't ask any more questions and only gave a few reminders, reluctantly watching Xiaohua fly away. As for Jianghu, she had become very familiar with Zhang Qingxiao these days, and treated Xiaohua as nothing. Alas, with the appearance of second senior brother, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But after leaving Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiaohua seemed to have unloaded a heavy burden. However, now that he thought about it, he felt that the burden was much heavier. Previously, he had always regarded the destruction of 100 Herbs Gate as his goal of revenge, but now that 100 Herbs Gate was destroyed and Yellow Flower Ridge returned to Shanghuaming's hands, Xiaohua's previous goal was achieved. However, after knowing the truth of Shanghuaming's destruction, Xiaohua couldn't relax. After all, the enemy was a nascent soul cultivator. It was even possible that he was a nascent soul cultivator from the three major sects of the state of Shi. How could Xiaohua relax? Forget it, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. With second senior brother as the sect leader of the Heavenly Devil sect, I can only slack off. Xiaohua smiled for no reason. Although Zhang Qingxiao forced him to do so, he didn't have any resentment in his heart. After all, he really couldn't explain his origin and cultivation. It would be strange if she didn't suspect him. Chapter 22-28. It seems that I have to hurry up and cultivate so that I can conceive a nascent soul as soon as possible. Xiaohua, through the various techniques he plundered from Zhang Qingxiao into the space and handed them to the primordial spirit that was comprehending the jade slip. Only in this way can I help second senior brother when he finds the culprit. 3 nascent soul cultivators. Without late-stage nascent soul, or even spirit-severing stage, don't even think about it. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from Xiaohua's body as he used the Imperial Thunder Travel technique. However, his direction was not the Imperial Thunder sect, but the Tianmen Mountain. Of course, Xiaohua was not going to the Tianmen Mountain. Dozens of days later, in a place full of flowers, Xiaohua's figure flashed mysteriously as if he was born from the void. Although his figure was a little shaky and lacked some elegance compared to Zhang Qingxiao, his proficiency in using the technique was not inferior to Zhang Qingxiao's. Strange. The Demon Realm's concealing technique? How can I use it so easily? According to what second senior brother said, I shouldn't be able to learn this technique. Xiaohua's face showed a trace of astonishment as he whispered, I'm not a demon. Forget it, isn't it good to be able to use it? Xiaohua was very envious of Zhang Qingxiao's concealing technique. In a moment of curiosity, he used his Buddhist sense to look at it and used it according to the technique. How could he not be surprised that he could succeed within dozens of days? Immediately, Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the flowers under his feet. His eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Buried Flower Manor, Manor Lord Chini, I'm coming. Even if I can't kill that person, I'll destroy your buried flower manor. How come it's gone? Could it be that I'm lost again? Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked at the range of dozens of miles. As a result, the confusion in his eyes increased. That's right, this was the place where he came to find Xie Zhiqin last time. It was also the location of buried flower manor. The flowers didn't change and the scenery didn't change. It was just that the formation was gone and buried flower manor was gone. Xiaohua thought for a moment and formed a technique with his hands. When the technique landed on the ground, there was no reaction. There was no magic power fluctuation that Xiaohua expected. Clearly there was no concealment array at all. After that, Xiaohua, who refused to give up, not only used his Buddhist awareness to search again, he even used his Dharma eyes, but he didn't see any clues. Could it be that the flower burial manor can be moved? Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved as he thought of a possibility. If that's the case, then it'll be difficult. Where can this young master go to find Chini? Forget it, let's not waste any more time. There's still some time before the half-year deadline. Let's hurry up and get down to business. After he finished thinking, Xiaohua formed seals with his hand and once again urged his magic power to fly, and he swiftly flew away amidst a wave of faint sounds of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the horizon. Half a year later, on the Sky Thunder Peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect, dozens of lightning boats of all kinds were hovering in the air. They were like dark clouds that covered the sky. On the Sky Thunder Peak below the lightning boats, several thousand people were roughly divided into 8 areas and scattered on the peak of the Sky Thunder Peak. Every cultivator's face was slightly excited, and there were also traces of uneasiness. Beside them, there were more or less masters who were sending them off. Different from the previous experiential training, all the cultivators here wore the same style of Taoist robes. These Taoist robes were navy blue, and within the blue, there was a hint of scarlet red, which was actually somewhat similar to the color of heavenly lightning. On the sleeves of every cultivator there was a lightning symbol. It should be the symbol of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. In a place near the edge of the Sky Thunder Peak, several hundred disciples of the Thunderous Palace were similarly dressed. They each checked their storage pouches, and the voices of men and women were incessant. Which one is helplessness? At this moment, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator flew over. It was senior brother Qian, who Xiaohua met half a year ago when he flew out of the Sky Thunder Peak. Disciple is here. In an inconspicuous corner, helplessness flew into the air and respectfully saluted. Senior brother Chen sized him up with a glance, clapped his hand and took out a token. He asked, "Is this your keepsake?" Helplessness glanced over and nodded, "Correct, it is indeed disciple's keepsake." "That disciple of yours named Xiao Hua still hasn't returned, right?" "That's right." Helplessness's expression was very calm. "Good." Senior brother Chen nodded. "Since he hasn't returned, I presume you also know that when the time is up, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples will activate the Thunder Boat and take your life." Disciple understands. Helplessness still nodded. "I don't even know what you're thinking. Aren't you courting death?" Senior brother Chen coldly looked at Helplessness and turned to leave. Another voice said, Senior brother Chen Jing, what are you doing here instead of guarding the mountain gate?" Junior brother Chen Di Hung? Chen Jing was also slightly startled. He raised his head and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. "What are you doing here instead of staying at the Heavenly Thunder Palace and seeing off the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace?" "Little brother is here to see off a good friend." Chen Di Heng's divine sense swept over, but he was slightly startled. He didn't see Xiao Hua's figure. "Martial Uncle Helplessness, where's Xiao Hua?" Chen Di Heng still called him Martial Uncle Helplessness because of Xiao Hua. "Xiao Hua went out half a year ago." Helplessness said indifferently, "He hasn't returned yet." "You know Xiao Hua?" Chen Jing glanced at Chen Di Heng and said, "You're here to see him off." "That's right. Where did this guy run off to?" "He's about to leave, why hasn't he returned yet?" Chen Di Heng curled his lips and said, "This guy won't run away at the last moment, right? And, let's see what kind of friend you've made." Chen Jing said, "He's the first one to go out with a master's token. He hasn't returned yet, so he must have run away." Senior brother Chen. Spiritual herbs can be eaten carelessly, but words can't be said carelessly. Chen Di Heng was unhappy and said coldly, "Xiao Hua is little brother's good brother. How could little brother not know his character? Do I need you to chirp here?" Looking at Chen Di Heng's appearance, if Chen Jing wasn't a disciple of Chen Di Heng's palace and also his senior brother, he might have already used lousy instead of little brother. Chen Jing's face was embarrassed and his face turned red. He could only mutter, if he could return, he would have returned long ago. Now that he hasn't returned, do you still need to say anything? Can you speak a bit louder? Chen Di Heng was even more unhappy and said coldly, "Forget it, I still have to go to the mountain gate to guard." Chen Jing responded and said to Helplessness, "Junior brother Helplessness, when the thunder boat leaves, don't blame me for being merciless." Saying that, Chen Jing turned around to fly away. "Don't worry, little brother will also go with you." Chen Di Heng saw that Xiao Hua wasn't here, so he was disinclined to stay. He soared up and said, "Little brother will go to the mountain gate to welcome Xiao Hua." Looking at the two people flying away, Helplessness's figure landed and saw Cui Hongshan's anger. "Master! What do you want disciple to say to you? You see for yourself what disciple said that day, isn't it all coming true now? You are the one who is caught in the trap, you don't have us as an outsider who can see it clearly. Xiao Hua, that bastard, has clearly escaped. In another hour, the thunder boat will depart. Where is Xiao Hua's figure?" Chapter 22-29. Junior brother Cui, isn't it not time yet? Perhaps junior brother Xiao was delayed by some matters. Although Xiang Yang's face was filled with anxiety and his eyes were looking at the sky from time to time, he still spoke for Xiao Hua. "Humph, you were all fooled by Xiao Hua." Cui Hongshan said angrily, "What does a loose cultivator know about benevolence, righteousness and morality? Master's life is—" "Ah! Master, look, isn't that Xiao Hua?" Yan Qinglian's eyes were sharp. She held Xiang Zhili's hand and shouted, "Aha, it really is foster father. Foster father, foster father." Xiang Zhili also jumped up in joy. If not for Yan Qinglian holding him, he would have already rushed out. Sure enough, in the sky, Xiao Hua was whispering something to Chen Diheng as he slowly flew over. When he was about to reach them, Chen Diheng clapped his hand and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also took out another storage pouch and handed it to Chen Diheng. Chen Diheng didn't say anything else. He cupped his hands and turned around to fly away. When Xiao Hua landed, Xiang Zhili quickly went forward and bowed. "Greetings, foster father." Xiao Hua smiled and helped Xiang Zhili up. "Foster father left in a hurry and came back too late. I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you now. Come closer." "Yes." Xiang Zhili's face was filled with surprise. Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. He set up a silent restriction and briefly explained the part of the dragon transformation art to Jianghu. Finally he said with a smile, "This art can't be passed on to others. Your father and mother can't be told either." "Yes, boy understands." Jianghu nodded and hurriedly closed his eyes, carefully remembering what Xiaohua said just now. "Master." Xiaohua removed the restriction at this time. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He helplessly said, "Disciple was delayed by some matters. Please forgive me." Jianghu nodded helplessly and took the token. His face was still indifferent as he said, "It's fine as long as you're back. Xiangyang, bring the reward from the Thunder Palace and let him quickly change into a Taoist robe. The Thunder Boat is about to leave." "Yes." Xiangyang took out a storage bag and handed it over to Xiaohua. "Junior brother Xiao, this is the reward for this expedition. There are pills and spirit stones inside as well as a magic tool." "Yes." Xiaohua took the storage bag, took out the magic tool and handed it to Xiangyang. "Give this thing to Li. I don't need it." Then he looked around and took out a new Taoist robe from his storage pouch to change into. He whispered to Xiangyang, "I've taught Li something. It's not too profound. Let him figure it out himself. It'll be beneficial for him in the future." "Okay." Xiangyang glanced at Jianghu, who was seriously memorizing the manual, and nodded in agreement. "Xiaohua." Zhuo Minghui stepped forward and said, "Before you came back, your master had already told Hong Shen that he would take care of you. You don't have to get angry again." She had to listen to him. "After all, you are fellow disciples of the same sect. He won't harm you." Xiaohua glanced at Cui Hongshan. Although Cui Hongshan's eyes softened, there was still some disdain. Normally Xiaohua would have already refuted, but seeing Zhuo Minghui's eager gaze, Xiaohua could only nod and say, "Disciple understands." Zhuo Minghui turned to Cui Hongshan and said, "Hongshan, your master has already said it. Master's wife will repeat it again. You must protect your junior brother's life with all your strength. Remember. Disciple understands." Cui Hongshan respectfully agreed. Xiangyang was different. He pulled Xiaohua's hand and said, "Junior brother Xiao, you also heard master's wife's words. This is also what I want to tell you. Your cultivation is outstanding, far surpassing mine. You're also smart and alert. Junior brother Chui's life is in your hands. You must protect him. Remember. We'll talk about it later." Xiaohua did not agree like Cui Hongshan. Everything depends on that guy's luck. Woo! A loud and clear sound of a bugle horn rang out, shaking the entire sky thunder peak. Then dozens of thunder boats began to emit faint lightning. "Disciples, take your positions." An old voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. "All right, master's wife, eldest senior brother and senior sister, don't worry. With disciple here, I will definitely bring junior brother Xiao back safely." Cui Hongshan looked at the surrounding shocking Thunder Palace disciples flying to the thunder boats above his head and also cupped his hands and said, "Hongshan, everything depends on you. Watch Xiaohua, he is too willful." Finally, a trace of worry appeared on his helpless face. However, he immediately forced a smile and said, "After you leave, master will also go into seclusion. I hope that when master steps into Gold Core, I will be able to see your figures." "Master, you are going to take that thing?" Xiaohua reminded. "Before taking it, you have to ask eldest senior brother." "I know." Helplessly sneered, "You just have to look after yourself." "Yes." Xiaohua nodded, cupped his hands towards everyone, and flew to the thunder boat before Cui Hongshan. Alas, this child. Seeing this, how could Zhuo Minghui be at ease? Master's wife, disciple is leaving." Cui Hongshan said a few more words before flying to the thunder boat. Crackle, bursts of lightning flashed and dozens of thunder boats flew out of the sky thunder peak one after another, rushing into the sky. Alas. Grape wine in a luminous cup. If you want to drink, the people will urge you to drink. If you lie drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from battle? Helplessly and inexplicably, he said a few words and then sadly said, "This time. I don't know how many of my shocking Thunder Sect disciples will return. Let's go." Looking up at the sky, there were many cultivators who felt sad in their hearts, but gradually they dispersed and the sky thunder peak regained its tranquility. After all, people had to walk and the path of cultivation still existed. When Xiaohua flew to the thunder boat, he saw everyone standing on the side of the boat and waving goodbye to their masters. He casually found a place to sit cross-legged, and thought about the events of the past 6 months. After leaving the Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiaohua couldn't find the Burial Flower Manor, so he went to the secret land of the Black Cloud Forest. The rice in his space was watered by the water of the Yinyang Pond in the secret land. If he wanted to cultivate spiritual herbs that could adapt to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, maybe the pond water was the key. But contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the innate restriction in the secret plane didn't open at a fixed time. He was trapped inside for a few months before he was able to escape. If it wasn't for his lightning speed, he might not have been able to rush back to the Imperial Thunder Sect within half a year. However, during the several months of being trapped in the secret land, Xiaohua didn't lack in taking the pond water from the deep pond. Now, there was a huge lake in his space and all the water was taken from the deep pond. And the water in the deep pond seemed to be endless. As long as Xiaohua took all the water from the deep pond, there would immediately be extremely cold and extremely hot spring water gushing out. Xiaohua sat on the thunder boat, but his mind was immersed in the space. Looking at the rippling lake water, he felt a sense of accomplishment. If this young master goes to the QC again, I will definitely bring in some sea beasts. Xiaohua thought greedily. Disciples. At this time, the rumbling thunder boat had already left the shocking thunder sect. A late-stage Foundation establishment disciple stood in the middle of the thunder boat and shouted, "Disciples, enter the quiet room, 5 disciples per room." Hehe, 5 disciples per room. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the cabin door not far away. Just as he was about to leave, Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice, "Xiaohua, don't be anxious, follow I." Xiaohua was slightly stunned and glanced at him unhappily. But his feet didn't stop and he went in first. Inside the thunder boat, there were many separate quiet rooms. Xiaohua only glanced at them a little and casually found a room to enter. That quiet room was empty and there were no furnishings at all. Xiaohua walked to a corner and sat down cross-legged. He took out an azure spirit pill from his storage pouch, opened his mouth and swallowed it, using his heart to refine the medicinal efficacy. Before Xiaohua went to Inkcloud Black Forest, he went to Bright City and asked Yuchen to help him bid for the Elian pill and azure spirit pill. When he returned from Inkcloud Black Forest, Yuchen had already found a lot of medicinal pills. When he returned to the shocking thunder sect, Chen Diheng also gave him a storage pouch with a lot of azure spirit pills. These medicinal pills should be enough for Xiaohua to use for a while, and he didn't need to worry for a short period of time. Of course, when Chen Diheng saw that Xiaohua asked him to bid for so many azure spirit pills, he already understood. However, he tactfully didn't ask anything, which was completely different from Xiaohua's unruly attitude when he was alone. I still came back late. I couldn't send a message to Xue Xue. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. Xue Xue is probably still in seclusion. If that wasn't the case, I would have already come to see you off. While Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed, several disciples came in one after another. However, these disciples didn't come in alone, but in groups of 2s and 3s, as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Some disciples saw that there was someone in the quiet room and immediately shrank back. Finally, 4 disciples walked in while muttering. These 4 disciples were all at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. When they saw that there was an early-stage Foundation establishment senior in the quiet room, they were slightly stunned. Soon after, their brows relaxed, and they exchanged glances with each other. They respectfully walked in front of Xiaohua and bowed, "Junior greets Martial Uncle." When Xiaohua heard this, he didn't raise his eyes and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. When the 4 disciples saw this, their faces were slightly embarrassed. They knew that Xiaohua didn't want to be disturbed, so they all shut up and found an empty space to sit down cross-legged. As for Cui Hongshan, when he saw that Xiaohua actually ignored him, he was very angry in his heart. However, he slightly clenched his teeth, coldly snorted, and stood still, no longer greeting Xiaohua. When almost all the disciples of the thunderous Thunder Palace had entered the quiet room, Cui Hongshan finally stepped forward. However, he didn't go to the quiet room, but instead turned around and walked towards the late-stage Foundation establishment Cultivator. "Junior Martial Brother, why haven't you hurried into the quiet room yet?" Seeing Cui Hongshan sit down, the late-stage Foundation establishment old man didn't act too fierce and asked in a low voice, "Do you have something to ask?" When Cui Hongshan saw that old man's amiable expression, he had some confidence in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Disciple is Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley. May I ask for Senior Martial Brother's name? If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2230. Oh, so it's the helpless disciple. The old man returned the greeting. I'm Zhen Yun. What's the matter, junior brother Cui? Cui Hongshan looked around and transmitted his voice. I want to ask, after we arrive at Huan country, how will the disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace be distributed? Will we be organized according to the sect or randomly? Naturally, we'll be organized according to the sect and the Shocking Thunder Palace's usual division. Zhen Yun didn't hide it and said with a smile, however, as for how we'll be organized, this old man doesn't know. This was already decided half a year ago when the disciples were selected. Ah, senior brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan came forward and said with a smile, how could a teacher from half a year ago predict today's situation? It's impossible that there aren't any changes. Zhen Yun frowned and said, what do you mean, junior brother Cui? Cui Hongshan took out a small storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. He said with a smile, I'm from Kuan Yu's Cui family. This is my Kuan Yu's blood red stone. It's not that rare, but it has some use in refining. If senior brother Zhen likes it, you can pick it up and play with it. Zhen Yun's frown deepened. He pushed the storage pouch back with his hand and shook his head. Junior brother Cui, you'd better make it clear. You and I are both disciples of Shocking Thunder Palace. If it's not too difficult, I can naturally agree. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid that even if I accept this blood-red stone, I won't be able to. Cui Hongshan's face reddened. He couldn't keep the storage pouch in his hands for long, so he hurriedly put it away and said with an apologetic smile, it's nothing. My myriad Thunder Valley only has 3 disciples. Besides, eldest senior brother Xiang Yang, junior brother Cui and I were all sent out. Junior brother Cui's cultivation has just reached the Foundation establishment realm. I'm afraid that something will happen to him and I won't be able to face Master. Strange. There's a problem. Zhen Yun was puzzled. Generally speaking, your myriad Thunder Valley has 3 disciples, so sending out 1 is enough. Moreover, your junior brother Cui has just reached the Foundation establishment realm, so he shouldn't be sent out. However, Zhen Yun immediately smiled and said, of course, this is the decision of the Thunderous Palace's elders. We can't casually speak of it. If junior brother Cui wants to protect your little junior brother, you don't have to say anything to me. You are all fellow disciples of the same sect, so it's convenient for you to send someone out. I won't force you to separate. It's not that important. Cui Hongshan transmitted his voice again. If it weren't for this war, I wouldn't have come here. He had already prepared the betrothal gifts for dual cultivation half a year ago. Is it because of this that this Cui and that person were selected to go to Huan country together? Junior brother Cui, you mean? Hearing that Cui Hongshan's dual cultivation had been disrupted by the war, Zhen Yun felt great sympathy for him and asked tentatively. Cui Hongshan's face turned even redder and he said with a smile, this Cui indeed thinks so. I want to separate my wife from this Cui so that we can take care of each other. Even if something happens, we don't have to worry about each other too much. Alas, this is difficult. Seeing that Cui Hongshan had indeed made such a request, Zhen Yun was a little troubled. Our Thunderous Palace has sent out disciples from all the Thunder Palaces this time, and there are many female disciples. From what I know, these female disciples will definitely form a team with the male disciples in the future, but this team can't be led by the Thunder Palaces. So this Cui wants to ask senior brother Zhen to make an exception. Cui Hongshan put his hands into his chest again. Don't rush. Zhen Yun made a prompt decision to stop him, and asked again, which Thunder Palace is your dual cultivation partner from? What's her name? Senior brother Zhen, my dual cultivation partner is Dui Qiming from Thunderous Palace. Cui Hongshan was delighted and hurriedly said. Oh, so she's a disciple from Thunderous Palace. Zhen Yun's face showed a trace of relief and he said with a smile, the leader of Thunderous Palace is an old acquaintance of mine. Moreover, the disciples of Thunderous Palace must be evenly distributed to all the Thunder Palaces. Your request, seems like I can still help you ask. Oh, thank you, senior brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and bowed. Then he took out his storage pouch and stuffed it into Zhen Yun's hands. Unexpectedly, Zhen Yun didn't even take it. He waved his hand and said, Junior brother Cui, if this old man guessed correctly, your storage pouch isn't filled with blood-red stones, right? Hee. Cui Hongshan laughed and said, it's just a small token of my appreciation. Since senior brother has to speak up for me, these favors are nothing. You're wrong. Zhen Yun shook his head and said, if it was any other day this old man would accept junior brother Cui's gift. But not today. Why? Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask. You are representing my thunder-controlling sect in this battle, and you are risking your lives to fight. Your request is for the sake of your relationship as a senior brother. The other is for the sake of your dual cultivation partner's love. Whether it's for public or private reasons, this old man will satisfy your request. If this old man accepts your gift because of such a small request, do you think this old man will still have any face left? This? Cui Hongshan looked at each other in dismay. From the Cui family to the thunder-controlling sect, he had used spirit stones and spirit herbs to pave the way for many things. This small storage pouch had been given out countless times, but it was actually rejected today. This was truly beyond his expectations. Actually, many things are simple, but there are people who think too much about it. Zhen Yun smiled and said to Cui Hongshan, You can go back now. This old man has already agreed, but this old man doesn't dare to promise you anything. If it's not done, junior brother Cui, don't blame this old man. Yes. Cui Hongshan felt a trace of warmth in his heart. However, an extremely awkward feeling arose again. What does Zhen Yun mean by this? Is he complaining that there aren't enough things in the storage pouch? But he didn't even look at the storage pouch. If he had agreed, there was no reason for him to not accept the storage pouch. If he didn't accept the storage pouch, did that mean he had agreed or not? Even if he had agreed now, if he didn't give it his all, what should I do? He had already said that he knew the leader of the Thunder Converting Palace, which clearly said that he could do it. But in the end he said that if it's not done. I still took too few spirit stones. Not only was Cui Hongshan's thoughts turning rapidly, but Zhen Yun waved his hand and said, Junior brother Cui, quickly enter the quiet room. There are still a few months before we reach Heng country, so junior brother Cui can use this time to nourish your true essence. Perhaps you can have a breakthrough. It's also a good thing for your junior brother and your lover. After saying that, Zhen Yun ignored Cui Hongshan and turned to leave, instructing the disciple controlling the thunder ship to speed up. Cui Hongshan entered the quiet room in a daze, his heart feeling extremely uneasy. Not giving away the spirit stones was actually more painful than giving away the spirit stones and not receiving any response. Chapter 22:31. However, when he found Xiao Hua and saw that there were already 4 disciples inside, the fire in his heart couldn't help but burst out. I, your father, am shamelessly colluding with people outside, and you, on the other hand, are hiding in a place to cultivate. If it weren't for master's orders, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan glared at Xiao Hua, turned around and found the furthest quiet room. Without greeting the 3 aura-refining disciples inside, he sat down. Greetings, martial uncle. When the 3 aura-refining disciples saw a foundation establishment disciple enter, they didn't dare to be negligent and hastily stood up to salute him. And Cui Hongshan waved his sleeves and didn't return the salute. He also closed his eyes and meditated. The 3 aura-refining disciples looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. The northwest of the country of Shi was already very cold. Although it wasn't as cold as the country of Huan, it was a world of ice and snow. However, the mountains and forests were often covered in snow. Even the peaks of some high mountains and precipitous ridges were covered in white snow all year round. There were very few people from the secular world who could live here. Only at the edge of the mountains and forests, some mortals would gather in slightly warmer places. Naturally, they couldn't live by growing rice. Most of them hunted and dug out the spiritual herbs in the mountains and forests to make a living. Naturally, these spiritual herbs couldn't be compared to the spiritual herbs cultivators consumed. They were just some slightly older spiritual herbs that were extremely common in the eyes of cultivators. This vile environment was fatal to the people of the secular world, but to cultivators, it was extremely tempting. That was because the northwest of the country of Shi had dense spiritual energy and abundant natural resources. There were many spiritual herbs that could withstand the cold, and there were even more than 10 large and small spirit stone veins. Under these circumstances, not only were there many cultivation families, but there were also several cultivation sects. Among these cultivation families, the most famous ones were Skyscraper Ridges by Clan, Glacier Valleys Mei Clan, and Cool Breeze Mountains Nyo Clan. Their clan heads were all in the late stage of foundation establishment and were only a step away from entering the Gold Core realm. There were also many other small cultivation families, but they were all below the middle stage of foundation establishment and couldn't enter the eyes of the cultivation sects. As for the cultivation sects, There were the Ice Soul sect, the Snow Crow sect, the Pine Wave Ridge, and the Cold Mountain Enlightenment sect. The sect leaders of these sects were basically at the early or middle stage of the Gold Core realm. The strongest one was almost at the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Of course, including these cultivation families and sects, Sky Patrol City was the most powerful one. Sky Patrol City was one of the 7 major cities in the country of Xi. Its city lord, perfected Shuiyu, was already an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Sky Patrol City was different from Jianghu City and Chihuahua City. It was built on the snowy highlands at the peak of the snowy highlands. The entire city was like a fortress in the snow. Standing on the city walls, one could see the snowy highlands within a few thousand miles. From this point of view, Sky Patrol City was somewhat similar to Haoming City. However, there were both cultivators and people from the secular world in Haoming City. Since the Sky Patrol City was high up in the sky, it was impossible to come up without the help of the teleportation formation without flying techniques. Therefore, all the people in the city were cultivators. There was not a single person from the secular world. Usually, there were not many cultivators flying out of Sky Patrol City. Only the city guards of Sky Patrol City would go out at fixed intervals to patrol the area within a few hundred miles of Sky Patrol City. Most of the ordinary cultivators would use the teleportation formation. After all, this was the snowy highlands. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, the weather was harsh. The cultivators who lived like princes would not waste their magic power to fight against the cold wind and snowstorms. However, in the past few years the situation had changed greatly. Not only were there more cultivators flying in from the wind and snow, but there were also more cultivators who came in groups on flying artifacts. The streets of Sky Patrol City, which used to be slightly deserted, were now crowded. Needless to say, this was caused by the invasion of the Xi country by the sword cultivators of the Huan country. Of course, Sky Patrol City was still far from the border between the Huan country and the Xi country. The sword cultivators of the Huan country had not reached here yet. However, this was the largest city in the Xi country near the Huan country. It had always been the stronghold where the sword cultivators rested when they fought against the Dao sect. Regardless of whether it was the Xi country, the Meng country, or the Lian country, most of the cultivators gathered here. The leaders of the sects of the 3 countries were elected to command the battle against the sword cultivators. It was because of this that the number of cultivators increased. Some rogue cultivators, cultivation families, and even cultivators who were not selected by the sects gathered here. Some small auction gatherings and trading gatherings gradually became prosperous. Even the shops in Sky Patrol City became lively. It was as if the tension of the war had not reached here yet. However, this was normal. For tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years, the sword cultivators had invaded the Xi country, but they had never attacked Sky Patrol City. According to the records of Sky Patrol City, it was only 200,000 years ago that the sword cultivators occasionally attacked Sky Patrol City. However, only 3 years later Sky Patrol City was seized by the Dao sect again. They chased the sword cultivators out of the Xi country. In addition, the governor of Sky Patrol City had always been a nascent soul cultivator. That was equivalent to the sect leader of the sword transformation realm. If the governor of Sky Patrol City wanted to participate in the war, then the sect leaders of the 3 major sects in the Xi country would definitely come. The sect leaders of Meng country and Lian country would also come. With these nascent soul cultivators, what danger would Sky Patrol City have? Therefore, the cultivators who did not participate in the war were not afraid of anything. If the sword cultivators came, they could just run away. However, what about the cultivators who participated in the war? On this day it was snowing heavily like goose feathers, covering the entire sky. Sky Patrol City stood at the peak of the snowy region, and the entire city was covered in snow. It was not that Sky Patrol City did not have a defensive array, but this array was divided into several levels. The highest level could certainly block the snowflakes, but this would consume a lot of spirit stones. The Sky Patrol City had no reason to waste them. Even in such a snowy day, the cultivators did not stop their footsteps. Many of them flashed with brilliance, blocking the snowflakes outside their bodies. From time to time, they entered and exited the city gate of Sky Patrol City. Make way, make way. A loud voice sounded from afar. There's a battle report from the Western Front. Western Front? What's wrong with the Western Front? When the cultivators heard this, they all dodged and made way for the sky leading to the gate of the Sky Patrol City. A few older cultivators stopped in midair and looked at an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who was wearing the Sky Patrol City's guard uniform and holding a snow-white flag in his hand. They frowned and asked loudly. The battle report has to be sent to the Yanxi mansion before the seniors in the mansion can send it out. I dare not make the decision without permission. The city guard unceremoniously cupped his hands and his figure did not stop in mid-air. He swept past these cultivators and rushed into Sky Patrol City. Sai, it's been nearly a year. This confrontation with the Huan country, there's never been any good news. This time, looking at your city guard's anxious expression, I'm afraid it's not good news. A middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator sighed and said to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator next to him. The old man was flying towards Sky Patrol City. He glanced at the cultivator who spoke to him and nodded. The sword cultivators of the Huan country have always been more powerful than us. Moreover, this time they struck first to gain the initiative and came prepared. It would be strange if we could drive them out at the beginning of the battle. In this old man's opinion, this time will be the same as before. There won't be anything special. The cultivators of the three countries are gradually gathering. When the disciples of the various sects and clans arrive, our strength will also increase. The disadvantage of this battle will gradually be reversed. In the end, the sword cultivators will still be driven away. That's right, I think so too. The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator said with a smile. The sword cultivators and our Dao sect cultivators have not crossed swords once or twice. For so many years they have been holed up in the Huan country. It's unlikely that they will rush out this time. Actually, the sword cultivators and our Dao sect don't have much of a grudge. Other than this battle, the disciples of the various countries usually cross swords with each other, and there hasn't been any foul play. The old man was very disapproving. I heard that the sword cultivators attacked our Shi country with the excuse that their swordsman went missing in Meng country, and the senior who went to look for them was also killed. Don't you think this is nonsense? If any cultivator from the three kingdoms of cultivation were to die, why would the sects attack and kill them? Our three countries have suffered many losses in Huan country, but we haven't attacked Huan country on a large scale? That's right. The middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator agreed. If it's possible, why don't our three countries attack Huan country and kill all the sword cultivators? Ignorant. The old man scolded. If we kill the sword cultivators, who will resist the millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain? Don't forget that soul cultivators are extremely difficult to deal with. The flying swords of the sword cultivators are the nemesis of soul spells. Our Dao sect spells won't work. Yes, I have indeed forgotten the pros and cons of this layer. The Foundation establishment cultivator smiled apologetically. Thinking about the unpredictable soul spells of the soul cultivators, I almost feel my hair stand on end. Let's go. After entering the city gate, Yanxi Mansion is just ahead. Let's go and see what happened. As the two spoke, they had already arrived at the city gate. In front of the city gate, which was dozens of feet high, stood dozens of guards of the Sky Patrol City. Most of them were in the Qi refinement realm, and only a few were in the Foundation establishment realm. The highest cultivation level was actually close to the middle stage Foundation establishment realm. Seniors, do you have an identity token issued by the three countries? Two Qi refinement disciples respectfully stepped forward to salute and stop the two. And I am a cultivator of the Rock Border sect. This time, I happen to be in Qi country to gain experience. This is my token. The middle stage Foundation establishment old man clapped his hand and took out a token and handed it to the disciple. Oh, senior, please wait a moment. The disciple reached out and took it. With a clap of his hand, he took out a mirror-like magical item from his storage bag and placed it on the token. When he activated his magic power, the mirror flashed with white light. Within the white light, there were 3 halos of different colors. One of the halos actually revealed the image of the old man. Senior, please. After the disciple finished checking, he returned it to the old man and smiled apologetically. Senior's token was issued jointly by the 3 countries. The magic power fluctuations in it are the same. Chapter 2232. Yes, it's just a coincidence. The old man nodded. My senior brother is the leader of the Rock Border sect, so he gave this token to me. It's quite convenient for me these days. Senior, are you also from the Rock Border sect? The other disciple saw that the dark and thin mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator did not take out the token, so he asked with an apologetic smile. Oh, he's not. I just met him. The Rock Border sect elder hurriedly said. Senior, please take out the token and examine it. The Qi refinement disciple said respectfully. The dark and thin Foundation establishment cultivator looked helpless. He clapped his hand and took out a token. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm a disciple of the Changbai sect. I'm also training in the northern part of the country of Shi. I heard that there was a battle here, so I came over. Unfortunately, I'm not as lucky as this senior and haven't met a disciple of my sect yet. It's fine, the city guard took the token and smiled. As long as you're a disciple of my sect, you can enter no matter which sect or family you're from. Yes, I know. The dark and thin cultivator smiled, but the sword cultivators of the country of Huan are still far away, so there's no need to be so cautious. As he spoke, the city guard took out a mirror. There was a white light on the mirror, but there was no halo. The city guard hesitated for a bit before handing the token to the Foundation establishment cultivator. He smiled and said, Senior, this token is correct. What are you saying? I'm not a sword cultivator, so of course the token is correct. The dark and thin Foundation establishment cultivator took the token and said with a smile, Senior, please. The two Qi refinement disciples made way and stopped the other cultivators who wanted to enter Sky Patrol City. Let's go, Senior. I still want to see what's going on. The dark and thin cultivator raised his hand and said to the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a smile. The old man didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and walked towards the city gate. Just as the two of them arrived a few feet below the city gate, a faint ripple enveloped the two of them. The token in the Foundation establishment old man's bag of holding released a strange ripple. It vibrated around the old man's body for a moment before heading toward the ripple. After the two of them fused together, they gradually disappeared. The dark and skinny cultivator didn't emit any energy fluctuations from his body. Thus, the energy fluctuations spread from his body into his body. The dark and skinny cultivator seemed to have sensed it and frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, a sharp cry came from somewhere in the city gate. A milky white halo descended from the sky like lightning and enveloped the dark and skinny cultivator. Ah, what kind of spell is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? The dark and skinny cultivator's body shook, and his entire appearance and figure changed greatly. His dark and skinny face protruded even more, and his body suddenly grew several feet taller. At the same time, the cultivator clapped his hands, and two huge flying swords appeared in his hands. He slashed through the air, and the flying swords, which were like door planks, shone with a sharp brilliance, and actually split the halo down below into two halves in an instant. This guy is a sword cultivator. The city guards guarding the city gate suddenly woke up and rushed over while shouting. Several Foundation establishment cultivators also rubbed their hands and cast their spells at the dark and skinny cultivator. As the dark and skinny cultivator slashed at the halo with his huge sword, he chanted an obscure incantation, and a strange fluctuation appeared behind him. Wung, a clear and bright sound rang out. Two wings that were about 3 meters thick, like that of an eagle's, grew out from his back. At the same time, a hurricane was created when he flapped his wings. This hurricane happened to hit the late-stage Foundation establishment old man beside him who was about to cast a spell. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his figure flashed quickly. He changed his spell and actually hit himself. Sure enough, the hurricane hit him, and the wind blades cut on the old man's defensive brilliance, but they were gradually annihilated in a moment. Fortunately, just when the old man was about to cast another spell, the dark and skinny cultivator's upper body was completely immortalized. As the cultivator flapped his wings, his body rushed straight into the air like a sharp arrow. After flying for hundreds of feet, he screamed again and flew toward the northwest of Sky Patrol City. The city guards of Sky Patrol City had just caught up to the sky at this time, and the spell in their hands could not catch up with his gradually fading figure. Beast Cultivator. This is a beast cultivator from Huan Country. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, not only the old man from Rock Border Sect and the beast cultivator, but more than a dozen other cultivators who suddenly saw this scene were a little stunned. After all, Huan Country's attack was still far away. They really did not expect that a beast cultivator would come to Sky Patrol City to inquire about information, and actually want to enter Sky Patrol City so blatantly. One of the more knowledgeable cultivators suddenly realized. Ah, beast cultivator? The old man from Rock Border Sect was also shocked. He understood that the dark and skinny beast cultivator must have cultivated with a flying feather-type spiritual bird. That was why he could have wings on his back and his upper body turned into a beast, just like the cultivators of Dao sect who use spiritual talismans. This flying speed is too fast. The old man from Rock Border sect boasted that he was also a cultivator in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Just now he wanted to capture him, but before he could do so the other party had already gone far away. He estimated that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to catch up with him. At the gate of Sky Patrol City, more than a dozen people were discussing. Obviously, they were very surprised by the appearance of the beast cultivator. There were even cultivators who spoke to the city guards of Sky Patrol City and asked, "The beast cultivator dares to come to Sky Patrol City, where is our city lord? He is a nascent soul cultivator, he can capture this arrogant guy with just a little finger. Hee fellow cultivator, don't add another round, let's quickly invite him into the city." The city guard in the middle stage of Foundation establishment smiled apologetically and said, "How can my city lord lower himself to the same level as this guy? He doesn't even go to the Yenshi mansion and he doesn't even ask about this war, how can we let him take action? Isn't this embarrassing my Sky Patrol City? I want to report this matter to the seniors in the Yenshi mansion and see how they decide." With that, the city guard ignored these cultivators who were discussing and went straight into the city gate, walking towards a tall building not far from the city gate. The buildings of Sky Patrol City were somewhat similar to Weeping Moon City. They were all huge stones. These stones were piled up and the style was very rough. It looked quite similar to the appearance of the cultivators in the northern part of the country of Shi. However, although it was rough, it was somewhat different. Most of the stones in Weeping Moon City were rocks, but among the stones in Sky Patrol City, there were many ice cubes mixed in. These ice cubes were either crystal clear or transparent, or there were strange crystals condensed in the transparency, emitting a strange brilliance. These ice cubes were the characteristics of the snowy plateau. The surface of the snowy plateau was much inferior to the glaciers of the Huan country, but the bottom layer was not inferior to the glaciers. In particular, these ice cubes had been here for many years. Under the heavy pressure and extreme cold, they had long solidified. They were really not inferior to the stones of Weeping Moon City. Even with some temperature and some ordinary fire, it might not melt a single drop. Chapter 2233. The Sky Patrol City used these ice blocks to build buildings. It was quite interesting. In this Sky Patrol City, many shops were completely built with transparent ice blocks. Looking from the outside, everything inside could be seen at a glance. Moreover, this ice block building on a clear day reflected the sunlight with a colorful halo, magnificent beyond compare. The huge building that the city guards hurried to was different from the ordinary buildings of the Sky Patrol City. The stones used in this building were dark blue in color, each stone was several feet in size, and there was a faint layer of brilliance, which seemed to be part of the bluestone itself, but also seemed to be a strange formation. The cultivators who often walked around the Sky Patrol City knew that there were only two residences built with bluestone in the Sky Patrol City. One was the residence of the city lord of the Sky Patrol City, Master Shuiyu, and the other was here, Yenshi residence, which was prepared by the Sky Patrol City for the three countries of cultivation. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators in the Yenshi mansion. However, most of these cultivators were at the late Foundation establishment stage. Looking at their expressions, they didn't feel particularly nervous because they were involved in the battle of sword cultivators. There were even a few female cultivators standing under a tree unique to the snowy highlands. They were looking at a bunch of red flowers and chattering about something. These female cultivators also maintained their appearance and looked pleasing to the eye. Slightly different from the relaxed atmosphere in the courtyard, inside the Yenshi residence, in the depths of the layers, inside an inverted triangular pagoda-shaped building, more than 10 middle Jindan stage cultivators were frowning slightly, whispering from time to time, seemingly discussing something. A middle Jindan stage old man, dressed in a navy blue robe, whispered to a white-haired old woman beside him for a moment, then looked around, clapped his hands together and said in a loud voice, "Fellow cultivators, we have already received the message from the Sky Patrol City and have been discussing it. Now that we have a plan, why don't we take it out and discuss it openly, and decide how we should deal with it?" "That's how it should be," a short old man with triangular eyes said with a sneer on his face. "Today, the sword cultivators of the Huan country are really hateful. They actually destroyed the cultivation families of my Shi country. If we don't face them head-on and let them know the prowess of our Dao sect, how will our Dao sect have the face to stand tall in the Dawn Rain continent?" That's right. Fellow Daoist Wang, please open the meeting hall so that we can make a decision," the group of cultivators said indignantly. "All right. Wang Daoyu was the leader of the 7 skills sects battle against the Huan country's sword cultivators. His name was Wang Yi. When he heard everyone's agreement, he nodded his head and said, "Good." Then he clapped his hands and took out a strange jade pendant from his storage pouch. This jade pendant was made up of 3 diamond-shaped pieces placed together. Wang Yi stretched out his hand and pointed at one of the dark green rhombus. That rhombus suddenly emitted an extremely dazzling light, illuminating the entire building in green. With a loud ping sound, a fist-sized circle of light flew out from the rhombus and rushed towards the top of everyone's heads. Wang, with a series of noises, 3 thin slits appeared in the snowy sky above everyone's heads. The slits grew bigger and bigger, finally forming 3 oval-shaped entrances. These 3 entrances filled the entire area above everyone's heads, forming the shape of the Chinese character. "This old man will go first," Wang Yi said and put away the jade pendant. He activated his magic power and flew into one of the entrances. Then the other 10 or so cultivators did the same. However, they all flew in through different entrances. After everyone had entered, the 3 entrances rotated at the same time and gradually superimposed on each other. As they rotated, they gradually shrank and finally disappeared. After Wang Yi flew in, he was faced with a hemispherical space. The top of his head was transparent, allowing him to clearly see the scene in the sky above Suntian City. The palm-sized snowflakes seemed to be floating down from above. Inside the space, there were several layers of shining praying mats. The first layer had 9, the second layer had 18, the third layer had 30, and the fourth layer had more than 10. These praying mats quietly floated in the air, not moving at all. Wang Yi glanced around and clapped his hands. He took out the token given by the sect leader of 7 skills sect. Under the activation of his magic power, the token flew out. One of the 9 praying mats on the first layer shone brightly and sucked the token over. Then a beam of light flew out from the praying mat and covered Wang Yi. Wang Yi's body was sucked into the beam of light and landed on the praying mat. After Wang Yi sat down, the other 10 or so cultivators also entered. They each took out their tokens and landed on different praying mats. After the cultivators sat down, the dozens of praying mats started to rotate again. The trajectory was very mysterious. It seemed to be very fast, but in fact it was extremely slow. Moreover, the other cultivators did not change at all. It was as if they were sitting on the praying mats without moving. Wang Yi glanced at them and nodded slightly. On the first layer of the 9 praying mats, there were 5 cultivators in the middle stage gold core realm. They were Gao Wei from Xuanyin School of Shi Country, De Sun from Taibai sect of Meng Country, Hang Li from Paradise sect of Lian Country, and Yuan Zhongjue from Kunlun School. On the second layer of the praying mats were either middle stage gold core realm or early stage gold core realm cultivators. There were a total of 8 of them. They were Xiang Ming from Huanhua sect of Shi Country, Yuan Yiguang from Lanli sect of Shi Country, Qing Jiao from Mo Sang Mountain of Shi Country, Li Qingshu from Xian Lu sect of Meng Country, Pring Dai from Su Yen School of Meng Country, Zhou Qingping from Qinya Ridge of Meng Country, Su Jie from Ruanjiang sect of Lian Country, and Ko Xiangling from Yongyi School of Meng Country. Fellow Taoists, it has been nearly 10 months since the battle between the 3 cultivation countries and the sword cultivators of Huan Country. We are the first batch to be sent out to fight. The second batch of disciples and even the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families have been sent out. I believe it won't be long before they arrive at Sky Patrol City. Wang Yi cleared his throat and said loudly. His voice was not loud and he did not deliberately use his magic power. However, his voice could be heard clearly in the entire space. In these 10 months, our Dao sect disciples have fought with sword cultivators more than 100 times. The scale of the battles varied and they covered a wide area. Some were in the west and north of Shi Country, and some were even in the north of Lian Country. The casualties of our Dao sect disciples are similar to before. I believe each sect has their own statistics. This old man won't talk about it here. Fellow Taoist Wang, when will the second batch of disciples arrive? A fat cultivator with a bald head rubbed his greasy head and said with a grin, although our Thousand-Leaf Ridge did not lose many disciples, we can't be compared to your big sections. If this continues, I won't be able to explain it to the sect master. Wang Yi glanced at Zhou Qingping from Thousand-Leaf Ridge and said with a smile, this time the sword cultivators of Huan Country invaded. Our 13 sects were the first batch. Naturally, we have to bear the brunt and keep the sword cultivators of Huan Country out of Shi and Lian Country. What's the big deal about losing some disciples? Won't their lives be in danger when they go out for training? Besides, if fellow Taoist Zhou can't explain it, can we? Especially the actions of the sword cultivators of Huan country this time are quite different. Didn't fellow Taoist Zhou hear it just now? The sword cultivators actually killed the entire Zhao family of Clear Cave and took away their spirit stones, jade slips, and elixirs. This is not common in the past years. Also, you said something about losing disciples. Aren't you making things difficult for me? I just want the disciples of Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect to hurry over. Zhou Qingping was still grinning and was not angry. Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't worry. Wang Yi pointed with his finger. In less than a month, the seats in the conference hall will be full. The time for our Dao sect to attack the sword cultivators will come. Oh? The disciples of Changbai sect will arrive soon? Zhou Qingping still asked. Not only the cultivators of Meng country, but the Shanghua sect and Imperial Thunder sect of Xi, as well as the Black Heaven sect and Nanming sect of Lian country will also arrive in time. Wang Yi smiled and turned to a thin and tall elder wearing a light blue Taoist robe. Don't you think so, fellow Taoist Gao? That thin and tall elder was Xuanyan sect's Gao Wei. When he heard Wang Yi's question, he smiled and said, 7 Possibility sect is the hall master on duty today. We will listen to fellow Taoist Wang's orders. Fellow Taoist Wang is right. According to what I know, fellow Taoist Lu Xinwu of 7 Possibility sect is only 10 days away. Imperial Thunder sect's Thunderboat is also 30 days away. As for Changbai sect and Immortal Ascension sect of Meng country, I don't know. Did fellow Taoist Zhou hear that? Wang Yi smiled and asked. Fellow Taoist Zhou is just worried that the sword cultivators will do something strange. An old woman shrieked. There is no need to explain anything to him. I'm just curious. Why did the sword cultivators kill Clear Cave's Zhao family? The war has just begun. Are they going to ask for a nascent soul senior to come out? That's right, fellow Taoist Wang, this is very strange. A middle-aged looking cultivator frowned and said. It was Tai Ching sect's De Sun. De Sun sat on the first floor's praying mat. Wang Yi couldn't help but pay attention to him. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist De Sun is right. I also don't understand. This kind of killing of family clans usually only happens in the later stages of the war when there are nascent soul seniors and us golden core cultivators. There is no reason for the sword cultivators to come so early. The battle between the sword cultivators and our Dao sect is the one that doesn't have a reason. A female cultivator sitting on the second floor sighed and said, the sword cultivators can't beat our cultivation 3 kingdoms. They are like grasshoppers after autumn, forcefully tormenting themselves. Every once in a while they will cause trouble for us. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms have to go to war and lose a lot of disciples. Their corpses are also scattered everywhere. Only then will they unwillingly retreat. What's the point of doing this every time? Su Yin sect's fellow Taoist Peng Dai is right. Tong Yi sect's female cultivator Ko Xiangling also nodded and said, the battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect is really laughable. Every time the casualties are huge. Rather than calling it a battle, it is better to call it an experience for the disciples. Our cultivation 3 kingdoms famous feather immortal gathering mostly trains Qi refinement disciples. This battle between the sword cultivators and the Dao sect should be training foundation establishment and golden core disciples. Even a nascent soul master might be able to comprehend it. Chapter 2234. The 2 fairies are truly merciful. Wang Yi nods his head and says, that's what we think. We don't want to exterminate the sword cultivators. But the sword cultivators don't think so. They are bent on destroying my Dao sect, and their sword cultivators want to monopolize the entire sect. Dominate the Dawn Rain continent. If it's not like that, then why are sword cultivators always the ones who start the battles of the sword Dao? What kind of brains do they have? Huang Feng from Rock Border sect sneers, how many sword cultivators do they have? How many people do our Dao sect have? Our Dao sect can drown them with a mouthful of spit from each person. Haha, Huang Feng's words are very amusing, causing everyone in the discussion hall to burst into laughter. Tomorrow this old man will send out the Inspect Heavenly Command, telling the disciples of our Dao sect from the 3 cultivation countries to come to Hung country and drown their sword cultivators with a mouthful of spit. Wang Yi convulses with laughter and can't help but say. Once these words are said, everyone laughs even more, not caring about the battle at all. The most ridiculous thing is that the sword cultivators actually pushed the blame of their missing sword cultivators to our Dao sect. They said that our Changbai sect disciple kidnapped Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha. Our Changbai sect disciple is only at Qi refinement realm and has already disappeared. How could he kidnap their bright sword cultivators? Su Yin sect's Peng Dai is also grinning from ear to ear. She holds back and says, back then Changbai sect was very careful. The other sects also didn't want to anger the sword cultivators. In the end, what's even more ridiculous is that their illusory sword cultivators died again. They are still blaming our Dao sect. This time it's not Changbai sect, it's our Su Yin sect. They even slandered my senior brother Zhu Qinghe, saying that he was the one who gave the orders. Does he have a brain? Senior brother Zhu is only at golden core middle stage. How could he kill 2 illusory sword cultivators? He even dares to drag out 2 nascent soul seniors. Isn't this even more ridiculous? Which nascent soul senior doesn't specialize in cultivation techniques and chases after 2 illusory sword cultivators? Fellow Daoist Peng is right. Yuan Zhongyu of the Kunlun sect said, those swordsmen called Duan Yuming and Wang Shuyao are really hateful. They actually dared to attack and kill cultivators in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If not for the sect leader's order, I would have killed them long ago. This Li also has the same idea. Xian Lu's sect's Li Qingshu laughed. Isn't it just right now? Sword cultivator, wash your neck and obediently stretch it out so that we can vent our anger. Haha, the group of cultivators laughed again. After everyone finished laughing, Wang Yi said, since the sword cultivators are so generous, we don't have to not give them face. They dared to annihilate my Dao sect's family, so we must return the favor. Since my 7 skills sect is on duty today and I have disciples near Clear Cave, my 7 skills sect will make a trip there first. Good. Fellow Daoist Wang, since my Xian Le sect also has disciples near Clear Cave, how about we join hands and slap the sword cultivators? Xian Lu's sect's Li Qingshu also clapped his hands and shouted. Great, Wang Yi was clapping his hands and cheering when he saw something shaking in front of everyone. A mirror appeared in midair, emitting a milky white brilliance. Which teacher sent the message? Seeing this, Wang Yi was not surprised and hurriedly stood up. All the other cultivators also stood up from the praying mats. When Wang Yi picked up the jade and channeled his mana, the mirror showed a clean-looking old man with a bronze Dao crown on his head. So it's Xian Tian sect's Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone knew him and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Daoist Pin Xian. No need to be so polite. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves and said, my Xian Tian sect's disciples are divided into 2 groups. The earliest group should be arriving at Sun Tian City soon. The latest group was sent to the border between Huan Country and Lian Country, Fengmeng Mountain Range. They have already been dispatched. I'm informing you today because my Xian Tian sect's disciples in Huan Country sent a message. This time, not only the sword cultivators are dispatched, but also the weapon cultivators and beast cultivators. Especially the bird cultivators who haven't participated in battles for a long time, and the giant clan who claim to have ancient bloodlines were also invited out from the bottom of the glacier by the sword cultivators. You have to be careful. Yes, thank you, Daoist Pin Xian. Everyone hurriedly bowed. Daoist Pin Xian flicked his sleeves, and the mirror dimmed and disappeared. Damn it, we're rich. Lan Li sect's Yuan Yiguang, who had been silent all this while, blurted out, the bird cultivators have always been aloof and are known as the sons of the sky. Their flying speed is extremely fast, far beyond our Dao sect's cultivators. Even the sword cultivators who have become one with the sword may not be able to catch up with them. Before everyone could speak, there was some fluctuation in the air in front of Wang Yi. Wang Yi reached out and pointed at the fluctuation. A hazy brilliance flashed, and a foundation establishment city guard of Sun Tian City appeared from the brilliance. He bowed to everyone and said, I'm a city guard of Sun Tian City. I have an urgent matter to report to all of you. Go ahead. Wang Yi nodded slightly and everyone sat down. After the city guard told them about the beast cultivators who wanted to rush into Sun Tian City, he said, the flying speed of this beast cultivator is too amazing. I'm afraid that the city guard and I won't be able to catch up. If possible, I'd like to ask Senior to send someone to protect Sun Tian City with us. You may leave. Wang Yi pondered for a moment, then flicked his sleeve and said, report this matter to the city lord first. The disciples of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation are not complete yet. Wait for the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect to come. They have the flying sword technique and the thunder escape technique, so they should be able to use it. Yes, I'll take my leave. The disciple bowed and the brilliance around him revolved, then he slowly disappeared from the spot. Fellow Taoist Wang, spiritual master Pin Xian really hit the nail on the head. Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect shook his head and said, according to the city guard of Suntian City, wasn't it the bird cultivator from Huan country who was probing just now? I'm afraid that this bird cultivator has fused with a spiritual beast like Zhang Jintian in his body. His flying speed and height are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators like us. They're really bold. Yongyi sect's Ko Xiangling pursed her lips and said, they actually dared to enter Shi country? They came to Suntian City to probe? Where did they get the token from? And it's the same image as the one in the token. The bird cultivator's movement is extremely fast. When fighting with our Taoist sect cultivators, they have a lot of advantages. As long as they get close, most of our Taoist sect cultivators are helpless. If they don't have a tyrannical protective magic weapon, most of them will end up dead. Heng Zhao of Utopia faction frowned and said, we have to inform the disciples of this matter immediately. Don't let them suffer a great loss due to their carelessness. As for why the bird cultivator rashly probed Suntian City, I'm afraid he wants to see the defense of Suntian City and the strength of the various sects. He dares to come just because he has the flying technique. It's a pity that Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect are the second batch to come. Otherwise, we can let the disciples of these two sects compete with the bird cultivator. Gao Wei of Xuanyan sect nodded and said, if you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for recommendation or monthly votes. Chapter 2235. Well, let's do this for now. Our 7 skills sect and Xianli sect will send disciples to clear cave. As for the bird cultivators, let's inform the disciples first and wait for the disciples of Imperial Thunder sect and Changbai sect to come before we deal with it. Wang Yi stood up and said, we'll inform our respective sects about this decision. However, I think we shouldn't put too much hope on the disciples of Changbai sect and Imperial Thunder sect. This time, all the disciples who came here are Foundation Establishment and Qi Refining disciples. There are too few disciples who can combine their bodies with the sword and master the Thunder Escape technique. Well, we'll report this to our respective sects and ask them to urge the 2 sects to send disciples who can fly faster. Xiang Ming of Huanhua sect nodded. Immediately after, everyone formed hand seals and took out the tokens of their respective sections. They pointed them in the air in front of them and a small pitch-black hole appeared. Everyone engraved the matter on the jade slips and placed them in the small hole. When the small hole closed, all the jade slips disappeared. Let's go and inform the disciples. Wang Yi flicked his sleeve and activated the jade slips. A huge black hole appeared in front of everyone. Wang Yi stepped into it without hesitation and disappeared. The other cultivators followed closely behind and walked out of the meeting hall. Unfortunately, they were still too late. The bird cultivators had come to Sky Patrol City to test the waters. Would they not attack the disciples of the 3 kingdoms? 1,000 miles north of Sky Patrol City was a boundless forest. Snow covered the crowns of the giant trees. Looking at it from afar, the dark brown trunks and the dazzling white snow were an exotic scenery. Above the forest, there were a dozen cultivators flying in a group. Judging from their Taoist robes, they were the disciples of Xuanyan School. An early-stage Foundation Establishment disciple in the lead chuckled and said, we've been living in Gold Goose Ridge for a long time. Even when we're in Foundation Establishment, we're in the southeast of Shi country. We rarely come to the extreme north of Shi country. I didn't expect that besides the spring and autumn, the winter snow would be so magnificent. If it weren't for the sword cultivators' attack, I'm afraid we wouldn't have thought of coming here. Senior Brother Gong is right. I won't hide it from you, Senior Marshal Brothers. Before I came to the snow region, I was terrified. I heard that the battle between sword cultivators left many casualties. Not to mention Golden Core stage cultivators, even Foundation Establishment stage cultivators would find it difficult to survive the battle. A middle-aged Foundation Establishment cultivator chuckled as he replied. However, it has been nearly a year and the sword cultivators we have encountered are only so. Their cultivation levels are similar to the Qi Refinement and Foundation Establishment disciples of our Dao sect. Although flying swords are fast, there is a limit to it. As long as one defends properly, there is no particular danger. Exactly. This time it was quite easy for us to kill the sword cultivator disciples. More than 10 disciples of the nurturing sword and drawing sword were killed. If we report the results of this battle, we will definitely be seriously injured. Senior Brother Gong in the lead nodded and said, "Unfortunately, the quality of the flying swords of these sword cultivator disciples doesn't seem to be very good, and the medicinal pills in their storage pouches are just passable. Otherwise, we would have reaped a great harvest this time." Yes, that drawing sword grade 3 sword cultivator probably has the strength of a middle foundation establishment stage cultivator. An injured disciple nodded and said, "If Senior Brother Shao did not use his divine ability and used the universe bracelet to firmly imprison him, it would really be difficult for us to kill him." That's right, Xiao Mao. I didn't expect that your cultivation level was so weak previously. Now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, your strength has soared like a boat on the river. It seems that you are almost surpassing me. Senior Brother Gong turned his head and said to a young cultivator with delicate features who was flying with his head lowered in the middle of the crowd. This cultivator with a humble and amiable face was Xiao Mao from Xuanyan School. At this moment he was already at the early foundation establishment stage. Hearing his senior brother mention him, Xiao Mao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "What does my cultivation level count for? I don't need to praise it. Killing these sword cultivators was all due to senior martial brothers. I only relied on the power of my Dharma treasure. I really don't dare to take the credit." Haha, Junior Brother Shao is too humble. Senior Brother Gong laughed loudly and said, "Clear Cold Mountain's martial uncle Yuan is a famous battle general of our Xuanyan school. According to him, he once killed a foundation establishment stage cultivator when he was just an aura refining stage cultivator. Junior Brother Shao is from a famous school. How weak can you be? I wouldn't dare." Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to be humble, a yellow figure suddenly flashed from the forest below Senior Brother Gong and charged straight at him. Although everyone was laughing, they were still on high alert. When they saw something strange, they released their divine senses. When they saw that the yellow figure was flying abnormally fast, they couldn't help but be alarmed. It was also at this moment that the yellow figure had already rushed to within a few dozen feet of them. Fight! Senior Brother Gong felt a sharp gust of wind rushing towards him. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and struck out a thunder palm. His body flew horizontally in an attempt to dodge the yellow figure's sneak attack. Gua! A cry actually came from the yellow figure's mouth. A pair of meter-long wings suddenly spread out from the yellow figure's back. As the wings flapped, the yellow figure's body was extremely nimble. In midair, it slightly shrank its body and dodged Senior Brother Gong's palm thunder. Then, its body spread out again, and it chased after Senior Brother Gong faster than a flying sword. Evil creature. Senior Brother Gong took advantage of the moment the yellow figure spread out his wings to release his divine sense and clearly saw that it was a monster with the upper body of a giant owl and the lower body of a human. He couldn't help but be alarmed. His heart trembled as he cursed. He stretched out his hand and summoned a fan-shaped magic artifact. As the magic artifact was waved, a misty water ripple attacked the bird cultivator. At the same time, Xiao Mao and the other Xuanyan school disciples also moved. A few of them summoned their magic artifacts and urged their magic power to help Senior Brother Gong. The others released their divine senses and looked at the forest about 100 feet below them. Kill? Sure enough, just as their divine senses reached the forest, there was a loud shout. More than 20 colorful sword lights flew out from the forest and rushed toward the Xuanyan school disciples. We've been ambushed. Retreat. When everyone saw this scene, how could they not know the danger? Some people cleverly sent out message talismans while others preemptively activated their magic artifacts and smashed them toward the sword cultivator. Gua 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 gua. With a crisp sound, the bird cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized jade pearl. It flashed with brilliance as it rushed toward Senior Brother Gong. When Senior Brother Gong's mist touched the jade pearl, it turned into specks of ice and condensed in mid-air. Gah! The beast cultivator let out a low cry and charged into the ice shards. His arms danced and shattered the ice shards as if he was breaking ice. He quickly rushed to within a few feet of Senior Brother Gong. Seeing that the bird cultivator was close to him, Senior Brother Gong turned pale with fright. He clapped his hands and waved them. Many yellow talismans shot out in an attempt to block the bird cultivator's attack. At the same time, he pointed at the air and once again released a misty brilliance to cover himself. Woo! The bird cultivator activated the jade pearl again. At this time, the jade pearl turned into a palm-sized flying sword and quickly streaked through the air. Many yellow talismans were pierced by the flying sword. It really was just a piece of yellow paper. At this time, the bird cultivator was already close to senior brother Gong. He stretched out his arms and his 10 fingers were unusually sharp like bird claws. With a "piu" sound, he stabbed them into the misty brilliance and tore it apart. Pooh! The jade pearl immediately shot into it. Kacha-kacha, followed by a light crisp sound. The protective brilliance around senior brother Gong instantly froze. It wrapped around him like a suit of armor. From the moment the bird cultivator flew out of the forest to when senior brother Gong was hit by the jade pearl, only a few breaths of time had passed. This kind of fast fighting style was not something that the Xuanyan disciples were used to. It was also the weakness of the Dao sect disciples. It was something that they couldn't compare to in a year of fighting with sword cultivators. The surrounding Xuanyan disciples who were prepared to help senior brother Gong were just about to rescue him when the sword cultivator's flying sword flew out from the forest. They were so frightened that they couldn't care less about senior brother Gong. They hurriedly formed hand seals and blocked the flying sword that was about to kill them. At the same time, they activated their Dharma artifacts to protect themselves. Poochie, there was a muffled sound followed by an ah scream. The bird cultivator actually reached his hand into senior brother Gong's heart. Not only did he break through senior brother Gong's protective brilliance, he even dug out senior brother Gong's heart. There was a sound as if he was overjoyed. A ray of bloody light shot out from the bird cultivator's mouth and engulfed the heart. Gradually, the bird cultivator's sharp nose receded, and the feathers on his face and neck receded. The fleshy wings on his back also gradually shrank. A tall and thin old man with sharp eyes like an eagle's appeared in the air. Ah? Seeing that the bird cultivator was actually eating people's hearts, the Xuanyan disciples were shocked. They desperately avoided the bird cultivator and didn't dare to fight with him. Of course, many flying swords were already attacking. They only had one thought in their minds now. Xiao Mao was also shocked. He also felt helpless. Luckily, he was just an inconspicuous member of the Xuanyan disciples. He usually kept a low profile. This time, he was hidden among the disciples and wasn't the main target of the sword cultivator's attack. When Xiao Mao saw a flying sword that was as thin as a willow swaying as it flew towards him, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed the situation of the entire battlefield. Now, 20 sword cultivators flew out from the forest, each with their flying swords looking for a target to attack. The Xuanyan disciples all attacked with 2 flying swords. Xiao Mao's group only used 1 flying sword. What was special was that the Qi refinement disciples not far from Xiao Mao were all facing the flying swords of the sword-nurturing swordsman. Xiao Mao's flying sword wasn't very bright. According to Xiao Mao's experience, this sword-nurturing swordsman's cultivation was only around the 2nd grade, which was the same as his own cultivation. Run. Xiao Mao only had one thought in his mind. With a wave of his hand, he took out an orange-red whip from his storage bag. Channeling his transcendence energy, it transformed into a mountainous whip wave that crashed towards the flying sword. At the same time, Xiao Mao's figure was like the other Xuanyan disciples. He found a deserted place and quickly fled. Where do you think you're going? The sword-nurturing swordsman attacking Xiao Mao was a middle-aged man. He had a strong physique and wore a strange bright armor. When he saw Xiao Mao's magic weapon flash with a divine ability, he sneered and formed a sword seal with his hand. The willow-like flying sword also waved. Like a willow brushing its face, it produced many thin branches. It was extremely precise, each one piercing towards the whip. Chapter 2236. Tisk. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, "Why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested." Xiao Hua, the vice-sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice-captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. "Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache." At this time, Cui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiao Hua and said, "He doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree." Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, "Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree." "Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice-captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead," Cui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. "We understand." Dui Qiming and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was a bit confused. What is Cui Hongxin doing? He made Jin Minghui the vice captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacked Cui Hongxin, then only Jin Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongxin's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongxin's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongxin could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder Sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiao Hua thought, how could the Imperial Thunder Sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongxin instructed, "Senior Martial Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in that order. The distance between the three of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The two aura-refining disciples and the female cultivator from Converted Thunder Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being." "Yes, Captain Cui." Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongxin's instructions. Once Dui Qiming and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongxin looked up and said in a low voice, "Xiao Hua, come with me. I have something to tell you." "What's there to say?" Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongxin's eyes flickered a few times and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, "Xiao Hua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. Since that's the case, what else is there to say?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, "This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you." Cui Hongxin said coldly, "If it weren't for them, this Cui would have definitely pretended not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you." "You? What ability do you have to protect this Xiao?" Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. "This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder Boat, I've been looking for an opportunity." Cui Hongxin suppressed his anger and said, "Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Jin Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui, use spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this. That's because you're willing. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao." Xiao Hua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, "Fellow Taoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the Converted Thunder Palace, right?" "Whatever you say." Cui Hongxin said indifferently, "This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui can take the position of captain with this captain's token. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you somewhere else. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the Converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, won't there be any punishment?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. "The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word: kill. There are no other options." Cui Hongxin said coldly, "However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Chui. This Chui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle. Alright. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Chui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. This Chui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do. Hee, Xiao Hua laughed softly and said, since fellow Daoist Chui is so benevolent and righteous, why shouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiao Hua really did escape, Chui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiao Hua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Chui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called others back, this young master wouldn't be able to escape the crime of fleeing before the battle. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Jin Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or a nascent soul, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jing Yin? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you'll kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused and he immediately flew back. What? Do you still have something to say? Chui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately say that this young master fled before the battle. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. Am I that kind of person? Chui Hongshan angrily scolded. If you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtain the position of captain of the first squad? You. Chui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed his finger at Xiao Hua and said, you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Chui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Chui obtained a lot of information about the war. To tell the truth, we Foundation Establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators can escape from the war as long as they're in the Foundation Establishment realm. We early Foundation Establishment disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To tell the truth, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Chui has already said. This Chui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Chui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you a question. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palace's Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? Chui Hongshan sneered, you're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Chui, you just have to answer this Zhao's question. Xiao Hua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even the third phase of the war. Chui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time you will have already turned into flying ashes. Even if you turn into flying ashes, this daddy will absolutely not. When Xiao Hua heard that Daoist Jingru would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of nascent soul cultivators. Chapter 2237. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, sigh, when will we? Cui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiao Hua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. So what if I'm a loose cultivator? Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied, loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. I've never thought of running away in the face of battle. Although Xiao Hua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Cui Hongshan. Why would Cui Hongshan pay attention to him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qiming and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. Humph, let them be. Xiao Hua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was actually very relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian and Huan countries. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. There was no wind or snow at this time, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, this move of yours is really good. A petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a 4th-grade swordsman, the other swordsmen are fighting with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method, I have plenty. The tall senior Brother Xiang's face was filled with glory as he smiled and said, this diversion tactic is nothing much. We just need to act quickly and leave before the Dao sect can react. Humph, dozens of qi refining cultivators and several early foundation establishment cultivators were all killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send out a messaging talisman, so how would they know? A cold-faced male swordsman was displeased with Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's arrogance. That's right. This is all thanks to Junior Brother Lu's amazing methods. He didn't even let a cultivator go. Senior Brother Xiang did not seem to mind as he continued in a mysterious manner. However, don't forget about the Dao sect cultivators on patrol in the Wind Dream Mountain range. A patrolling cultivator? Just kill them all. Junior Brother Lu replied without hesitation. But what about their messages? Senior Brother Xiang asked confidently with a smirk. This. Junior Brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. Damn it. Senior Marshal Brother Xiang sensed the divine telekinesis and his expression changed slightly. He waved his hand and said, quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators. Junior Brother Lu, immediately send a message on your flying sword. See which senior brother is closer to this place and immediately come to our rescue. Yes, this little brother understands. Junior Brother Lu did not dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out a small inch-long sword. It circled slightly in the air and flew straight ahead. This group of swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several patrolling cultivators. Just by looking at their numbers and power, they were similar to the swordsmen. Don't even think about leaving. The first few mid-foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, you sneak-attacked our Dao sect disciples in our country of Lian and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind. As they spoke, the few Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Chi refinement cultivators following behind the few Foundation establishment cultivators also clapped their hands. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Ah! Such attack power is really too weak. I'll let you all see what a sword cultivator is. As they spoke, the many sword cultivators did not hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying by the flying swords. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. What sword cultivators? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your swords. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger. The pagoda pressed down like a huge boulder while the cultivator spoke coldly. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword changed. It turned into a shooting star and shot towards the pagoda with a long tail. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in midair. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged out and waves of power slammed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and was rushing towards the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really had no advantage. That shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with brilliance, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact had yet to come into contact, but they were already fighting. The Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes narrowed. He shook his hand and the shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and rapidly fell. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly. Following his fingertips, the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2238. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The Foundation establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, Why are you here? This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip shadow fell and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom. The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. This immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. After killing so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators with it, Li Zongbao's Dharma power actually showed signs of drying up. Thank you, senior brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What's the use of the items of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators in our Taoist sect? You guys can take them all. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. Tisk. Seeing that Li Zongbao flew away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, "Senior brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core stage is in sight." Alas, we can't compare with senior brother Li Zongbao, another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment side. Senior brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the famous magic weapon of our Utopia faction, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest person below the golden core stage. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. It should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These equipment cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for senior brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core stage cultivator. If senior brother Li Zongbao is the strongest person below the golden core stage, he definitely deserves it. No one in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation can compare with him. Chapter 2239. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He waved his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. With that said, the white-haired cultivator whipped his bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow appeared from the bamboo whip, resembling a demonic little golden dragon. It shone with a bright light and a sharp hurricane that seemed like it could tear the void apart as it streaked towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The foundation establishment stage cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes. Seeing the white-haired cultivator, he was extremely surprised and said, Why are you here?" This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasured mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. With a wave of his magic power, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic like a wave. Rumble. The whip shadow fell and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden chi, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. His body also glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom. The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all took out their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in midair, and with a faint glow on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys are lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he put the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. Then, with a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at the disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by and rushed over after receiving your message talismans. All of you tidy up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look at them? I am under orders to go to Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You guys can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How long has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through to the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed and said, Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Heng Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is probably the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded and said, These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. In the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation, I'm afraid no other foundation establishment cultivator can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, "Isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair?" A foundation establishment cultivator hesitated and said, "I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brother Li once led a team to the Tai Ching sect to participate in the Feather Deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us." The Qi refining disciple asked again. The foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, "What do you know? I've heard that Senior Brother Li Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel, and Tao like the heavens." My goodness, it's so powerful? Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the Tao of heaven is emotionless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the Tao of heaven. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is said to be the cultivation method closest to the Tao of heaven. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and the earth with a wave of his hand. The foundation establishment cultivator replied snappily, "Do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all." "Let's go," several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords, and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory, there were fierce battles every day. Sword cultivators and equipment cultivators suffered many casualties, but there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially the Qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the Qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the foundation establishment stage. These new foundation establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new foundation establishment cultivators, there were many who entered the foundation establishment stage while fighting. They directly faced the fierce sword cultivators and equipment cultivators. Before they could really enter the foundation establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua and the others had been flying forward for another 10 days. They only saw the boundless snowy wilderness and mountain forests. They didn't see anything out of the ordinary, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiao Hua, whose cultivation had been steadily increasing, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this relaxed isn't much different from going into seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2240. Puff puff. After a series of sounds, the brilliance receded and Xiao Mao's lone whip was revealed in mid-air. Kill. Xiao Mao's voice was stern and he seemed to be terrified. His body swayed slightly as if his magic power was running out. A hint of redness flashed across his face. He waved his hand again and the magic whip landed in his hand. He let out a soft cry and a suction force appeared on the whip, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. Many small vortexes appeared on the tip of the whip and lashed out at the swordsman. "You're just an early-stage Foundation establishment brat. How can you be my match?" The swordsman laughed and was very disdainful. He pointed his finger and his flying sword suddenly enlarged. It was like a huge tree and blocked the whip. Pop pop pop, the sound was like tiny firecrackers. Xiao Mao's whip struck the flying sword but it was useless. At this time, senior brother Gong was killed by the yellow-clothed bird cultivator. The group of Xuanyan school disciples fled in panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Xiao Mao was naturally no exception. He held the whip in his hand and fled. "You want to leave? Aren't we letting you off too easily?" Many sword cultivators were delighted when they saw the situation. They traveled swiftly on their flying swords and were not afraid of the Xuanyan school disciples fleeing. Each of them roared and stepped onto their flying swords to give chase. Luckily. Xiao Mao wiped the sweat off his forehead. Seeing that the middle-aged swordsman was the only one chasing after him, he felt lucky. He waved his whip and maintained the same distance from the swordsman. In fact, the distance between him and the swordsman was gradually shortening. The bird cultivator's sharp gaze swept across and paused on Xiao Mao for a moment before turning to the other Xuanyan school disciples. It seemed that he was searching for a cultivator who could escape the swordsman's pursuit. Seeing the distance between him and the bird cultivator shrinking, Xiao Mao's eyes turned slightly as he thought about how to escape. At this time there was a caw. The bird cultivator seemed to have realized something was wrong. Without transforming, he flew in the direction opposite of Xiao Mao like an arrow. A heaven-sent opportunity. Right now. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He waited a little longer before putting the whip back into his storage bag. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden ring the size of a fist. The golden ring grew with the wind and in an instant, it was several feet long. Go! Xiao Mao used his dermic powers and the universe ring smashed towards the swordsman. Oh! The swordsman was slightly surprised, but immediately his face showed great joy. So there is a magic treasure. The sword is really lucky. As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and the flying sword under his feet charged towards the universe ring. This swordsman didn't believe that an early foundation-building cultivator's magic weapon could have any power. However, just as the flying sword was about to pierce the heaven and earth ring, Xiao Mao suddenly activated the true essence within his meridians. Like a raging sea, his mana surged into the heaven and earth ring. What? Middle stage foundation establishment? Seeing Xiao Mao's dermic powers surge and the magic treasure's power increase like water, the swordsman suddenly realized that the early foundation establishment cultivator he had estimated had suddenly become a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He couldn't help but be shocked. However, the swordsman was only shocked. He was a second-grade drawing sword swordsman, similar to the peak of early foundation establishment. In terms of attack power, he wasn't much weaker than a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, Xiao Mao still exceeded his expectations. Just as the swordsman activated his sword technique again, the willow-like flying sword flashed with brilliance, as if it was about to entangle the universe ring. Suddenly, the universe ring produced a strong suction force and spun towards the swordsman. A strong confinement force was produced from the universe ring, firmly confining the swordsman's sword origin. This is bad. Just as the swordsman had this thought, the universe ring flew faster than the swordsman and quickly wrapped around the swordsman. 81 tiny blades of yin and yang were produced from the universe ring, cutting the swordsman's body into tiny pieces. Run! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Mao put away the swordsman's storage bag, flying sword, and universe ring. Once again he activated his dermic powers and flew at the speed of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even faster than that. He quickly fled into the distance. The bird cultivator obviously didn't have the time to care about Xiao Mao. By the time the other sword cultivators noticed the abnormality, Xiao Mao had already escaped without a trace. The bird cultivator was incomparably furious. He raised his head to the sky and cried out several times. He knew that even if he chased after Xiao Mao now, he probably wouldn't be able to find any trace of Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was so cunning, how could he fly in a straight line? Just as the bird cultivator had thought, Xiao Mao changed his direction several times before finally stopping at the edge of a frozen river. His body paused in midair for a moment before he abruptly charged into the frozen river. His cultivation level rapidly dropped, dropping to the peak of the early stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Mao rushed into the glacier. His body flashed with brilliance. The glacier was bone-chilling. Although it was separated by brilliance, Xiao Mao could still feel the coldness within. However, to him this was a piece of cake. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, if not for Big Brother Zhao's secret technique that allowed me to activate my meridians and raise my dermic powers by a small realm, I really would have died in the hands of a sword cultivator today. Unfortunately, after activating my dermic powers, my meridians are very uncomfortable. If not for several hours of cultivation, it would be difficult to eliminate the aftereffects. However, this technique is really too miraculous. It actually allowed me to advance by leaps and bounds all the way to the peak of early foundation establishment. It's only a matter of time before I reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment. I wonder what Big Brother Zhao's cultivation level is now. Will he return for this sword cultivator battle? Xiao Mao thought for a moment and closed his eyes again. He activated a simple dragonization art to eliminate the discomfort in his meridians. And what about Xiao Hua? Although he wasn't on the battlefield of sword cultivators, he was still on his way there. On the thunder ship, Xiao Hua was still quite carefree. Right now he was lacking time. If there wasn't this battle between sword cultivators and Taoist sects, he would rather go into seclusion. He was clear in his heart that his primordial spirit was now very strong. If he went into seclusion for 100 years, he should definitely be able to lower himself compared to others who went into seclusion for 1,000 years. Taoist sects, Buddhist sects, soul cultivation and other techniques could all improve one by one. His future was definitely limitless. Unfortunately, he didn't have a life of leisure to cultivate. Apart from the time when he was in the early Qi refinement realm at Songhuaming, he could still be considered to have cultivated in peace. The rest of his time was spent roaming around, gaining experience everywhere. He simply didn't have a chance to take a breather. Sigh, after this battle, I must go into seclusion. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged. He was comprehending the techniques one by one. All kinds of comprehensions were unceasing, causing him to scratch his ears and cheeks in joy. When he reached the peak of his cultivation, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why don't I use corpse escape? Immediately play dead when I reach the front? Hide in a place to cultivate in seclusion? Wait until after the battle to appear? Xiao Hua immediately felt that something was wrong. He raised his eyes and looked at the 4 Qi refinement disciples in the quiet room. Although they were barely cultivating with their eyes closed, Xiao Hua could tell with a slight sweep of his divine sense that these 4 people's thoughts were fluctuating. The flow of their true Qi was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was far from its usual smoothness. Naturally, he also knew that there were many distracting thoughts in their minds. They were very worried about their own prospects. Chapter 2241. Forget it. Xiao Hua killed the idea of escaping. Since I'm a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I have to do my best and let nature take its course. Moreover, I can improve my cultivation by fighting. Although I only cultivate on the Thunder boat, I can still improve, right? In just a few months, all kinds of cultivation have improved. It's just not as obvious as in the myriad Thunder Valley. Counting with my fingers, I should reach the northernmost part of the country of Xi in 10 days. Just as Xiao Hua was having some free time to think, the Thunder boat shook violently and came to a stop. Could it be that we've arrived? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. Inside the quiet room of the Thunder boat, there was a restriction that blocked divine sense. Xiao Hua didn't know what was happening outside, so he only opened his eyes slightly. We've arrived. An aura-refining disciple opposite him couldn't help but blurt out. As he said this, the disciple's face turned slightly pale, but then there was a kind of blush in the whiteness, as if a kind of relief, a kind of heart that had been hanging for a long time finally settled down. However, the Thunder boat was still for a long time, and no disciple came to greet them, nor did they hear the voice of a golden core cultivator. Could it be that there's something else? Xiao Hua's mind turned slightly, and he closed his eyes to cultivate. His time was extremely precious, and since this matter had nothing to do with him, of course he had to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a burst of hurried footsteps came. When they arrived outside their quiet room, they stopped again. Cui Hongshan poked his head in and shouted, "Xiao Hua, come out." What? Xiao Hua glanced at him unhappily. Have we arrived? Why didn't the sword cultivator attack? We haven't arrived yet. Cui Hongshan said unhappily. Do you want to die like this? We haven't arrived yet, why are you calling me? Xiao Hua ignored him. This is the captain's token of my Imperial Thunder sect. Cui Hongshan said nothing, clapped his hand and took out a token. He held it in front of his eyes and said seriously, I've been ordered to mobilize people. Xiaohua, you're a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so you must obey this order. Quickly come out with me. Yes. Xiaohua glanced at the token. In addition to the word one, there was also a lightning, which was exactly the same as the symbol on his Taoist robe. Although he did not know whether the token was real or fake, since it was announced on the lightning boat it could not be fake. He could only reply lazily and stand up. Seeing Xiaohua in such a state, Cui Hongshan almost wanted to kick Xiaohua. During these few months, other than cultivating, he was still thinking about how to protect himself, Xiaohua and Dui Qimeng. He didn't expect that Zhen Yun would actually come looking for him when the thunder boat stopped. It was said that an order came from the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City, asking the Imperial Thunder sect to send out 10 people. These 10 people were to fly at an extremely fast speed to the Foul Crow Mountain to await orders. The first thing that came to Zhen Yun's mind was Cui Hongshan. This was the perfect opportunity to fulfill Cui Hongshan's wish. Cui Hongshan looked at the captain's token given by Zhen Yun in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't give Zhen Yun a single spirit stone, so how could Zhen Yun give such a good thing to him? However, he only hesitated for a moment and immediately took the captain's token. Under Zhen Yun's lead, he went to the thunder boat of the Dui Thunder Palace and brought Dui Qimeng, and a few other junior sisters over. Then, under Zhen Yun's guidance, he casually picked a few foundation establishment and chi refinement disciples. The last one was Xiaohua. Xiaohua lazily came to the quiet room with a puzzled expression. When he saw Dui Qimeng and a few other female cultivators, as well as a few other disciples of the Thunderous Palace, he couldn't help but frown. Well, you are the first team sent by my Imperial Thunder sect. According to the order of the Imperial Thunder sect, the serial number of this team is controlled by my Imperial Thunder sect. There is no doubt that you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. When Zhen Yun saw that the 10 people were here, he said with a smile, this old man appointed Cui Hongshan from the Myriad Thunder Valley as your captain. This time you are going to Chicken Crow Mountain. According to the message from the Imperial Thunder Palace, it seems that you need to fly very fast. The requirement for cultivation is not very high. Presumably you are going to do some communication work, so it won't be too dangerous. So listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangement and come back quickly. Yes, this disciple understands. Except for Xiaohua, everyone else said in unison. They were very energetic. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Zhen Yun felt a little strange. He turned his head and said, Xiaohua, your senior brother Cui, has put in a lot of effort. Listen to Captain Cui's arrangement along the way. In addition, do you have any questions? That. Senior brother Zhen, the requirement is fast. Can we escape if we see any danger? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and asked in a low voice. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he almost stomped his feet. His cultivation was not the highest among the 10 disciples. He still wanted to rely on Xiaohua to help him. He didn't expect that Xiaohua would say such depressing words as soon as he opened his mouth, and even said it in front of Zhen Yun. It really made him feel embarrassed. Sure enough, 2 of the early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples from the Thunder Palace showed a trace of disdain on their faces. Cough cough, Zhen Yun was even more surprised and almost coughed. He looked around and saw that there was no one else beside him. He lowered his voice and said, the battle of the Sword Dao has always been tragic. People can't help themselves. Sometimes, even if you want to escape, you may not be able to. Sometimes if you want to escape, you will lose your life early. Whether you escape or not is not a problem. The problem is, you must protect your own life. Only by protecting your own life can you complete the mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Of course, if you can't complete the mission, and the assembly hall learns that you were treated unfairly, there will definitely be punishment. A light punishment is to cripple your magic power, a heavy punishment is to directly take your life. I'm afraid there is no need for this old man to say which is more important, right? Seeing Zhen Yun speak so straightforwardly, Xiaohua nodded slightly in his heart and bowed. This disciple understands. And do the other disciples have anything else to say? Zhen Yun asked again. This disciple has a question? Xiaohua asked in a low voice again. Cui Hongshan's face was red. He really wanted to rush up and kick Xiaohua off the thunderboat and drop him to his death. Can't you shut up first? Wait until Zhen Yun finished speaking and ask me in private? Zhen Yun was naturally also surprised, but his attitude changed slightly. He asked with a smile, Xiao Hua, do you have any other questions? This disciple has some old grudges with cultivators from other sects. This time, being sent to Han country, it's inevitable that I will meet other people. If they are ruthless to this disciple, what should this disciple do? Xiao Hua said word by word. Oh, that's right. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also shocked. Xiao Hua's words were correct. Between sects, between cultivators, there were definitely conflicts. Wasn't Xiao Hua imprisoned by the Changbai sect's Taoist Jianghu for several years? If he met cultivators from the Changbai sect, what should Xiao Hua do? Thinking of this, Cui Hongshan's resentment towards Xiao Hua lessened a bit. Xiao Hua, do your enemies have higher cultivation than you? Zhen Yun smiled and asked with interest. Naturally there are low and high cultivators. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and said, this junior is just looking to see if there is any problem. And naturally there is. Zhen Yun nodded and said, the battle between sword cultivators and my Dao sect is a battle between sword cultivators and my cultivators. It is a battle that concerns the face and stability of my Dao sect. All the grudges between cultivators cannot be mentioned in the battle. If any cultivator rashly uses their weapons because of their own thoughts and delays the battle, regardless of their cultivation, they will be killed. What if it doesn't delay the battle? Xiao Hua asked. Zhen Yun was somewhat impatient and waved his hand saying, that will depend on you. As long as you meet an enemy on Chicken Crow Mountain and he dares to attack, you can send a message to this old man. This old man will definitely report this matter to the discussion hall and will definitely kill him. And this disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and replied. Alright, do you have any other questions? Zhen Yun asked again. Seeing that no one answered, Zhen Yun said coldly, this time this old man appointed Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. This was not done casually because this old man has some understanding of Cui Hongshan. Although he is not the one with the highest cultivation among you, this old man knows that he is a person who prioritizes the overall situation. He is also a person who can place the affection of fellow apprentices in his heart. Since he led you out, he will definitely do his best to bring you back. Actually, you may not be able to complete the mission well. But your life is the most important. My Imperial Thunder Sect's face is also important. If any of you do not listen to Cui Hongshan's arrangements and make decisions on your own, causing the mission to fail, this old man will only need to listen to Cui Hongshan's report. Don't blame this old man for being merciless. Yes, this disciple understands. Seeing Zhen Yun's warning, the other two Thunderclap Palace disciples felt apprehensive in their hearts, and then everyone else bowed and replied. They naturally understood the killing intent in Zhen Yun's words. Of course, if you complete the mission and return, this old man will definitely not be stingy with the rewards. Zhen Yun smiled and said, all of you are the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect. You're the first team of my Imperial Lightning Sect to be sent out on a mission. Don't disappoint me, Thunderclap Palace, and all the disciples of the Imperial Lightning Sect. If you can return to the Imperial Thunder Sect alive, you will definitely have a place in my Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Hearing up to here, everyone suddenly understood the significance of this first team. Of course, the first team, and also the first mission of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. As long as they completed it, this great battle would be recorded in the Imperial Thunder Sect's records. Perhaps the other missions would not be recorded, but this first mission must be recorded. Didn't the names of all the disciples in the first team have to be recorded? Moreover, even if they could not complete the mission, as long as they could return alive from the great battle, the first team could even meet the Imperial Thunder Sect Master Chen Lazy. Cui Hongshan was so excited that his face was flushed red, and he said anxiously, Senior Brother Zhen, our first team, will be reserved throughout the entire battle? This token of mine. Chapter 2242. That's right. As long as you're alive, you'll be able to keep this token. Unless no one from your first squad is left alive, you'll be in charge of it. Zhen Yun said with a smile. This is your luck, and it's also my luck. I was resting on the thundership of the Heavenly Thunder Palace when I received a message from the conference hall. I didn't hesitate to snatch this task from Marshal Uncle Qian. This first team belongs to none other than my thunderous Thunder Palace disciples. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan nodded. I'll do my best to complete the task given by Senior Brother Zhen. I won't embarrass my thunderous Thunder Palace or damage the name of the first team. Yes, I believe in you. Zhen Yun nodded and looked at the 3 female cultivators. The 3 female cultivators of Thunderous Thunder Palace were also selected by me. You must also protect their safety. Yes, I understand. Cui Hongshan didn't know how many times he said, I understand. He was almost dizzy. That day he only wanted to protect Xiaohua and Dui Qimeng. He didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The captain of the first team of the Thunderous Thunder sect. This was definitely something he could show off in the future. Zhen Yun looked around again and instructed, It's getting late. Hurry up and get on your way. The task of Chicken Crow Mountain is rather confidential. Other than a limited number of people, no one else knows about it. After you complete the task, go directly to Sky Patrol City to find us. Yes. Everyone responded and bowed to bid farewell to Zhen Yun before flying out of the Thunder Ship's light shield. Once they were out of the light shield, a gust of cold air immediately hit them in the face. Everyone looked around and saw a vast expanse of white mountains, boundless and endless. Buzz, with a thunderous roar, dozens of thunder ships glowed at the same time and flew into the distance, leaving behind 10 men and women in the air. Captain Cui, are we flying straight to Chicken Crow Mountain now? A short Thunderous Thunder Palace disciple with a higher cultivation than Cui Hongshan released his divine perception and asked softly. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qimeng, who was not far from him, and saw the concern in her eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Senior Martial Brother, don't be anxious. Although we are all disciples of Thunderquake Palace, we are not familiar with each other. Let's find a quiet place to introduce ourselves and get to know each other better. In the future, the 10 of us will be a team. It won't be good if we don't know each other well. Yes, I'll listen to your orders, Captain. The disciple nodded slightly and pointed. There seems to be a dry cave over there. Why don't we rest there first? All right, please lead the way. Cui Hongshan said politely. The disciple said that it was nearby, but after flying for 2 miles, they saw the dry cave he was talking about. It was at the edge of a cliff, blocked by a protruding mountain rock. There was no snow inside and it looked very dry. Everyone landed and slowly walked into the cave. The disciple clapped his hands again and took out a few array discs. He said in a low voice, From today onwards our whereabouts must be concealed. Even if we are resting, we must use arrays to conceal ourselves. This is a set of arrays that I got during my previous training. It can conceal our whereabouts. I wonder if Captain Cui wants to use it? Yes, please set up the array, Senior Brother Zhen. Cui Hongshan's expression was normal, but he was extremely uncomfortable in his heart. What Senior Brother Zhen said was right. He also thought of it, but he didn't have the array discs and array flags to set up the array. He couldn't take them out at all. However, if Senior Brother Zhen was the one who set it up, it would be embarrassing for him. When Senior Brother Zhen set up the array and waved the array flag, a layer of faint cloud appeared at the entrance of the cave, covering the entire cave. All right, it's done. Senior Brother Zhen rolled up the array flag and handed it to Cui Hongshan. He said with a smile, This cloud array is the best for concealing our whereabouts. Captain Cui, as the leader of the team, please take this array flag. It's not necessary. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, Senior Brother Zhen, didn't you say it was good? The 10 of us are a team. What's the difference if you take it or I take it? All right. I'll take it first. I'll follow Captain's instructions. Senior Brother Zhen didn't stand on ceremony. He withdrew his hand and put the array flag into his sleeve. Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone and cupped his hands. I'll introduce myself first. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. My name is Cui Hongshan. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for nearly 20 years. I'll have to trouble all of you to support me in the future. Then, the short Senior Brother Zhen also introduced himself. My name is Zhen Minghui. I'm a disciple of Chiu Moling. To tell you the truth, I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for 30 years and haven't broken through. I was only sent out for the Sword Cultivator battle this time. A fair-skinned, tall, and rather handsome disciple also introduced himself. I'm Su Qing. I'm a disciple of the Lightning Thunder Hall. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for almost 30 years. I'm the same as Senior Brother Zhen. Alas, I had no choice but to face the tribulation this time. I'm Chiu Su. A low, muffled voice sounded. It was the cultivator with the dark skin of a farmer. I'm a disciple of the Technique Imparting Pavilion. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for less than 10 years. I was unlucky this time. When the technique imparting pavilion drew lots, I was unfortunately drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. It's my honor to be assigned to the first team with all of you. Next was naturally Xiao Hua's turn. Xiao Hua's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, I'm Xiao Hua. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley. I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for 30 years. Oh, the Myriad Thunder Valley? You're Captain Chui's fellow disciple? Zhen Minghui nodded and smiled. Junior brother Xiao should learn from your senior brother Chui. After this battle, you'll definitely be able to catch up to him. If it was any other day, Xiao Hua would have sneered and directly said that he had nothing to do with Chui Hongshan. But thinking about what Zhen Yun said earlier, Xiao Hua restrained himself and didn't say a word in the end. On the other hand, the three female cultivators from Converging Thunder Palace were whispering to each other. No one knew what they were talking about. I'm Zhen Hua, a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 6 years. I've been unable to reach the Foundation establishment stage for a long time, so I was sent to participate in the battle. I hope I can take a peek at the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible and be on the same level as all of you martial uncles. A thin and weak disciple introduced himself in a soft voice. I'm Baisu Gu, also a disciple of the 100 Refinements Hall. Like senior brother Jin, I've been in the 12th layer of Qi refinement for 5 years. The last Qi refinement male disciple introduced himself. Alright, senior brothers have finished introducing themselves. It's my Converging Thunder Palace's turn. Dui Qiming whispered a few words and smiled. I'm Dui Qiming, I've been in the Foundation establishment stage for more than 20 years. This time, I was also drawn and had no choice but to participate in the battle. I hope all of you will support me. Chapter 2243. My name is Bright Eyes. Behind Dui Qiming, a female cultivator with big eyes and incomparably fair skin said arrogantly, this concubine has also just reached Foundation establishment less than 10 years ago. Just like senior sister Dui, they were unlucky and had no choice but to participate in the battle. That disciple is Dui Ling. I've cultivated to the 12th level of the aura refining realm for quite a few years, but I've never built my foundation. Therefore, I also came here to participate in the battle. The female cultivator was actually a bit shy. As she spoke, she stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Oh my, this female cultivator is actually Dui Ling. Xiao Hua saw Dui Ling's gaze. Previously, he did not understand, but now that he heard Dui Ling's explanation, he suddenly understood. Xiao Hua had seen Dui Ling twice. The first time was when he entered the Imperial Thunder sect. Dui Ling was only a few years old then. The second time they met was when Xiao Hua returned from the Feather Immortal Conference. Dui Ling was already 18 or 19 years old and was already different from when he was a child. Xiao Hua only felt that he looked vaguely familiar, but couldn't recognize him. This was the third time, and Dui Ling was even more different from his 18 or 19-year-old immature self. He was even more mellow, and there was even a hint of shyness in his expression. It was unlike the vigor he had when he competed with Fairy Hongxia the second time. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua couldn't recall it. Seeing Xiao Hua's enlightened gaze, Dui Ling's face actually flushed red. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the ground. Alright. Since all the senior brothers and junior brothers have finished their introductions, we can rest for a while and get to know each other. I'll take a look at the mission jade slip given by senior brother Zhen and think about how to go to Chicken Crow Mountain. Chui Hongshan nodded with a smile and then said to Zhen Minghui, Senior brother Zhen, please come over here. Can you look at the jade slip with me? I might have some questions to discuss with you. Zhen Minghui was obviously a little surprised, but then a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Captain Chui, I'm happy to help you. Immediately after, Chui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui sat down cross-legged. They took out a jade slip and discussed in a low voice. Xiao Hua was bored and saw Dui Qiming waving at him, so he could only walk over and bow. Little brother greets senior sister Dui. Hee hee, you're not calling me senior Dui anymore? Dui Qiming covered her mouth and giggled. Of course, little brother is also a Foundation establishment cultivator now, so of course I have to call you senior sister. Xiao Hua answered without the slightest hesitation. Hee hee, this is that Xiao Hua who doesn't call senior brother Chui but calls him senior brother? Ming Mao blinked her big eyes looking Xiao Hua up and down and said, He looks very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. He's only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Martial Ant Bright Eyes. Dui Ling said softly. Martial Ant Xiao was the champion of the Feather Immortal Assembly back then. Not only did he steal the treasures of the Great Assembly, he even stole the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect. Ah? There was such a thing? Tell me quickly. Ming Mao's interest was piqued. She tugged on Xiaohua's Taoist robe and said, "Didn't I say that such an impudent person must have a story? The champion of the Feather Immortal Gathering. My goodness, I haven't seen him before. I didn't expect to see him standing in front of me today. Also, your looks are really ordinary. How did you steal the hearts of the female cultivators of the Huanhua sect? Is that female cultivator very ugly? Huanhua sect's Hongxia fairy. Senior brother Bright Eyes, you haven't heard of her? Dui Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy as he reminded her in a low voice. Ah? Hongxia fairy? The one who is equally famous as Huanhua sect's Yin Jiechong? Oh, they can't be considered equally famous. Hongxia fairy is already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. It seems like she should have already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. She's as beautiful as a fairy and her age seems to be about the same as mine. Ming Mao was really shocked this time. However, besides being shocked, the curiosity in her eyes grew even stronger. She didn't let go of Xiaohua's sleeve at all and shouted, "Quick, junior brother Xiao, how did you hook up with Hongxia fairy? Quickly tell senior sister." "What do you mean by hook up?" Xiaohua said coldly. "Besides, am I very familiar with you? Why should I tell you?" "You." Ming Mao didn't expect Xiaohua to give her the cold shoulder. Her face was very awkward. She opened her mouth but didn't know how to reply. Dui Chi Meng covered her mouth and pulled Ming Mao's arm, taking her hand from Xiaohua's Taoist robe without a trace. She smiled and said, "Ming Mao, didn't senior sister tell you before? Xiaohua has a very bad temper. If you don't agree with him, he'll turn hostile. Not to mention that you're a female cultivator from converted Thunder Palace. Even if you were a disciple of Earth Thunder Palace, he wouldn't spare you a glance. If he wasn't this cold and arrogant, how could he have obtained Hongxia fairy's heart? You don't need to ask to know this reason, right?" "And that's right. Junior sister has really learned." Ming Mao smiled bitterly and said self-deprecatingly. However, she still snuck a glance at Xiaohua somewhat unwillingly. Some women seem to be like this. The more you gave them face, the more they felt you didn't have any backbone. However, if you gave them face, the more they felt you had character. Especially someone like Xiaohua who could actually fight with their own senior brother. In their eyes, he was all the more unyielding. A rarely seen unyielding character. How could Xiaohua have the time to talk to them about this? Xiaohua had already learned from Zhen Yun that the grudges between the various sects were forbidden during the war. However, the problem was that his enemy wasn't just anyone, but a nascent soul cultivator. Yes, just as Zhen Yun said, if Taoist Jingru attacked him, he could send a message to Zhen Yun and have Zhen Yun report it to Sky Patrol City's discussion hall to be dealt with. The whole process seemed to be very reasonable, but would Taoist Jingru allow him to send a message? Even if Xiaohua sent a message, would Zhen Yun or the discussion hall dare to interfere? To offend a nascent soul cultivator for a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, perhaps even Master Chen Lei of the Imperial Thunder Sect would have to think twice before acting. Not to mention the discussion hall. Since the discussion hall couldn't protect him, then Xiaohua would have to think of a way himself. In fact, the best way was for Xiaohua to play dead. Just walk away. Next was to change his appearance. With the sky-stealing sun-swapping technique in addition to the appearance-changing technique that he had already memorized, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to see any flaws. Xiaohua had absolute confidence in hiding from Taoist Jingru's gaze. Should I leave? How should I leave? This was a question that Xiaohua was constantly thinking about. Junior brothers? Just as Xiaohua was pondering, Cui Hongshan smiled and clapped his hands. How's everyone getting to know each other? In the next several years or even more than 10 years, the 10 of us will be together day and night. Everyone must share weal and woe and support each other. This way, our first team will be able to endure the baptism of war and return to the Imperial Thunder Sect with a brand new appearance. Disket, only a ghost would believe that. Xiaohua snorted disdainfully and coldly thought, this young master will find a chance to run. Don't die in the hands of our own people instead of being killed by the sword cultivators. And we've already chatted for a while and are somewhat familiar with each other, but it's still too early to share wheel and woe like Captain said. The war has just begun, so there's plenty of time for us to familiarize ourselves with each other. Dui Chiming hastily nodded and said, right now we'd better hurry to Chicken Crow Mountain. It's better to finish this first mission as soon as possible. And Chui Hongshan was very happy. He glanced at Zhen Minghui and said, just now this Chui discussed with senior brother Minghui and felt that since Chicken Crow Mountain sent out the message, although it didn't mention whether or not they were attacked by sword cultivators, there's a chance that they might be attacked. Therefore we can't directly go over. It's best if we reach the vicinity of Chicken Crow Mountain and gradually approach it. Don't rush in all of a sudden, or we might fall into a sword cultivator's ambush. That's right, Captain Chui is right. Ming Mao clapped and smiled. With Captain Chui's command we can sit back and relax. As she spoke, she glanced at Dui Chiming teasingly. Dui Chiming rolled her eyes at her, some shyness in her eyes. What are you waiting for? Chui Hongshan was still worried and asked Su Qing and the others. And we'll listen to Captain Chui's instructions. Everyone nodded without any doubt, but at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Do as you wish. Everyone was slightly stunned and looked up. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who had an indifferent expression? In any case, he would find an opportunity to slip away, so he did as he wished. You. Chui Hongshan regretted asking such an indifferent question. Dui Chiming hurriedly asked, since Captain Chui has already made a decision, we should hurry and leave. Even if we're late it won't be good. Alright. Chui Hongshan gritted his teeth and nodded. Before I leave this Chui still has something to say. Then he pointed at Zhen Minghui and said, senior brother Minghui's cultivation and experience are much higher than this Chui's. Unfortunately this Chui received senior brother Zhen Yun's request and took the captain's token. In the future this Chui still has many things to consult senior brother Minghui. Therefore this Chui would like to invite senior brother Minghui to be the vice captain of small team 1. What do you all think? When Zhen Minghui heard this, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He immediately waved his hand and said, Captain Chui, this is inappropriate. Since this Zhen is a member of small team 1, I naturally have to contribute to small team 1. Even if there are any dangerous missions this Zhen will definitely go. This vice captain position should be left to someone more knowledgeable. Hehe, senior brother Minghui, since Captain Chui has said so, this concubine has no objections. If senior brother Minghui can't find a better candidate, then vice captain Zhen should reluctantly accept this position. Dui Chiming hurriedly gave Ming Mao and Dui Ling a look and said hurriedly, that's right. We have no objections. How could Ming Mao and the others not know? They hurriedly clapped their hands and said, if you don't believe me ask them. Zhen Minghui's cultivation was the highest in Thunder Shaking Palace, so how could the others have any objections? Words such as very good were not spared. Only Xiao Hua's as you wish was a bit abrupt. Will you die if you don't speak? Chui Hongshan gritted his teeth again. Sure enough, Zhen Minghui pointed at Xiao Hua and said, although junior brother Xiao has just entered Foundation establishment, he still has some fame. Moreover, he and Captain Chui are fellow disciples of the same sect. No matter what, he can cooperate with Captain Chui in all aspects. This Zhen feels that it is better for junior brother Xiao to be the vice captain. If you like this work you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2244. Tisk, Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and said with disdain, why are you pulling me over for no reason? You can be my captain if you want, I'm not interested. Xiao Hua, the vice sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect, was disdainful, so why would he care about this vice captain? However, his words were not very sensible at this time. Do you see? Senior brother Minghui, I have a headache. At this time, Chui Hongshan actually let go and pointed at Xiao Hua and said, he doesn't treat little brother as a senior brother at all. Do you think he can cooperate with little brother? For the sake of our team's 10 lives, senior brother Minghui should agree. Alright. Zhen Minghui's eyes flashed with a smile and said with some difficulty, since that's the case, I can only reluctantly agree. Good. Junior brothers, since senior brother Minghui has agreed to be my first team's vice captain, then his words are my words. When I'm not here, we must follow senior brother Minghui's lead. Chui Hongshan said while clapping his hands. We understand. Dui Chiming and the others all agreed. Only Xiao Hua looked unhappily at the cave entrance covered by the light fog without any expression on his face. However, Xiao Hua's heart was somewhat bewildered. What is Cui Hongxin doing? He made Jin Minghui the vice captain, isn't that a threat to him? If this guy suddenly attacks Cui Hongxin, then only Jin Minghui can be the captain. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I really don't know what this cultivator family's pig head is thinking. Xiao Hua was still thinking too much. Perhaps he didn't know that the captain's token in Cui Hongxin's hand was like a magic tool that needed blood to recognize its master. Without Cui Hongxin's activation, even if he died, others wouldn't be able to open it. Cui Hongxin could casually record things inside without others knowing. After the battle, the Imperial Thunder Sect could only use a secret technique to take back the token. If Zhen Minghui really did the evil thing that Xiao Hua thought of, how could the Imperial Thunder Sect not know? After Zhen Minghui removed the formation flag and put away the formation plate, everyone flew out of the cave. Cui Hongxin instructed, Senior Marshal Brother Minghui, let's do as we discussed just now. The range of your divine sense is large, so you'll lead the way. Later on you'll follow Su Qing and Qiu Su in turn. The distance between the three of you will be maintained at least 1,000 feet. The two aura refining disciples and the female cultivator from the Thunder Conversion Palace will be in the middle, and Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. This Cui has some matters to discuss with Xiao Hua, so I will accompany him for the time being. Yes, Captain Cui. Everyone nodded. Without hesitation, Zhen Minghui took the lead and flew up, releasing his spiritual will. Su Qing and Qiu Su followed closely behind, following Cui Hongxin's instructions. Once Dui Qiming and the rest were more than 300 meters away, Cui Hongxin looked up and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, come with me. I have something to tell you. What's there to say? Xiao Hua urged his magic power and slowly flew away. His speed was even slower than that of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. His tone was somewhat indifferent. Cui Hongxin's eyes flickered a few times and he clenched his teeth, but he still endured it. After flying straight for an hour, he said, Xiao Hua, this Cui knows you have a problem with this Cui. You don't see this Cui as a senior martial brother. To tell you the truth, this Cui is the same as you. I don't see you as a junior martial brother. If that's the case, what else is there to say? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said coldly, This Cui doesn't see you as a junior martial brother, but eldest senior martial brother sees you as a treasure. Moreover, Master and Master's wife also told this Cui to protect you. Cui Hongxin said coldly, If it weren't for them, this Cui would definitely pretend not to know you. But since they said so, and this Cui also made a guarantee in front of them, this Cui can't not rely on my own strength to protect you. You. What ability do you have to protect this Xiao? Xiao Hua almost laughed out loud. This Cui doesn't have any ability, so ever since I boarded the Thunder boat, I have been looking for an opportunity. Cui Hongxin suppressed his anger and said, Do you think this position of captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was obtained by this Cui out of thin air? Do you think Jin Yun will give this opportunity to this Cui out of thin air? This Cui, use spirit stones and medicinal pills to exchange for this. If that's what you want. It seems to have nothing to do with this Xiao. Xiao Hua didn't accept his kindness. He looked into the distance and said, Fellow Taoist Cui seems to want to protect the female cultivators of the converted Thunder Palace, right? Whatever you say. Cui Hongxin said indifferently, This Cui doesn't care what you think. In any case, this Cui will make it clear to you now. This Cui has the captain's token, so this Cui can take the position of captain. Before we reach Chicken Crow Mountain, you should find a chance to fly away early. This Cui will tell the others that this Cui received a message from the Imperial Thunder Sect to send you elsewhere. You should find a safe place and hide well. After the battle is over, contact this Cui again. If this Cui still has a breath of life, you can return to my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. If this Xiao leaves like this, the other disciples of the converted Thunder Palace won't know? In the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms, there isn't any punishment? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. The punishment for escaping the battle in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms is one word: death. There is no other choice. Cui Hongxin said coldly, However, this Cui already said just now that this Cui is the captain of the first team. Sending you out on a mission is normal. As long as this Cui is alive, no one will investigate you. If this Cui unfortunately falls, then this Cui also won't be able to protect you. And if you feel that leaving now is too early and too hurried will arouse the suspicion of others, then you can leave at any time. When you leave, you only need to send a message to this Chui. This Chui can also give an explanation to others and pave the way for your return after the battle. Alright. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Chui Hongshan urged his magic power and immediately flew forward. This Chui has said everything that needs to be said. You decide what to do. Hee, Xiao Hua laughed softly and said, since fellow Daoist Chui is so benevolent and righteous, why wouldn't this Xiao be happy? Farewell. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards a snow-covered foothill on his right. Huff, seeing that Xiao Hua really did escape, Chui Hongshan let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he had unloaded a heavy burden, and his face relaxed. His figure didn't stop and was about to fly forward. Although Xiao Hua flew away, he had already released his Buddhist sense and clearly saw Chui Hongshan's expression. This guy really wants to let this young master go? Xiao Hua was astonished. Could it be that he didn't want to set a trap for this young master? At this time, if he called someone else back, this young master can't escape the crime of desertion. Or maybe this guy will wait until this young master is far away and see Jin Yun to falsely accuse this young master. How can this young master let him have his way? Besides, this guy is nothing more than the nephew of a cultivator family. He can participate in the sword cultivator battle with a mere early-stage foundation establishment cultivation. This young master, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, doesn't dare to participate in the battle? If this young master leaves now, not only will I lose face as a loose cultivator, I won't be able to raise my head in front of this guy in the future. Even if I'm a golden core or nascent soul cultivator, if this guy mentions this matter, this young master will still owe him a favor. Maybe it will even become a heart demon. From the beginning, everything this young master has done against him will also turn into flowing water. Damn it, isn't it just this old thief Jing Yin? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of a sinister smile, and he thought proudly, I want to see how you will kill this young master in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and the disciples of the Three Kingdoms' disciples. As long as you can't kill me in front of everyone, I have the confidence to escape from your hands. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure paused and he immediately flew back. What? Do you still have something to say? Chui Hongshan was slightly stunned and asked curiously. Xiao Hua's tone was still cold. You let this young master leave now, and then you immediately tell everyone about this young master's desertion. Can this young master's evidence still be cleared? Can this young master still escape the pursuit of the Three Kingdoms' disciples? This young master won't fall for your trick. Am I that kind of person? Chui Hongshan angrily scolded. If you want to leave, then leave right now. If I want to kill you, would I still need to be so despicable? I'll just directly smash you to death with a lightning pearl. And let's do it openly. Xiao Hua ignored him and said, using underhanded methods is what you're best at. Isn't this how you obtained the position of captain of the first squad? You. Chui Hongshan was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Xiao Hua and said you, a few times, but he was unable to say a single word. After waiting for a moment, Chui Hongshan seemed to have lost his vitality. His face was somewhat gloomy as he said, Xiao Hua, I don't know where you ran off to in this half a year, but this Chui obtained a lot of information about the war. To be honest, we foundation establishment cultivators have died more than aura refining cultivators. Moreover, aura refining cultivators only need to build their foundation to be able to escape from the war. We foundation establishment early-stage disciples are far from that lucky. The cruelty of this war is far from what you can imagine. To be honest, it's already not bad if one or two of my first squad can return alive. Alas, whatever should be said, this Chui has already said. This Chui's words have always been valid in the war. You can leave at any time. Finished speaking, Chui Hongshan no longer paid attention to Xiao Hua and flew forward. This young master wants to ask you something. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, my Imperial Thunder Sect Master Qian Lazy, or the 8 Great Thunder Palace's Palace Masters, when will they participate in the war? Chui Hongshan sneered, you're still relying on the sect master to take care of you? Don't dream. If he wanted to, would you be sent out? Fellow Daoist Chui, you just need to answer this Zhao's question. Xiao Hua didn't answer him. They are nascent soul seniors. They will only appear in the second or even third phase of the war. Chui Hongshan said coldly, when they come out, it will already be more than 10 years later. At that time you will have already turned into flying ash. Even if you turn into flying ash, I absolutely won't. When Xiao Hua heard that Taoist calm consideration would only come to the battlefield 10 years later, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. If he was given 10 years, he really wouldn't be afraid of a nascent soul cultivator. Chapter 2245. You're really a loose cultivator. You don't know the gravity of the situation. If we don't escape now, sigh, when will we? Cui Hongshan sighed when he saw that Xiao Hua was still being impulsive. He then shook his head and flew forward. What's wrong with loose cultivators? Xiao Hua curled his lips and replied, loose cultivators don't have the filthy thoughts of aristocratic family disciples. Running away in the face of battle, I've never thought of that. Although Xiao Hua's words weren't particularly unyielding, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose face in front of Cui Hongshan. Why would Cui Hongshan care about him? He flew to the front and said a few words to Dui Qiming and the others, then sped up and flew forward. He was completely acting like a competent captain. Humph, let them be. Xiao Hua, whose cultivation base was the highest among the 10 people, was surprisingly relaxed. He opened his mouth and put several azure spirit pills into his mouth, as if he was eating beans. All kinds of cultivation methods were operating at the same time. The medicinal efficacy of the azure spirit pill, which required a late foundation establishment cultivator to refine for several days, was being refined bit by bit from his meridians and body. At the same time, the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was also being refined in an orderly manner. Xiao Hua wanted to take advantage of this relaxed moment to raise his cultivation base as soon as possible. 10,000 li northeast of where Xiao Mao was ambushed was the border between Lian country and Huan country. It was still covered in ice and snow, and an endless mountain range lay on the ground like a silver dragon. At this time there was no wind or snow, and a pale white round sun hung in the sky. On the quiet ground, 30 or so sword cultivators of both sexes slowly flew over from the south. Each of them wore strange armor and stepped on flying swords. Some of these swordsmen had injuries on their bodies, and some had bloodstains that hadn't been removed. However, they all had smiles on their faces and more than one storage pouch hung on their waists. It was obvious that this was the side that won the battle with the Dao sect cultivators. They were returning to the Fengmeng mountain range with a full load of rewards. Senior Marshal Brother Xiang, this move of yours is really good. A petite female swordsman with an admiring smile said to a 4th-grade swordsman, the other swordsmen are entangled with the Dao sect on the west side of the Fengmeng mountain range. We ambushed them on the east side and killed so many cultivators in an instant. Our harvest is quite bountiful. This kind of method, I have a lot of it. The tall senior Marshal Brother Xiang's face was full of glory. He smiled and said, this diversion tactic isn't much. We just need to move quickly and leave before the Dao sect react. Humph! Dozens of Qi refinement cultivators and several early-stage foundation establishment cultivators were killed by our flying swords. We didn't even send a message, how could they know? A cold-faced male swordsman was unhappy with Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's arrogance, was displeased Senior Marshal Brother Xiang's SSS Junior Marshal Brother Xiang, Junior Senior, as have test Senior Senior. T have test the Dao sect, S? T-tes? S-tes, T? T-tes halves. Marshal Senior. But what about their messages? Senior Brother Xiang asked confidently with a smirk. This. Junior Brother Lu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. At this moment, a divine telekinesis swept over from the side of the swordsman. Upon contact, the swordsman immediately locked onto them. Damn it! Senior Marshal Brother Xiang sensed the qi and his expression changed. He waved his hand and said, quick, let's fly on our swords and see if we can escape from these cultivators. Junior Marshal Brother Lu, send a message on your flying sword as well. See which Senior Marshal Brother is closer and come to help. Yes, Junior Marshal Brother understands. Junior Marshal Brother Lu didn't dare to say anything else. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long sword. It circled in the air and flew straight ahead. The swordsmen had only flown for half a meal's time before they were surrounded by several groups of patrolling cultivators. Based on their numbers and power, they were similar to the sword cultivators. Don't think of leaving. The first few mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators to arrive shouted angrily, you ambushed our Dao sect's disciples in our country of Lian, and you think you can leave so peacefully? We'll leave your heads behind. With that, the foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands. Their respective Dharma artifacts flew into the air, emitting different colors of light, and smashed towards the swordsman. The Qi refinement cultivators who followed the Foundation establishment cultivators clapped their hands as well. All kinds of yellow talismans and Dharma artifacts flew out from their storage bags and attacked the swordsman from all directions. Ah! Such attack power is really too weak. I'll show you what a sword cultivator is. With that, the sword cultivators didn't hesitate. The flying swords under their feet flew out like horses. Sword light flashed as they met the swordsman. Puchi puchi. All the yellow talismans were no match for the flying swords. They were all broken. A few low-level Dharma artifacts were also no match for the flying swords. They were either pierced or sent flying. Flying swords were indeed not something that Dharma artifacts could match. What sword cultivator? You're just using your primordial spirit to control your sword. What's the difference between you and us? The mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in the lead had already taken out his pagoda-shaped Dharma artifact. After preparing a spell, he pointed his finger and the pagoda pressed down like a huge rock. Then I'll let you know what a sword cultivator is. A trace of disdain appeared on Senior Martial Brother Xiang's face. He formed a spell with his hand and the flying sword transformed into a shooting star. With a long tail, it rushed towards the pagoda. The pagoda was clearly an extremely powerful Dharma artifact. It trembled rapidly in midair. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual qi madly rushed into it. Rays of light that looked like little xiaohua's buds condensed around the pagoda. Waves of Dharma energy surged, and wave after wave of Dharma energy rushed towards the swordsman from the pagoda. Although the swordsman saw that his flying sword had broken through the range of the pagoda's Dharma energy and rushed to the bottom of the pagoda, there was no joy on his face. He knew very well that although sword cultivators were known for their attack power, they only had an advantage against cultivators of the same level. If they were to fight against cultivators of the same level who had powerful Dharma artifacts, or cultivators of a higher level, they really wouldn't have any advantage. The shooting star was also abnormally powerful. Not only was the tail of the sword flashing with light, but the tip of the sword was also vibrating as if it wanted to pierce through the void. This vibration was also disturbed by the fluctuations of the pagoda. A series of rumbling sounds faintly sounded in the space between the shooting star and the pagoda. The flying sword and the Dharma artifact hadn't even come into contact, but they were already fighting. The Foundation establishment cultivator narrowed his eyes and shook his hand. The shadow of a pagoda appeared from the bottom and fell rapidly. Break, the swordsman sneered. His fingertips moved slightly, and the tip of the shooting star also moved. A ray of sword light flew out from the tip of the sword and pierced into the shadow of the pagoda. Chapter 2246. It was as if the treasured sword had pierced the pagoda. The pagoda's shadow rippled a few times before disappearing. The sword's light also flickered continuously before disappearing. Fall. The cultivator regained his confidence and chanted an incantation. A string of pagoda shadows instantly fell, and the sharp sound of the wind could be heard incessantly. Break, the swordsman's expression changed slightly. This time his fingertips did not move, but the entire sword art was raised. The flying sword itself rushed towards the pagoda's shadow. Puff puff. A series of sounds rang out. All the shadows were pierced by the flying sword, but the meteor flying sword's tail was gradually disappearing. Rumble, a cool sound rang out, and the pagoda finally landed on the flying sword. The flying sword, which seemed to have exhausted all its strength, was suddenly suppressed, like a poisonous snake's weak point being stuck. With a mournful cry, the flying sword fell from midair. Puff, a small mouthful of blood was spat out from the swordsman's mouth. This swordsman's mind was also damaged. Withdraw, the Foundation establishment cultivator laughed maliciously. The magic power in his body surged. Under his control, the pagoda created a huge whirlpool, sucking in the falling flying sword and the swordsman himself. Both of them were forcefully pulled in several feet. Senior Brother Xiang's face was pale. He knew that he had met a powerful enemy. He suddenly opened his mouth and an inch-long golden sword flew out, rushing into the damaged flying sword just now. The flying sword faintly emitted a faint golden light. At the same time, Senior Brother Xiang's figure also flew up. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword fell into his hand. Kill! Senior Brother Xiang shouted. His entire body transformed into a sword's light, and he became one with the sword, piercing towards the pagoda. Clang, a loud sound rang out. This sword precisely pierced the edge of the pagoda. The tip of senior brother Xiang's flying sword broke, and the swordsman's figure also trembled violently. However, a crack also appeared on the pagoda. Hiss, the Foundation establishment cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind also felt a slight pain. He thought to himself, sword cultivators are indeed impressive. But that was not all. Senior brother Xiang's figure flashed in the air and paused for a moment. Then he turned into a sword and flew into the distance like a meteor. The Foundation establishment cultivator was enraged. With a sweep of his divine sense, he found that apart from a dozen or so sword-nurturing swordsmen who had been killed, almost all the other sword-nurturing swordsmen had managed to escape from the cultivator's hands and were flying towards the Wind Dream Mountain range. Chase. Without waiting for the Foundation-building cultivator to give the order, all the cultivators channeled their transcendence energy and used their flying techniques to chase after the swordsmen. However, before they could chase for more than 10 li, the distance between them widened. A cultivator's flying technique still couldn't compare to a swordsman's flying sword. Apart from a few middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators with higher cultivation, the rest of the cultivators had already fallen far behind. Damn it, the leading Foundation establishment cultivator cursed under his breath. His body slightly stopped and he was just about to give the order to stop. But at this moment, he saw the swordsman who was flying desperately in front of him suddenly stop. With a cheer he flew back. This is bad. The Foundation establishment cultivator was shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. When he understood what was going on, he turned pale with fright. This is a giant? On the flying swords of the many sword cultivators, apart from the swordsman, there was also a burly man who was twice as tall as the swordsman. These burly men were almost naked. On top of their heads, there was a large black braid that extended from their heads to their waists. These burly men's bodies were shiny and glossy. Under the sunlight they actually gave off a strange glow. Run. Although the Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't be sure if these giants were powerful, when he saw the swordsman turn around to face them, he naturally knew that the swordsman had a card up his sleeve. Why would he still fight them head-on? With a low roar, he hurriedly ordered the cultivators to retreat. However, it was easy to chase after them but difficult to escape. Although the swordsman had the giant with him, his speed was only slightly slower than before. In just half a meal's worth of time, he had caught up with the cultivators. Kill, the giant behind senior brother Xiang roared and also flew up. Moreover, its speed wasn't very slow as it flew towards the leading Foundation establishment cultivator. Go! Although the Foundation establishment cultivator saw the giant swinging its fist towards him, he didn't dare to be careless. With a point of his finger, the pagoda flew out again and smashed towards the giant. Facing the might of the pagoda and the force and suction of the pagoda, the giant wasn't afraid at all. With a loud bang, the giant's fist smashed onto the pagoda. Moreover, it was at the spot that the swordsman had damaged earlier. With a crack, the crack widened. On the giant's fist, a white mark flashed. Then, with a flash of light, the mark gradually disappeared. The giant wasn't injured at all. No, you're not a giant. Gradually, the cultivator came to a realization. You're a weapon cultivator. Ah. I am a weapon cultivator. All of you should quickly hand over your lives. The giant laughed loudly as if his trick had succeeded. His entire body suddenly shrank. When he was the size of a cultivator, he began to chant an inexplicable incantation. The weapon cultivator's body began to emit a bronze light. As the light spread out, the weapon cultivator's body began to change. A weapon that looked like a dagger axe appeared in midair. However, this dagger axe had the shape of a human. At the tip of the dagger axe, a pair of eyes could be faintly seen. Whoosh, the weapon cultivator that had turned into a weapon swayed. Like a fish swimming in water, it quickly pierced towards the Foundation establishment cultivator. On the dagger axe, an endless murderous intent was emitted. It was as if the Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't escape even if he flew into the sky. What a pain. The Foundation establishment cultivator cried out in his heart. He understood that the weapon cultivators of the Huan country were the strangest. They used their own flesh and blood to nourish the weapon. Not only did they have the toughness of a weapon, they also had the alertness and divine sense of a person. Their cultivation was so profound that they almost had the power of a spiritual weapon. It wouldn't be easy for him to win with this pagoda. However, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator scanned with his divine sense. The sword cultivator that he had just defeated was already guarding behind him. Even if he wanted to escape, he had no way out. Let's fight. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the pagoda. Wung wung, with a sorrowful cry, the bronze color of the pagoda was smeared with a layer of bleak blood. An extremely strong suction force was generated. With the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's control, the pagoda spiraled towards the dagger axe. The dagger axe was even stranger. It actually let out a hearty laugh. As the whirlpool of suction force spun rapidly, it counteracted the suction force of the pagoda while also growing sharp barbs at the end of the dagger axe. With a ringing sound, the dagger axe and the pagoda collided. The seemingly huge pagoda was actually sent flying by the long and thin dagger axe. Moreover, the cracks that were already there just now widened, almost piercing through half of the pagoda. If there were no accidents, the pagoda would definitely be split into two after another collision. Give me your life. The dagger axe didn't give the Foundation Establishment Cultivator a second chance. The dagger axe followed the direction of the pagoda and suddenly extended again. Its sharp head was like a long sword, piercing towards the Foundation Establishment Cultivator whose primordial spirit had been greatly damaged. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator naturally had to defend. He formed a spell and a semicircular shield appeared in midair, blocking the dagger axe. But it was only for an instant. With a cracking sound, the shield was shattered by the dagger axe and the dagger axe approached again. Just as the Foundation Establishment Cultivator was about to take out his weapon again, he heard the sound of a flying sword piercing through the air behind him. He didn't need to release his spiritual will to know that Senior Xiang was about to kill him. Thus, he channeled his mana and his body suddenly descended, trying to avoid the attack of the dagger axe and the flying sword. However, the flying sword was fast and accurate, and the dagger axe was the weapon cultivator's body. How could he block its flying speed? Just as he descended a few feet, the flying sword and dagger axe had already changed direction. One from the front and one from the back, they were about to pierce his body. My life is over. Only now did the Foundation Establishment Cultivator realize the true power of a sword cultivator and a weapon cultivator. He sighed in his heart and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Don't you dare hurt the disciples of the Utopia faction. With a roar, a human figure descended from the sky. This cultivator had snow-white hair, a blood-red robe, and cold eyes without a trace of emotion. The only thing that came out of his mouth was to follow his heart. Following the roar, 2 3-foot-long yellow whips split into two and attacked the dagger axe and the swordsman respectively. Humph, pointless Dao sect, how long can you bluff like this? The weapon cultivator didn't care at all and sneered disdainfully. He opened his mouth and spat out a faint golden light, blocking the whip shadows. This weapon cultivator could actually spit out golden chi. The golden chi turned into a disc and floated in the air. However, when the whip shadow, which looked no different from a real magic treasure, hit the gold chi, there was a ping sound similar to that of a gong, and the gold chi was immediately shattered. The whip shadows didn't stop and directly hit the weapon cultivator's shoulder. With a loud bang, a cluster of sparks splashed out from the equipment cultivator's shoulder. Then a burst of golden brilliance flourished. That golden brilliance quickly spread all over the dagger axe's body, and a layer of cracks as thin as spider silk spread out along with the brilliance at the same time. The brilliance gradually disappeared. The weapon cultivator could no longer maintain the dagger axe form and gradually reverted to his human form. At this time, there was clearly some fear in the weapon cultivator's eyes. The arrogance from before had long disappeared. The weapon cultivator was beaten back to his original form by the whip, but the sword cultivator didn't have it easy either. The sword cultivator saw that the whip shadows hadn't reached him yet, but the fierce spiritual power on the whip shadows, as well as the strong force contained in the wind, attacked first. He couldn't help but turn pale with fright. He didn't have the tyrannical defensive power of a weapon cultivator and didn't dare to take it head-on. He formed a sword seal in his hand and the flying sword stabbed horizontally at the whip shadows. Almost at the same time as the weapon cultivator was hit, there was a whoosh sound. The flying sword was hit by the whip shadows. Broken light flashed on the flying sword and fine cracks suddenly appeared. Pooh, the sword cultivator's flying sword was damaged, and his primordial spirit was also seriously injured. This guy was already injured before, but this time it was even more serious. He spat out a mouthful of blood and waved his hand. The flying sword fell into his hand. He looked at it with heartache, but he saw that the incomparably hard flying sword was now full of cracks. If it was hit again, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Chapter 2247. Let's go. The sword cultivator glanced over and spat a mouthful of sword energy into his flying sword. The sword cultivator's spirit followed the sword and he wanted to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The white-haired cultivator said coldly. He raised his hand and a long 9-section bamboo whip appeared out of thin air. The 9-section whip was pale gold in color. Starting from the handle, each section was shorter than the previous one. Between each section of the bamboo, there were complicated talismans flashing. Even the bamboo sections were faintly flowing with mysterious talismans. Break. After the white-haired cultivator finished speaking, he dragged the bamboo whip without hesitation. A whip shadow was born from the bamboo whip. It was like a coquettish golden dragon, flashing with intense light. A sharp hurricane seemed to tear the void apart as it slashed towards the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's flying speed was extremely fast. In a moment he had already flown a few feet. However, the whip shadow was even faster and struck the sword cultivator like lightning. Ka-cha-cha. The sword cultivator's body flashed a few times before it was annihilated. The flying sword under the sword cultivator's feet was smashed into pieces, and the sword cultivator's body was also smashed into several pieces. Senior Li Zongbao? The Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had closed his eyes and waited for death, did not see it coming. When he heard the sound of weapons colliding, he opened his eyes and saw the white-haired cultivator. He was extremely surprised and said, Why are you here? This white-haired cultivator was actually Li Zongbao, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction who practiced the leeching treasure mirror. Li Zongbao's gaze swept over the cultivator who was about to cry from joy. He only responded and dragged the bamboo whip again. He activated his mana and waved it. Like waves, the whip shadow smashed towards the weapon cultivator who was also fleeing in panic. Rumble. The whip shadow fell and there was the sound of wind and thunder. The weapon cultivator's expression changed greatly. As he spat out golden gas, he tried his best to block the whip shadow. At the same time, his body glowed. Not only did his speed suddenly increase, but the magic weapon form of his long spear also rapidly appeared. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming number of whip shadows smashed onto the artifact cultivator's body. Every whip shadow would make a loud sound, and after every loud sound the artifact cultivator's body would fall a few feet. In the end, the weapon cultivator was actually smashed into the ground by the whip shadow. Boom. The deep pit that the equipment cultivator had fallen into seemed to explode as countless golden lights rushed out. Furthermore, the golden lights were mixed with some bloody lights. After the sound was heard, he looked at the deep pit again. There was only a long spear lying at the bottom of the pit, and there were traces of blood and minced meat around it. The tool cultivator had actually been smashed to pieces by Li Zongbao's bamboo whip. The Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Utopia faction sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course, he had heard of Li Zongbao's reputation, but Li Zongbao had never made a move in a fight between fellow faction members. He had never imagined that Li Zongbao would be so powerful now. Although his cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle Foundation Establishment stage, his strength was close to the peak of the late Foundation Establishment stage. Isn't this immortal piercing whip a little too powerful? The Foundation Establishment cultivator was secretly jealous. What are you waiting for? Li Zongbao glared at the Foundation Establishment cultivator, but his figure did not stop. He flew up and pounced towards the equipment cultivator on the other side. His pure white hair fluttered in the air and scattered mercilessly. Yes, I understand. The Foundation Establishment cultivator's heart trembled. He moved his body and hurriedly went to help the other disciples. Li Zongbao was as ferocious as a tiger in a flock of sheep. Although the equipment cultivator's defense was incomparably powerful, and the sword cultivator's attack was also unparalleled, under his merciless immortal piercing whip, there was almost no one who could withstand more than 3 moves. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, not only did he reverse the previous decline of the Taoist faction, but he also killed more than 10 equipment cultivators and sword cultivators. The remaining equipment cultivators saw that things were not going well. With a whistle, they fled in all directions under the lead of the sword cultivator. Seeing the sword cultivators flee, Li Zongbao narrowed his eyes and a faint red light flashed across his face. Immediately after, the sleeves of his Taoist robe suddenly swelled up. The immortal piercing whip in his hand swung in midair and drew a semicircle. More than 10 whip shadows flew out and chased after the sword cultivators in all directions. Li Zongbao actually wanted to kill all these sword cultivators. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard. The immortal piercing whip had caught up with the sword cultivators, but after all they were too far away. Except for one sword cultivator who was killed by the whip shadows in midair, the rest of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators all used their flying swords to block the whip shadows. They staggered in the air for a while, and with a faint flash of light on their bodies, they continued to flee. You guys got lucky. At this time, the red light on Li Zongbao's face receded and was replaced by a slightly pale face. With a wave of his hand, he kept the immortal piercing whip in his storage bag. With a clap of his hand, he took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The immortal piercing whip was a powerful magic weapon. Li Zongbao had used it to kill so many sword cultivators and equipment cultivators, but the magic power in his body was showing signs of drying up. Thank you, Senior Brother Li. Many cultivators of the Utopia faction who had escaped with their lives were overjoyed. They stepped forward and bowed to pay their respects. Li Zongbao looked at these disciples indifferently and ordered, I was just passing by this place. I received your message charm and rushed over. All of you clean up this place and quickly gather at the nearest stronghold. Yes, we understand. When the disciples heard that Li Zongbao wanted them to clean up the mess, they were overjoyed and smiled apologetically. Senior Brother Li, where are you going? Why are there so many storage bags of the sword cultivators and equipment cultivators left behind? Do you want to take a look? I am under orders to go to the Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao's tone was still indifferent. What use do we have for these sword cultivators and equipment cultivators? You can take them all. After that, he flew up into the sky and headed in the direction of the Sky Patrol City. TSK. Looking at Li Zongbao flying away without stopping, the Foundation establishment cultivator who had previously held the pagoda said enviously, Senior Brother Li Zongbao is indeed a famous cultivator in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How many years has it been since you built your foundation? Now, you have already cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment? I'm afraid you can break through the late stage of foundation establishment at any time. Even the golden core is in sight. Alas, we can't compare with Senior Brother Li Zongbao. Another cultivator who was also in the middle stage of foundation establishment sighed. Senior Brother Li is a young talent. He has been famous since he was young. His talent is rare in the entire Xiaoyu continent. He is Martial Uncle Hing Ming's favorite disciple. Now, with the Utopia faction's famous magic weapon, his strength is close to the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. Exactly. I'm afraid Martial Uncle Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core. And Qi refining disciple whispered with admiration. Yes, it should be about the same. The foundation establishment cultivator who held the pagoda nodded. These weapon cultivators and sword cultivators are extremely powerful in both defense and attack. However, they are no match for Senior Brother Li. This is basically the strength of a golden core cultivator. If Senior Brother Li Zongbao is the strongest cultivator below the golden core, he definitely deserves it. I'm afraid no other foundation establishment cultivator in the entire 3 kingdoms of cultivation can match him. But another Qi refining disciple whispered, isn't Martial Uncle Li very young? Why does he have a head full of white hair? A foundation establishment cultivator hesitated and said, I've heard from my teacher that Senior Brother Li once led a team to the Taiching sect to participate in the feather deity meet. I don't know what happened, but his hair turned white overnight. Since that day, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing his previous cultivation speed. No one in the Utopia faction can match him. Martial Uncle Li seems disdainful to be with us. The Qi refining disciple asked again. The foundation establishment cultivator glared at him and said coldly, What do you know? I've heard that Senior Brother Li Zongbao seems to be practicing the famous parting mirror of the Utopia faction. It has a heart like iron, emotions like steel and Tao like the heavens. My goodness, it's so powerful? Tao like the heavens? The Qi refining disciple was speechless again. Of course, the heavenly Tao is ruthless. If you want to have a profound cultivation, you naturally have to cut off your emotions in order to be close to the heavenly Tao. The parting mirror of the Utopia faction is known to be the cultivation method closest to the heavenly Tao. Then in the end, won't he lose his emotions? Then, is he still human? Of course not. He's a celestial. A celestial who can destroy the heavens and earth with a wave of his hand. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator replied snappily, "Do you think the parting mirror of the Utopia faction is a cultivation method that mortals can practice? Even if that cultivation method is placed in front of you, you may not be able to understand or comprehend it at all." "Let's go," several people said as they collected the storage bags, flying swords and broken magic weapons scattered around them. Then they flew toward the nearest stronghold of the Utopia faction. On the Xiaoyu continent, the Huan Kingdom, the Shi Kingdom, and the Lian Kingdom bordered each other for tens of thousands of miles. In such a vast territory there were fierce battles every day. Although there were many casualties among sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, there were even more Taoist faction disciples. Especially those qi refining disciples, when they encountered the strange attacks of sword cultivators and weapon cultivators, they were not suitable for them and died one after another. Of course, after nearly a year of fighting, there were also some disciples at the peak of the qi refining stage who broke through the bottleneck and set foot on the Foundation Establishment stage. These new Foundation Establishment cultivators were naturally sent back to their respective sects. However, it was said that people's opportunities were not the same. Among these new Foundation Establishment cultivators, many of them had reached the Foundation Establishment stage while fighting. They were directly faced with fierce sword cultivators and weapon cultivators. Before they could really reach the Foundation Establishment stage, the flying swords and magic weapons would reach them. Before they could feel joy in their hearts, they were killed. Even if their senior brothers or uncle masters wanted to save them, it was too late. Under such circumstances, the disciples in charge of many sects in the meeting hall of the Sky Patrol City naturally had to send more manpower. The second batch of disciples, including the Imperial Thunder sect, and the third batch of disciples from the cultivation families were also urged to send to the battlefront. Moreover, Xiaohua and the others flew forward for more than 10 days. They only saw the vast snowy wilderness and mountains everywhere. They did not see any abnormalities, nor did they see any sword cultivators attacking them. Xiaohua, whose cultivation had been steadily improving, unconsciously came to a realization. Damn it, actually this easy is not much different from cultivating in seclusion. Now it's only the first stage of the war. The nascent soul stage cultivators and high-level sword cultivators have not come out. Isn't this war my world? Why should I be afraid of them? I can deal with them at will. Should I also make a name for myself? Chapter 2248. At this moment, a divine sense swept over from behind Xiaohua. Once discovered, the divine sense immediately locked onto them. This sword cultivator actually attacked from behind me? Xiaohua was astonished and hurriedly released his Buddhist perception. When he saw clearly, a pensive expression flashed across his face. Quick, Xiaohua, quickly fly to the foothills in front. Xiaohua heard Dui Qiming's call. We'll meet the enemy there. Yes. Xiaohua replied, but he wasn't in a hurry to fly forward. I heard eldest senior brother say that your flying speed is very fast. Why are you so slow? Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't flying fast, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel anxious. However, before Xiaohua could fly to the foothills, a small brown dot faintly appeared in the distant sky. When it flew into the range of everyone's divine sense, everyone's faces unconsciously relaxed. As it turned out, it was actually a small flowing cloud flying ship. It was precisely the Seven Skills sect's disciples. Since it was a Dao sect disciple, no matter which sect he was from, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples didn't need to be afraid. Thus, Cui Hongshan waved his hand and Xiaohua and the other disciples stayed where they were. He and Zhen Minghui flew into the air to meet them. The flying magic tool was indeed fast. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived in front of them. When the flowing cloud flying ship stopped, a mid-Foundation establishment old man led two early Foundation establishment middle-aged men down from the flying ship. His gaze swept across Cui Hongshan, then looked at the people hiding at the foothills. He cupped his hands and said, this old man was wondering who it was. So it's fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder sect. Nice to meet you. Although this old man came, he didn't take the initiative to announce his name. It was obvious that he disdained Cui Hongshan and Zhen Minghui's cultivation. Cui Hongshan didn't get angry and cupped his hands in greeting. This one is Cui Hongshan, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace. I'm the captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. This is my first team's vice-captain Zhen Minghui. May I know what fellow Taoists from the Seven Skills sect are here for? Oh, the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team? The old man's face unconsciously revealed a trace of surprise. Ha ha ha, an early Foundation establishment disciple actually dares to lead the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. A dark-skinned middle-aged man didn't even try to hide his ridicule and actually shouted out. Now that I've received the heavy responsibility of being a teacher, I dare not refuse this heavy responsibility just because my cultivation is low. I will do my best to complete the task entrusted to me by my teacher. Cui Hongshan replied in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble. Junior brother Ho, how can you be so rude? The old man glanced sideways at the young cultivator and whispered, every sect has their own difficulties. How can the Imperial Thunder Sect compare to our Seven Skills sect? Without a high-level cultivator, it's normal for an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to be the captain of the first squad. Damn it. Hidden at the foot of the mountain, Xiaohua was displeased. He could belittle Cui Hongshan at will, but Cui Hongshan was, after all, a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua didn't want others to look down on him. Although this middle Foundation establishment old man didn't directly say anything about Cui Hongshan, he actually belittled the entire Imperial Thunder Sect. His tone was even more unbearable than that middle-aged cultivator's. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged cultivator hastily lowered his head and took half a step back. I was only thinking about the Seven Possibilities sect. I didn't think about the Imperial Thunder Sect. The old man waved his hand, then turned to Cui Hongshan and said, I'm Han Bing from the Seven Possibilities sect. I'm the captain of the 132nd squad of the Seven Possibilities sect. I'm very happy to see Captain Cui. May I know why Captain Cui is here? Cui Hongshan's thoughts were different from Xiaohua's. After all, the other party was a middle Foundation establishment cultivator. He was a small realm lower than the other party, so there was nothing much to say. After thinking for a moment, he smiled apologetically and said, I've received orders from my master to head to Foul Crow Mountain for some business. May I know why Captain Han is here? Oh, you're going to Foul Crow Mountain? Han Bing was stunned, then asked, You've been waiting for a message from Foul Crow Mountain? Cui Hongshan was even more stunned, then nodded and said, That's right. Our Imperial Thunder Sect was heading to Sky Patrol City, but we received a message halfway. That's why our master hurriedly dispatched our first squad. Oh, so that's how the first squad came to be. Han Bing came to a realization and said with a smile, You don't have to go to Foul Crow Mountain. The cultivators of your Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad are too weak. They won't be of any use. Furthermore, Foul Crow Mountain isn't a big deal. We're heading there anyway. Cui Hongshan was stunned. He didn't expect Han Bing to say that. Besides, we're taking the Flowing Cloud flying ship, which is several times faster than you. By the time your Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad reaches Foul Crow Mountain, the cucumber will be cold. What are you waiting for? The middle-aged cultivator who had been silent all this while said with a smile. He was also belittling the Imperial Thunder Sect. Furthermore, this cultivator looked at the Flowing Cloud flying ship behind him and seemed to be talking to himself. Besides, our Seven Skills sect's Flowing Cloud flying ship isn't refined well. It can only seat 10 people, no more. When I return, I'll inform the sect of this shortcoming. We must improve it. Cui Hongshan's face turned a little pale. The Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder ship was famous in the Dawn Rain continent, but the problem was that they didn't have a small thunder ship. Even if there was a thunder ship, early Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't control it. Besides, Seven Skills sect was a refining sect. The Imperial Thunder sect couldn't compare. Seeing that Cui Hongshan's expression wasn't right, Han Bing was in an extremely good mood. He cupped his hands and said, Captain Cui, this old man will leave first. After all, there's a reason for Foul Crow Mountain to send a message. You'd better return home and hurry to Sky Patrol City. There are more important matters there. Farewell. After saying that, he turned and flew onto the Flowing Cloud flying ship without waiting for Cui Hongshan's reply. The other two middle-aged Foundation establishment cultivators didn't even report their names to the Imperial Thunder Sect and left just like that. Captain Cui. After the 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship flew away, Zhen Minghui looked hesitant. He frowned and stared at the distant horizon. The flowing cloud flying ship had already disappeared into the vast snowfield. He asked, "Are we still going to Foul Crow Mountain?" "Why not?" Cui Hongshan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he asked. "The 7 skills sect's disciples have a higher cultivation than us. Besides, they have flying Dharma artifacts so they can leave quickly. By the time we get there the matter will be over. Why should we go?" Zhen Minghui stammered. "Didn't senior brother Zhen Yun say that there's no big deal in Foul Crow Mountain? They just felt that our Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' flying speed is fast, so they let us go." "Hee Vice Captain Zhen?" Cui Hongshan laughed. "You're the vice captain of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team and a disciple of the sect. How can a 7 skills sect's mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator decide where our first team goes? Even if we're late we'll still have to go. Besides, isn't it better for the 7 skills sect's disciples to lead the way for us?" "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui looked ashamed. It was easy for him to submit to someone with a higher cultivation to follow Han Bing's orders without hesitation. It was only when Cui Hongshan spoke that he understood. It was also at this moment that he finally called himself a subordinate for the first time. "Then I'll lead the way," Zhen Minghui said respectfully to Cui Hongshan and was about to fly in front like before. However, Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "No need. Since the 7 skills sect's disciples are in front of us, why should we be afraid of sword cultivators? We can just go straight ahead." "Yes, I understand." Zhen Minghui nodded and called out Xiao Hua and the rest. The 10 of them continued forward. Of course, for safety's sake, Zhen Minghui continued to fly in front. After flying for another 10 days, a hint of green could be seen in the vast snowy plains. From time to time, some tender green could be seen in the pure white veins. It was actually some spiritual trees. There were even some sprouts that were like new shoots emerging from the snow. Chicken Crow Mountain is in front. On this day when they flew to a glacier, Cui Hongshan pointed to a strange mountain peak in the distance and said, "We'll reach it in half a day. Let's rest for a while." "Yes." Zhen Minghui was the first to respond. After 10 days they had already formed a tacit understanding. Zhen Minghui stopped and used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. His gaze landed on a depression in the glacier. He saw that the glacier was very wide. It was probably several hundred feet wide. The sparkling and translucent ice layer covered the entire glacier. Just a few li in front of them, the water flowing down the slope also froze into ice. The rhythm of the river water jumping and splashing was vividly frozen. It really had a kind of beauty that combined movement and stillness. Even if one used the naked eye to see through the layer of ice, one could still faintly see the rapidly flowing waves. One could even hear the hua-hua sound in one's ears. Stepping on the solid layer of ice, who would have thought that there was a roaring world below? "Captain Cui, can you take out the cold wind? We'll go over and rest for a while. We'll take some medicinal pills and adjust our breathing for a while?" Zhen Minghui asked softly. "Okay, please lead the way, Senior Marshal Brother Minghui." Cui Hongshan never refuted Zhen Minghui's opinions and nodded very gently. After Dui Qiming and the rest flew over the glacier with Su Qing, Dui Ling landed on the ice layer of the glacier. She looked down curiously at the solid ice under her feet and shouted happily, "Xiao Hua, quickly come and take a look. Have you seen such thick ice before? There's water under the ice. And the water flow is very rapid." During these dozens of days, Dui Ling and Xiao Hua flew at the back. Dui Ling would nag at Xiao Hua whenever she had nothing to do. He even treated Xiao Hua's entry into the Imperial Thunder Sect as if he had single-handedly arranged it. It was as if he hadn't discovered Xiao Hua that day, Xiao Hua would have been buried. Moreover, this was Dui Ling's first time coming to this world of ice and snow. Naturally, she was very happy and couldn't help but call out to Xiao Hua, "Little girl." Xiao Hua's figure was still on the other side of the glacier. She lazily replied, "What's the difference between looking and not looking? If you look, it's still flowing. If you don't look, it's still flowing. What's the difference between this and the flowing water of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Why are you so boring?" How could Dui Ling understand the profoundness in her words? She pouted, stomped her feet and bent her body down. Her eyes were almost touching the ice layer. There's a big fish inside." "And a crab?" "No, this." As she spoke, Dui Ling actually looked a little flustered and almost screamed. Following Dui Ling's scream, Her figure immediately flew into the air, trying to escape. Just as her figure left the ice layer, there was a loud pang sound. The thick layer of ice that was as solid as a boulder suddenly burst open. Large chunks of ice were overturned, and ice fragments rushed into the air. A disc-shaped figure emitting a green brilliance rushed out from the ice layer. 2 balls of light whizzed towards Dui Ling's body. Oh! Long before Dui Ling screamed, Xiaohua had already released her spiritual sense. She saw a crab with green light waving its large pincers rushing out from the ice layer. Dui Ling was probably the one who cried out in surprise. Seeing that the crab's strength was only around the Qi refinement realm, Xiaohua didn't care. She didn't move and only watched indifferently with her arms crossed. Chapter 2249. Junior Sister Dui, don't panic. Xiaohua didn't care, but someone else did. Baisugu, who had just flown over the ice layer, let out a low shout. He slapped his storage pouch and a foot-long fiery red stick flew out. Go! Baisugu urged his transcendence energy, and a circle of flames quickly lingered around the stick. It was Baisugu's fire-congealing pillar. Although Baisugu's fire-congealing pillar was fast, it still couldn't compare to the green crab. Dui Ling had just flown a few feet when the green crab's claws had already caught up to her figure. With a kacha sound, the claws cut towards Dui Ling's waist like lightning. Although Dui Ling was in the Qi refinement realm and didn't have much experience, he still had a natural reaction. With a wave of his hand, many fireball talismans, lightning talismans, and other talismans were scattered. With a rumble and kachacha sound, they all hit the crab's body. However, these fireballs and lightning only blocked the crab's claws, slightly delaying the attack. The green brilliance on the crab's hard shell flashed, and all the attacks were ineffective. Not a single hair on the crab was harmed. Seeing the crab's claws only slightly delayed and were about to cut at her slender waist, Dui Ling panicked and shouted, Xiaohua, quickly come and save me. Xiaohua stood in the distance, blinking his eyes. A strange smile appeared on his face, but his figure didn't move at all. He only stood quietly in midair, without the slightest intention of stepping forward to help. Dui Ling was helpless. He fiercely urged his transcendence energy, and his originally fast-dodging figure sped up again. With a kacha sound, the green crab's claws cut at Dui Ling's waist. Dui Ling's body emitted a thunderous sound, and a resplendent brilliance appeared at his waist, blocking the green crab's claws. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with an expression as expected. He had long seen that Dui Ling was wearing a defensive transcendent artifact. Although this transcendent artifact couldn't compare to Chen Diheng's, it was more than enough to deal with a first-grade spirit beast like the green crab. However, just as the brilliance blocked the green crab, a green light suddenly flashed on the green crab's claws. With a chi sound, that defensive brilliance was actually cut through by the green crab's claws. Ouch! Xiaohua was stunned. At the same time, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This green light is very familiar. Isn't this the Tai green light in my dream executioner? Although the light was faint, the sharpness of the innate gold chi was unmistakable. He was actually able to break through the brilliance of the defensive magic treasure. Of course, the green crab had only managed to break through a tiny flaw in Dui Ling's defensive magic treasure. At this moment, Baisu Valley's fire-congealing pillar had already flown over. Several feet of flames raged as it pounced towards the green crab. Hiss. No one knew where the sound came from, but a cluster of misty green light flew out of the green crab's stomach and covered the fiery condensing pillar, knocking down the several feet of fire. Only half a foot of fire was left on the fiery condensing pillar like a bandage. Die. At this time, Dui Ling had already recovered from his panic. He clapped his hands and a palm-sized seal flew out from his storage bag. With the activation of Dui Ling's magic power, it flashed with tiny lightning bolts and smashed towards the green crab. Woo! Green light flew out of the green crab's stomach again, wanting to extinguish the lightning bolts. Die la la la, a burst of lightning bolts lingered. The sharp Tai green light was indeed powerful. Half of the lightning bolts on Dui Ling's magic treasure, the Thunder Seal, were instantly destroyed by the green light. However, the green crab extinguished the lightning bolts, and the Thunder Seal's momentum did not change at all. It still smashed towards the back of the green crab. Seeing that the Thunder Seal was about to hit the green crab, Dui Ling's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Quickly withdraw the thunder seal. At this time, Dui Qiming's voice rang in Dui Ling's ears. Ah, what? Dui Ling was slightly dazed, but he knew that Dui Qiming's warning must be strange. He hurriedly activated his magic power and formed hand seals to withdraw the thunder seal. However, he was still half a step too late. The green light on the green crab's body spread out, and the crab claws slashed towards the sky, actually cutting towards the thunder seal. Ka! A faint sound rang out. The green light cut through the thunder seal, and a shallow imprint flashed on the thunder seal. The thunder seal's lightning bolts were extinguished a little more. Dui Ling was extremely distressed and shocked. He did not expect the green crab's crab claws to actually cut through the thunder seal. Boom! Baisu Gu's fire congealing pillar flourished with flames again, and several fire dragons pounced towards the green crab. The green crab had no choice but to abandon Dui Ling. The green light under its abdomen reappeared, and it pounced towards the fire dragons. At this time, everyone had already flown back and stopped around Dui Ling and Baisu Gu. Like Xiaohua, they were shocked when they saw the green crab, but they immediately relaxed. They only released their divine senses to check the green crab's movements and instructed Baisu Gu and Dui Ling to join forces to fight the green crab. It was as if they were training the two of them. After a while, Zhenhua also could not hold back. He slapped his hand and the magic treasure, thunder confining bead, also flew into the air. The sparkling blue lightning bolts flickered and struck towards the back of the green crab. With a loud ping, the thunder confining bead avoided the crab claws and hit the back of the green crab. The green crab's shell still flashed with green light, and there was not the slightest mark left on it. However, faint streaks of lightning remained on the green crab's body, causing it to tremble for a while. Taking advantage of this, the green crab's crab claws turned and cut towards the thunder confining bead. Dui Ling pointed his finger, and the thunder seal also struck down, hitting the front half of the green crab in an instant. A burst of green light flashed and there were actually some sparks splashing out. The green crab's body swayed twice in midair, and it almost lost its balance. Seeing that it could not gain any advantage, the green crab, who was already surrounded by everyone, finally put away its fearless in the face of danger calmness. Its body swayed slightly, and it was about to fall into the ice layer. Don't let it escape. Zhen Minghui shouted, "This is the advantage of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Kill this bastard to get the first prize." Okay. Hearing this, Cui Hongshan was also very interested. He clapped his hands and two thunder beads, one big and one small, flew out. Like meteors catching up with the moon, they fell below the green crab and suddenly rushed towards the green crab's abdomen. Woo! With a burst of ear-piercing sound, the two thunder beads actually made an ear-piercing sound. Hoo! The green crab's abdomen spat out a large cluster of tiny green light, wanting to extinguish the two thunder beads. But the moment the tiny green light fell, the two thunder beads slightly collided. With a ka sound, a bolt of lightning was born from the thunder beads' contact, piercing the green light like a sharp sword, and the two thunder beads took advantage of the collision to fly in opposite directions. This bastard's technique of controlling a celestial artifact is not bad. Only Xiaohua was still standing in the distance, calmly watching with his Buddhist awareness. Seeing Cui Hongshan's method, he could not help but sneer. Master and Master's wife only gave me a spirit crow fire net, but this bastard gave me two thunder beads at once. Master is a little biased. While Xiaohua was surprised, Cui Hongshan was also surprised. The lightning was like a sword piercing the green light. According to his thinking, it should have pierced through the green light, and even pierced the green crab's abdomen. Who would have thought that the lightning would actually flicker in the green light and be annihilated? How could he not be surprised? This green crab is a little strange. Zhen Minghui also took out his magic tool at this time. It was not much different from Dui Ling's thunder seal, a square brick. However, in Zhen Minghui's hands, the lightning brick seemed to possess a different kind of power. As Zhen Minghui spoke, the lightning brick suddenly grew in size. It was several feet in size and smashed down like a giant boulder. The poor green crab had just dealt with Cui Hongshan's small ball, and now it had to face Zhen Minghui's brick. Its crab claws streaked through the air, leaving a trace of mark. Before the green crab could be happy, the brick smashed down with a boom, hitting its back. Although the green light of the green crab flashed and blocked the thunder brick, it still fell several feet. The green light protecting the green crab was also somewhat dim. Only a thin layer of protection was left. The poor green crab was only a first-rank spirit beast. How could it withstand the torment of so many Foundation establishment cultivators? The corner of Cui Hongshan's mouth curved into a slight smile. He glanced at Dui Qiming and scolded softly. His hand seals changed slightly, and the two thunder beads that had just separated drew two beautiful arcs under the green crab's abdomen and converged close to the green crab. With a kacha sound, another thunder light was born. This thunder light was 10% larger than the previous one, and it was incomparably fast. Before the green light of the green crab could be released, the thunder light had already hit the green light, protecting the green crab. Rip, like piercing through a layer of silk, the thunder light tore the green light apart and hit the green crab's abdomen. The green crab's abdomen should be its weak point. The green crab's two crab claws violently waved, and an inch-sized black hole appeared with green smoke. The green crab was injured and its sinking speed was even faster. Still want to escape? Zhen Minghui was somewhat regretful. He secretly blamed himself for not thinking of attacking the green crab's abdomen earlier. He pointed his finger and the thunder brick also flew down and hit the green crab. However, just as the thunder brick flew down, the green crab had already landed on the layer of ice. It was about to sink into the big hole that it had just charged out of. Quick, Chiu Su, who had been motionless all this time, pointed his finger. The Dharma artifact that he had set up above the ice hole long ago flew up. It was a thunder net. Seeing the flickering thunder net completely wrap around the green crab, everyone was a little embarrassed. It took a few Foundation establishment and Qi refinement cultivators to capture the green crab with so much effort. Just as Chiu Su was about to form a seal to capture the green crab, two rays of green light flashed out from the green crab's crab claws and cut a part of the thunder net at the same time. The green light was so sharp that it flashed and cut a big hole in the thunder net. The green crab was about to fall into the ice hole very easily. Ouch, Chiu Su exclaimed. He knew that he had underestimated the green light. Fortunately, Zhen Minghui's thunder brick flew over in time and smashed at the spot where Cui Hongshan's thunder pearl had hit. With a piu sound, the thunder brick actually sank into it. The green crab's crab claws trembled a few times, and the green light around its body gradually disappeared. Congratulations, senior brother Minghui, for killing it with one strike. Cui Hongshan's thunder pearl flew over at the same time. Seeing that the green crab had been killed by Zhen Minghui, he waved his hand and the thunder pearl flew back to him. Chapter 2250. No, it's all thanks to Captain Cui. If Captain hadn't found this monster's weakness, I'm afraid it would have escaped. Zhen Minghui put away the thunder brick and waved his hand. The huge green crab corpse flew into the air and floated in front of everyone. He said, "This green crab's green light is very strange. It's really powerful." Clap, 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 clap. Xiao Hua's slightly sarcastic praise sounded. Really powerful. This Xiao admires you very much. A first-grade spirit beast with the strength of Qi refinement. So many people actually took action. Really powerful. Shut up. Cui Hongshan scolded angrily. Didn't you see that Dui Ling was in danger and even asked you for help? You didn't do anything? Are you still a man? Whether I'm a man or not, you don't need to know. Xiao Hua sneered. Isn't a Qi refinement spirit beast a good opportunity for her to practice? If you all killed it, she would be helpless the next time she sees a spirit beast. What good would it do her? Besides, you clearly knew that this green crab's green light was strange, so why did you kill it? If you found where the green crab came from, wouldn't you be able to get more green light? This? Cui Hongshan was stunned by Xiao Hua's words. Xiao Hua's words were extremely reasonable. Can you guarantee that Dui Ling won't be injured? Zhen Minghui also chimed in. Besides, a green crab is so difficult to deal with. There must be a lot under the ice, right? What should we do? Even if you want to follow the green crab to find the green light, do you think you can go deep into the ice river? Everything is just wishful thinking. It's just empty talk. Hee, isn't it? Cui Hongshan also laughed. He couldn't help but think of his master's helpless evaluation of Xiao Hua's frivolity. Forget it, Xiao Hua. Your thoughts are excellent, but our cultivation is limited. If we can prevent Dui Ling from getting injured, we will try our best not to take risks. If there are such difficulties in the future, don't hesitate. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and looked at the green crab. What is this green light? If we can get it, it will be of great use. This subordinate has never seen or heard of such a sharp green light before. It can actually cut through magical artifacts, and even lightning. It's even more impossible for him to know how to draw it. Zhen Minghui's face was also filled with embarrassment as he looked at Chiu Su. After all, Chiu Su was a disciple of the technique imparting pavilion, so he might have some knowledge. Senior brothers, I don't know either. Chiu Su smiled bitterly. Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across Dui Qiming and the rest. Everyone shook their heads. Forget it, senior brother Minghui, keep this thing for the time being. We'll talk about it when we return to Sky Patrol City and meet our teacher. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and instructed. I think Captain Cui should keep it. Zhen Minghui hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. The green crab flew towards Cui Hongshan. The green crab's green light is powerful. The crab's shell and claws are also abnormally hard. They are all good materials for refining tools. Cui Hongshan glanced at Jinhua and said with a smile. Yes, Captain Cui is right. After seeing Cui Hongshan's magic tool, Jinhua also knew that Cui Hongshan was indeed not weak. He felt admiration in his heart and quickly replied, the crab shell is extremely hard and the crab claws are extremely sharp. In the 100 Refinements Hall, it is a rare material for refining. We'll definitely encounter a lot of such rare materials in the future. There's no need to divide it now. When we return to Sky Patrol City, I'll share it with everyone. Cui Hongshan waved his hand and said, Senior brother Minghui, keep it for the time being. We'll remember this. Even if you want to take it, you can't. All right. Zhen Minghui knew that Cui Hongshan wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. After thinking for a while, he reluctantly nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept it in his storage bag. All right, let's take a rest. Cui Hongshan used his divine thought to check for a moment. After confirming that there was no danger, he ordered. Before Dui Ling and the rest could fly up, Xiaohua suddenly said, Fellow Cultivator Cui, I have something to do. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he turned around and flew back without waiting for Cui Hongshan's reply. You. Cui Hongshan was slightly angry. He could not figure out what Xiaohua wanted to do. If he wanted to escape, why did he do it earlier? Now he wanted to escape in front of everyone? But if he didn't escape, what couldn't he say clearly? Captain Cui, your junior brother's temper isn't small. Zhen Minghui seemed to be distressed. He doesn't respect the captain at all. There's no way. Cui Hongshan sighed again. He's just a junior brother who just entered Foundation establishment. I also received master's instructions. There's nothing I can do. And I also have such a junior brother. Since young he has been doted on by his master. He's rather arrogant, but what happened in the end? He's still in the 11th layer of Qi refining. This time he was almost sent out. Zhen Minghui laughed. This junior brother of yours is not bad. He's already entered Foundation establishment. It seems that he also has some knowledge. And? Cui Hongshan looked in the direction Xiaohua disappeared. Of course I will do what I can. If it's beyond the scope of my abilities, I can't do it. Everything will be up to the will of the heavens. Immediately, everyone flew to a low-lying area and took medicinal pills to rest. Dui Ling looked in the direction Xiaohua disappeared in, as if he had lost something. After waiting for nearly the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua finally came back. What did you go to do? Cui Hongshan asked unhappily. You're a member of my team. Even if you're my junior brother, you must explain the reason when you go out. Otherwise, I won't be able to convince everyone. I know. Xiaohua replied unhappily, but he didn't explain what he had gone to do. Xiaohua, come over here. Seeing that Cui Hongshan was about to scold him again, Dui Qiming hurriedly called out. And Xiaohua responded and flew to Dui Qiming and Dui Ling's side. Cui Hongshan looked at the others and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Dui Qiming looked at the lazy Xiaohua and whispered, Xiaohua, senior sister will say something to you. No matter what, Cui Hongshan is already the leader of our team. As his senior brother, you can't undermine him. Even if you have some complaints in your heart, you can't show it on your face. After all, he has to make plans for the 10 of us. You have to endure it for the sake of our lives and your own. Xiaohua mumbled to himself. Also, Cui Hongshan was right. Even if you want to train Dui Ling, you have to ensure his safety first. How dangerous was it just now? If we didn't intervene, Dui Ling's life would have been long gone, let alone training. Tisk, is it worth it? Xiao Hua wasn't convinced. How could he let the green crab hurt Dui Ling? However, he didn't say anything and continued to mumble. That's right, Xiao Hua. No matter what, I was the one who recruited you to the Imperial Thunder Sect. How could you be so ruthless? Dui Ling whispered with a bitter face. All right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. This Xiao's cultivation is shallow. Even if I intervened, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save you. Therefore, I had no choice but to not intervene. Since you are so unhappy, this jade slip is this Xiao's apology. Jade slip? What for? Dui Ling was very puzzled, but he still took it and used his weak divine perception to take a look. Tai green light? Collecting technique? Immediately, Dui Ling withdrew his divine perception and handed the jade slip to Xiao Hua. He smiled and said, "It's good that you know you are wrong. I only want your apology. You should keep this thing yourself." Dui Ling. Zhenhua was shocked and said anxiously, "Quickly let me see the jade slip." "Why should I give it to you?" Dui Ling was unhappy and looked at Xiao Hua. "Why are you looking at me? It's all yours. This Xiao has never given anything to anyone, and I will never take back what I have given." Xiao Hua said indifferently. "You have never given anything to anyone? Have you never given anything to Fairy Hongxia?" Dui Ling asked with a smile. "Why should I tell you?" Xiao Hua flew to the side and sat down cross-legged. He wiped his hand and put the green spirit pill into his mouth, no longer paying attention to them. Tai green light? At this moment, Zhen Minghui also woke up and followed Zhenhua to Dui Ling's side. However, Cui Hongshan still didn't understand. Seeing Cui Hongshan's confusion, Dui Qiming hurriedly transmitted a message, seemingly telling Cui Hongshan about the Tai green light. When Cui Hongshan heard this, he looked at Xiao Hua with even more astonishment. Dui Ling naturally passed the jade slip to Zhenhua. Zhenhua looked at it for a moment before passing it to Zhen Minghui. When Zhen Minghui finished looking at it, his face was filled with surprise. Just like Zhenhua, he looked up at Cui Hongshan and said, "Captain Cui, we are really lucky. If I'm not wrong, the green light inside the green crab is the Tai green light. It is a type of innate gold qi. When refining qi, you only need to use a little bit of it, and your artifact will immediately become incomparably sharp. This is especially true for artifacts like flying swords." Many of the elders in my Imperial Thunder sect are searching everywhere for this item. Senior apprentice brother Minghui, you can try extracting this Tai green light. Cui Hongshan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. However, he was immediately overjoyed. They had just set out and hadn't even encountered a sword cultivator, yet they had such a harvest. This was truly beyond his expectations. Zhen Minghui glanced at Xiao Hua, who was ignoring them in the distance, and said with a smile, "Captain Cui, although the green crab is ours, we have eyes but failed to see. If it weren't for your junior apprentice brother's jade slip, this Tai green light would only benefit others. Since that is the case, please extract it, Captain Cui. It is better to leave such a rare item with the captain." Cui Hongshan glanced at everyone, thought for a moment and nodded, "Fine, I will reluctantly accept this difficult task." With that, Cui Hongshan took the jade slip from Zhen Minghui's hand. He immersed his divine thought in it for a long time, flew to the place where he had previously rested, sat down and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, Cui Hongshan opened his eyes and looked at Zhen Minghui. Zhen Minghui immediately woke up. He clapped his hands and the huge green crab fell in front of Cui Hongshan. Cui Hongshan made a gesture and hit the green crab. The green light that had been annihilated before gradually reappeared with the incantation, and it became more and more intense. After a while, Cui Hongshan's hand tightened. As his hand grasped, a green brilliance smaller than a mung bean condensed together and gradually rose from the green crab's corpse. It was a little bit of Tai green light. Chapter 2251. That's great. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They knew that this was the Tai green light. This was a good thing. Even if everyone got some, it would still be good, not to mention that this thing was free. Then Cui Hongshan put the Tai green light into the jade box, stuck a talisman on it, and put it away in his storage bag. "Alright everyone, we've rested enough. Now it's time to get down to business." Cui Hongshan clapped his hands and smiled. There must be more good things waiting for us ahead. Good. Everyone was happy and spread out, ready to activate their magic power. However, Dui Ling's eyes were sharp and he said anxiously, Captain Chui, wait a moment. Xiao Hua seems to have not finished adjusting his breath. Chui Hongshan, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned his head to look. Sure enough, Xiao Hua still looked calm and did not hear Chui Hongshan's order. Fellow Taoist Xiao is really diligent. He even wants to use this little bit of time. If his cultivation does not improve, it would be unreasonable. Ming Mao also helped him out. Why don't we rest for a while? All right. Chui Hongshan nodded. However, without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Hua jumped up and said indifferently, let's go. I finished adjusting my breath. Beside them, Dui Qiming was laughing in her heart. She almost laughed out loud. As an outsider, she could see clearly that Xiao Hua was going against Chui Hongshan in every way to make Chui Hongshan angry. If Xiao Hua did not take out the jade slip just now, Dui Qiming would not be able to guess Xiao Hua's thoughts. Now, she was not worried about her lover. If Xiao Hua had any bad intentions, there was no need for him to take out the jade slip to extract the Tai green light, even if it was for Dui Ling Yu. Chui Hongshan was a little angry and said coldly, don't think that you'll be rewarded for taking out the jade slip. Once I get it to Sentry City, the elders of my Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely know. You're just letting us wait in advance. Without waiting for Chui Hongshan to finish, Xiao Hua said indifferently, I didn't give you any jade slip. Are you still leaving or not? Go. Zhen Minghui hurriedly interrupted. We'll leave now. As he spoke, he pulled Chui Hongshan's Taoist robe and took the lead to fly into the air. Let's go, Xiao Hua. You still have to cover the rear with this concubine. Ming Mao and Dui Ling waited for the others to fly away before covering their mouths and laughing as they held hands and flew up. Xiao Hua curled his lips, feeling extremely displeased in his heart. What use does the extreme unity green light have? These 9 people definitely don't know as much as he does, and he definitely wants to obtain the extreme unity green light more than the other 9 people. Naturally, what he wants is not just this little bit of extreme unity green light. Unfortunately, he had already used Earth Escape to the bottom of the ice river and searched everywhere, but there were no clues at all. Apart from the cold, there was no other spirit beast in sight. Who knew where this green crab came from? If green crab could return alive, he would be able to bring Xiao Hua to find even more green crab. Forget it. Xiao Hua flew at the back, still as slow as before. He only pondered for a moment before tossing it aside. Of the 9 sword pellets, only the first one had been repaired. The other 8 still couldn't work. Presumably, the injuries suffered by 9 stars transit that day weren't light. If he had the extreme unity green light, he might be able to repair these sword pellets as soon as possible. If he didn't, Xiao Hua wasn't in too much of a hurry. He could just slowly repair them. Thus, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and flew leisurely, but his mind was focused on the cultivation method. After flying for another half a day, a mountain ridge appeared in front of them. Chui Hongshan stopped and looked at the jade slip again. He nodded and said, this is Chicken Cry Mountain. Wait for me to send a summoning talisman. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a lightning summoning talisman was sent out. A moment later, several people came out from the mountain ridge. The one in the lead was an early-stage Foundation establishment old man dressed in hemp clothes. Behind him were several aura-refining disciples. From afar, the old man cupped his hands and said, Chicken Cry Mountain's Lan Li greets fellow Taoist Chui and fellow Taoists from the Imperial Thunder Sect. I don't dare. I'm Chui Hongshan. Greetings, fellow Taoist Lan Li. Chui Hongshan didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly returned the greeting. He then pointed at Zhen Minghui and said, This is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Zhen Minghui, my assistant. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhen. Lan Li turned around and bowed. He said with a smile, From fellow Taoist Zhen's name, you must be a descendant of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunder Palace. You're truly respectable. I don't dare. Zhen Minghui returned the greeting and said with a smile, I may have a higher starting point, but compared to fellow Taoist land's diligence, I'm still ashamed of my inferiority. This is fate. Lan Li said with a smile, everyone's path is different. If fellow Taoist Zhen was born in my Chicken Cry Mountain, perhaps your accomplishments would be even greater than mine. Not at all. Zhen Minghui's expression didn't change, but he was indeed bewildered in his heart. They had already met, yet they were still exchanging boring pleasantries. What was the matter? Why didn't they invite him into Chicken Cry Mountain first? Chui Hongshan was also puzzled. He clapped his hands and took out the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team token, saying, I was sent by the Imperial Thunder Sect's master. I received a message from Chicken Cry Mountain and came to rescue them. This is my Imperial Thunder Sect's token, which is recognized by the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. Fellow Daoist Lan, please check it. Hehe, there's no need. Lan Li glanced at it and said with a smile, the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are all dignified people. How can they be compared to the filthy sword cultivators? I can tell at a glance that they're different. I should have invited all of you into the valley for a chat, but now that we're in the midst of a great battle, the crisis of my Chicken Cry Mountain has been resolved. I believe there will be more opportunities for you to show your talents in Sky Patrol City. Therefore, I'd like to ask fellow Daoist Chui to bring the Imperial Thunder Sect's fellow Daoist back to Sky Patrol City quickly. Ah. Chui Hongshan was stunned. He looked around and asked curiously, did Chicken Cry Mountain encounter sword cultivators? What crisis was it? How did it get resolved so quickly? This. Lan Li hesitated and said with a smile, it's nothing. Previously, a small group of sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Cry Mountain and seemed to want to destroy my Chicken Cry Mountain. However, under Valley Master's lead, we chased the sword cultivators away. After that, no more sword cultivators came to harass us, so I don't think they'll come again. The message that Chicken Cry Mountain sent to my Imperial Thunder Sect was that they needed disciples with fast flying speed to come over. Was there anything else? Chui Hongshan was a little disappointed. They had come so excitedly but left just like that. It was very empty. Lan Li blinked and turned to look at the few disciples behind him. It seemed like he did not know what to say. Fellow Daoist Lan, the 7 Skills Sect's disciples have already arrived, right? Zhen Minghui said with a smile, don't tell me they helped us out? Hehe, so fellow Daoists have already met the 7 Skills Sect's disciples. Lan Li said with a smile, if that's the case I won't hide anything. A few days ago the 7 Skills Sect's disciples arrived and killed the sword cultivators. The crisis of Chicken Cry Mountain has already been resolved. I'm afraid that I'll embarrass the Imperial Thunder Sect, so I'm too embarrassed to say it. It's fine, Chui Hongshan waved his hand and said with a smile, as long as Chicken Cry Mountain is fine, isn't that better than anything else? Fellow Daoist Lan, can you give me a copy of Chicken Cry Mountain's token so that I can use it as proof to explain myself to my sect? This. Lan Li was a little troubled. He shook his head and said, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. Now that the sword cultivators are at war with my Dao sect, this token is very important. It's in the hands of the Valley Master, and he's currently having a secret meeting with the 7 Skills Sect's disciples. I'm afraid he can't give it to fellow Daoist Chui. Fine, Chui Hongshan was in a dilemma. Should I leave or not? Leave without the token, who knows if you've come to Chicken Cry Mountain or not. If I don't leave, it's the 7 Skills Sect who helped me out. It has nothing to do with me. Later, when I meet the Valley Master of Chicken Cry Mountain, I'll definitely meet the 7 Skills Sect's disciples, and they'll definitely mock and ridicule me. Sigh, this so-called captain. It's really troublesome. Chui Hongshan was almost dispirited. After pondering for a moment, Chui Hongshan smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll wait. After all, I'm under my master's orders. Without proof, it'll be hard for me to explain myself. Alright then. Lan Li thought for a moment, then raised his hand and gestured, fellow Daoist Chui, please follow me. With that, Lan Li flew to the foot of the mountain first. Chui Hongshan and the others flew behind him, and the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples accompanied them. Chicken Cry Mountain was a mountain ridge, and it was several hundred feet higher than the surrounding snowy plains. The mountains were undulating, and from high up in the sky, it looked like a crowing rooster. That was probably how Chicken Cry Mountain got its name. Chui Hongshan followed Lan Li into the mountain ridge, and after passing through a faint fog restriction, they arrived at the back of the rooster. It was a valley that was several miles wide, and the foundation of the Chicken Cry Mountain's disciples was in this valley. On the stone walls of the valley, there was a rather majestic building. Chui Hongshan followed Lan Li into a hall with a sign that read, Guest Hall. Fellow Daoists, please take a seat and enjoy some spirit fruits and spirit tea. I'll go invite the Valley Master over. Lan Li said with a smile. Yes. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist Lan. Chui Hongshan cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he sat on a chair and gave Zhen Minghui a look. Zhen Minghui understood and walked to Lan Li's side, whispering, fellow Daoist Lan, we came here in a hurry and our teacher didn't have time to inform us. I'll take the liberty to ask for the name of your Valley Master, so as to avoid being rude later. It's nothing. Lan Li shook his head slightly and smiled. My Chicken Cry Mountain is far to the north of the country of Shi, and we're a small cultivation family. How could we attract the attention of the Imperial Thunder Sect? For them to send their disciples over, my Chicken Cry Mountain is already very grateful. I'll let fellow Taoist Zhen know that the Valley Master of my Chicken Cry Mountain is Valley Master Zhan Xinzhan. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lan. Zhen Minghui smiled apologetically. For Chicken Cry Mountain to be coveted by sword cultivators, it must be famous. My teacher of the Imperial Thunder Sect must also know about it. It's just that we, the younger generation disciples, have little experience and are somewhat ignorant. Fellow Taoist Zhen, please take a seat. Lan Li smiled and called for the disciples to serve the spirit fruits and spirit tea. Then he went straight ahead. It's really embarrassing. Xiao Hua saw Cui Hongshan's slightly red face and felt very refreshed in his heart. Even the name of the Chicken Cry Mountain's clan master came rashly. How could it not be embarrassing? This is great, it's embarrassing in front of everyone. Chapter 2252. Cui Hongshan was also helpless. He thought that there was a detailed explanation in the token, so he didn't ask in detail on the Thunder Boat. When he got out of the Thunder Boat, he realized that something was wrong. Perhaps the masters of the Imperial Thunder Sect really didn't put Chicken Crow Mountain in their eyes, but Cui Hongshan couldn't. Now that he was here, instead of embarrassing himself in front of the Valley Master, he might as well ask clearly now. Cui Hongshan and the others thought it would be quick, but they actually waited for more than half a day. They didn't see Lan Li or the so-called Zhan Xn. Damn it, it can't be a trap, right? Xiao Hua secretly released his Buddhist sense. All the disciples of Chicken Crow Mountain were normal and did what they were supposed to do. However, there were many restrictions that his Buddhist sense couldn't penetrate. Xiao Hua also couldn't see where Lan Li or the Seven Skills Sect disciples were. It's a little strange. Xiao Hua withdrew his Buddhist sense and knew that it wasn't a trap. He thought to himself in surprise, aren't there too many restrictions in this Chicken Crow Mountain? It's different from ordinary cultivation aristocratic families. Cui Hongshan, who had always been calm, was also a little anxious. Just as he was about to find a disciple to rush them, he heard light and noisy footsteps coming from outside the hall. When Cui Hongshan and the others looked up, they saw Seven Skills Sect's Han Bing, accompanied by a skinny middle-stage foundation establishment old man, quickly entering the guest hall. Needless to say, this tall and skinny middle-stage foundation establishment old man must be the Valley Master of Chicken Crow Mountain, Zhan Xn. Cui Hongshan didn't want to get up because if he did, he would be greeting Han Bing, which would damage the reputation of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, he was a guest of Chicken Crow Mountain. When the host came, how could he not get up? Moreover, Cui Hongshan was born in a cultivation aristocratic family and had seen the arrogance of the disciples of cultivation sects in his own home. He had long decided not to be such a bad person. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Cui Hongshan still stood up. Seeing Cui Hongshan stand up, Zhen Minghui and the others also immediately stood up. On the other hand, Xiao Hua glanced coldly and still sat there without moving. Seeing Cui Hongshan and the others stand up, Han Bing smiled slightly, but when she glanced at Xiao Hua, her eyes flashed fiercely. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and also glared at her. He didn't seem to be afraid, which made Han Bing surprise. Oh, so it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man should go out and greet you personally. Zhan Xn naturally didn't want to offend the Imperial Thunder Sect, so he forced a smile and hurriedly said, however, because fellow Taoist Han from the Seven Skills Sect arrived first, this old man had some matters to discuss with fellow Taoist Han in private. That's why I was rude. Please don't blame me, fellow Taoist Cui. As he spoke, Zhan Xn took a few steps forward and bowed. Zhan Xin's bow instantly gave face to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Cui Hongshan was also overjoyed and hurriedly went forward to return the bow. He smiled and said, I dare not trouble Valley Master Zhan. I came under my master's orders. I'm really nagging. Not at all. I'm more than happy that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has come to help my Chicken Crow Mountain defend against the enemy. Zhan Xn said anxiously, I'm truly grateful. Cui Hongshan shook his head. It's a pity that we came too late and couldn't help Chicken Crow Mountain at all. This old man is extremely grateful that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has such intentions. Come, take a seat and have some of my Chicken Crow Mountain spirit tea. Zhan Xen smiled and gestured for Cui Hongshan and the others to sit. At this moment Han Bing also walked in front of Cui Hongshan. She glanced at him with a smile and said, Captain Cui, why did you still come? I already told you that we don't need you here. Cui Hongshan originally wanted to sit down, but now he could only remain standing. He looked at Han Bing and asked, if a disciple of the Seven Skills sect is here, why can't a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect come? Han Bing raised her eyebrows and sized up Cui Hongshan. She asked curiously, why must a disciple of my Seven Skills sect be here, but a disciple of your Imperial Thunder sect must come? Cui Hongshan was displeased. Han Bing was clearly provoking him. However, seeing that she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, he took a deep breath and replied, a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect received a message from Chicken Crow Mountain. Of course he had to come. As for whether a disciple of your Seven Skills sect comes or not, it has nothing to do with my Imperial Thunder sect. Ah. Han Bing laughed and asked, don't you know what message Chicken Crow Mountain sent to your Imperial Thunder sect? Cui Hongshan was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, I don't know. That's my master's business. Fellow Han. Zhan Xen felt that something was amiss. He immediately smiled apologetically and said, both the Seven Skills sect and Imperial Thunder sect came from my Chicken Crow Mountain. They're all disciples of my Dao sect. Why do you have to get to the bottom of it? Valley Master Zhan. Han Bing's expression changed slightly. She turned around and said, I came under my master's orders. I never thought that a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect would come. This matter? This is all a mistake made by the disciple who went out to send the message. Zhan Xian immediately smiled apologetically and said, didn't we already discuss the matter of my Chicken Crow Mountain with fellow Han? Han Bing nodded. I already know the reason. However, I still want to tell some self-righteous sects that if they don't have enough strength, they shouldn't force their way in. You were clearly sent to run errands to find my Seven Skills sect. Why did you send your own disciples? With that, she waved her sleeves and sat down on the chair at the head of the meeting hall. The other early-stage Foundation Establishment disciples and a 12th-stage Qi Refinement disciple from the Seven Skills sect also sat on the main seats. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan frowned. He didn't sit down. He looked at Zhan Xen and sneered, Valley Master Zhan, I didn't want to be a busybody. I only wanted to get the token from Chicken Crow Mountain and return to Sky Patrol City. However, since someone said that my Imperial Thunder sect can only run errands, I have to ask clearly, what's going on? Zhan Xen smiled bitterly. He glanced at the smug Han Bing and then at the ashen-faced Cui Hongshan. He was in a difficult position. This was a competition between the Seven Skills sect and the Imperial Thunder sect. Chicken Crow Mountain had no reason to get involved. After pondering for a moment, he smiled apologetically, fellow Daoist Cui, are you from Kuan Yu's Cui family or Bainan's Cui family? Fellow Daoist Cui Peng and fellow Daoist Cui Rixin are familiar with me. These two families have a very good relationship with my Chicken Crow Mountain. My Chicken Crow Mountain often trades with them for some artifacts. Hearing Zhan Xen mention the head of Kuan Yu's Cui family, Cui Peng Cui Hongshan's expression softened. However, he still sneered, fellow Daoist Zhan, I'm now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. You're putting me in a difficult position by mentioning my family background. Not at all. When Zhan Xian heard that, he immediately reached out and took out a small storage bag. He handed it to Cui Hongshan and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Cui, this is the token of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Then he transmitted his voice, there are some spirit stones inside and a magic artifact of my Chicken Crow Mountain. Please accept it as a token of my respect. Fellow Daoists from the Imperial Thunder sect, thank you for coming here. Cui Hongshan was a little hesitant. Beside him, Zhen Minghui smiled and said, since Valley Master Zhan has given us the token, Captain Cui, we should return to Sky Patrol City immediately. There are still sword cultivators waiting for us to kill. All right. Cui Hongshan saw Zhen Minghui's hint and took the storage bag. He nodded and said, in that case I'll take my leave. Disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, if possible, please stay for a few more days. It won't be too late to rest here for a while before leaving. Zhan Xen was happy and politely urged them to stay. Han, you're leaving already? Han Bing laughed and said, looks like. We can only rely on my 7 skills sect to kill the sword cultivators in Chicken Crow Mountain. Only the sword cultivators in Sky Patrol City can rely on the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if the Imperial Thunder sect disciples stay in Chicken Crow Mountain, they can only hide behind my 7 skills sect. After all, their enemy is in Sky Patrol City. The Imperial Thunder sect disciples were displeased. At this moment, a figure flew in from the outside. Before the figure could be seen, a panicked voice rang out, Valley Master, something bad has happened. My Chicken Crow Mountain is being attacked by thousands of sword cultivators. Huh? Jean Xian was shocked. He looked at the descending Qi refinement disciple and said in shock, thousands of sword cultivators? What are their cultivation bases? Alright, Valley Master, most of them are at the 9th grade of sword nurturing realm. A small number of them are at the sword drawing realm. The panicked disciple said anxiously. This. Jean Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Only a few hundred sword cultivators had attacked Rooster Crow Mountain earlier, and Rooster Crow Mountain alone was already unable to fend them off. Now there were over 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if the disciples of 7 Skills Sect and Imperial Thunder Sect were added in, they were still no match for them. Ha ha ha, without waiting for Jean Xian to speak, a loud laugh came from behind Cui Hongshan. Jean Xian looked over curiously. It was Xiao Hua who was laughing. Why are you laughing, fellow Taoist? Jean Xian asked with a gloomy face. Sigh, I'm just lamenting. Xiao Hua's face was lonely. He pointed at Han Bing and said, 7 Skills Sect's fellow Taoist Han's enemy is here. Where is my Imperial Thunder Sect's enemy? Sentry City is really too far away. My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are really lonely. You. Han Bing's face was naturally filled with panic. Hearing Xiao Hua's ridicule, she became even angrier. She said coldly, what is this fellow Taoist's name? Isn't your Imperial Thunder Sect preparing to fight? I am Imperial Thunder Sect's Xiao Hua. What? Does fellow Taoist Han still want to remember? However, even if you want to find trouble with this Xiao, you have to wait until you fight with your enemy. Oh, the Xiao forgot. Fellow Taoist, you have to wait until after the battle. Xiao Hua pretended to come to his senses and slapped his forehead. Xiao Hua. Cui Hongshan said coldly, shut up. Yes, the Xiao will shut up now. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, he still said to Han Bing, as for whether my Imperial Thunder Sect will fight or not, this Xiao thinks that it will depend on the result of 7 Skills Sect's battle. Fellow Taoist Han just said that the words spoken are like spilled water. It can't be taken back. Seeing Han Bing trembling with anger, Cui Hongshan was overjoyed. He never thought that this junior brother of his, who he always disliked, was so pleasing to the eye today. However, he still scolded, Xiao Hua, how can you be so impudent? He is a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can he go back on his words? Jean Xian smiled bitterly. However, he didn't want to be entangled with these two sections. He waved his hand and said, let's go take a look and discuss how to fight. Chapter 2253. Please? Han Bing stood up coldly and raised her hand, indicating for Jean Xian to leave first. The 7 Skills Sect disciples also stood up. After the 7 Skills Sect disciples followed Han Bing out of the guest hall, Zhen Minghui whispered, Captain Cui, what should we do? What else can we do? We can only face the enemy head-on. Cui Hongshan sighed and waved his hand. The sword cultivators are approaching. Let's go take a look. Yes. Dui Qiming replied and followed Cui Hongshan out of the guest hall. However, Xiao Hua sat there motionlessly. You're not going to take a look? Cui Hongshan frowned and said, are you really going to hide behind the 7 Skills Sect's disciples? Yes. Why not? Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said, my cultivation is shallow, so of course I have to hide behind them. Yes. When Cui Hongshan saw that Xiao Hua was so shameless, he didn't say anything and walked out of the guest hall. Dui Ling walked at the back and actually gave Xiao Hua a thumbs up. Evidently, he was praising Xiao Hua's calmness when facing a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Tisk, you're still laughing even now. Wait until you see thousands of sword cultivators. You won't be able to laugh anymore. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling unhappily and closed his eyes to refine the medicinal power of the Azure Spirit Pill. He released his Buddhist perception and saw the sword cultivator dozens of miles away. Was there a need to look? Moreover, swordsmen who were at most at unsheathing sword cultivation were not Xiao Hua's type. Even if there were over 1,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Hua. When Cui Hongshan and the others left the guest hall, there were already disciples of Rooster Crow Mountain who came to greet them, leading them to follow Zhang Xian and the others who had already flown to the peak of Rooster Crow Mountain. The peak of Chicken Crow Mountain was also covered in deep snow. Although it was not too high, it was enough for one to clearly see the surroundings. Cui Hongshan gradually flew higher and released his divine sense. He could not find any traces of sword cultivators. There were also some small dots in the distant horizon that he could not see clearly. Fellow Taoist Zhan, what's the situation? Cui Hongshan asked in a low voice. Zhang Xen furrowed his brows and shook his head slightly. I don't know either. The disciple on guard duty didn't send another message. Most likely he had already died. Even with my spiritual sense, I still can't find any traces of the sword cultivator. Oh. Cui Hongshan had a thought and asked, since there are still no traces of the sword cultivator, why don't we? Cui Hongshan did not continue, but Zhang Xen clearly knew what Cui Hongshan meant. He smiled bitterly. Last time there were several hundred sword cultivators. The disciples of my Chicken Crow Mountain who went out to ask for help barely managed to escape from their encirclement. Now that there are over 1,000 of them, I'm sure they already have the intention of killing us in a single strike. Hearing that, Cui Hongshan became even more confused. He asked again, since the sword cultivators have already attacked Chicken Crow Mountain, why didn't the Valley Master ask for more help? Will we allow them to attack a second time? Alas, fellow Taoist Cui, there is something you don't know. Zhang Xen was still smiling bitterly. Right now, the sword cultivators are coming in large numbers. There are dangers everywhere. Where would we find extra people to help? Moreover, according to the previous records in the valley, sword cultivators don't harass our cultivation families too much. Even if they attack, they only attack once. If they succeed, they succeed. If they don't, they retreat. They are just low-level swordsmen who are seeking a breakthrough. There is no need for them to fight us to the death. There's something strange about today. Cui Hongshan nodded. That's right. Zhang Xian replied. Last time, the sword cultivators surrounded my Chicken Crow Mountain. After fellow Taoist Han came, although there were only 10 of them, he joined forces with me and the elders of my Chicken Crow Mountain to defeat the swordsmen with the highest cultivation. They then retreated just like what was recorded in the records. Who knows why they came back? How many disciples of your valley are there? Cui Hongshan asked again. About 400. Zhang Xen understood Cui Hongshan's meaning and replied, there were only about 300 swordsmen from before. However, there were several third-grade swordsmen. I was afraid that my Chicken Crow Mountain wouldn't be able to handle them, so I sent my disciples out to ask for help. Fellow Taoist Zhan, since that's the case with so many sword cultivators attacking, why don't we break through the encirclement now? If we wait for them to come closer, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Cui Hongshan suggested bluntly. Isn't it the same if we wait for the sword cultivators to retreat and then come back? Hee hee. Zhang Xen laughed. Fellow Taoist Cui, it's easy for you to say. Let's not talk about the fact that the sword cultivators have already surrounded us. It's already too late for us to leave. Besides, fellow Taoist Cui, you're not in charge and you don't know the difficulties of being in charge. It's easy for us to retreat but difficult for us to come back. Behind Zhang Xian's smile, there seemed to be some difficulties. It seemed like he didn't want to surrender Chicken Crow Mountain to someone else. Of course, if fellow Taoist Cui wants to leave, it'll depend on your luck to break through the encirclement now. Zhang Xen said with a smile, then looked towards the horizon again. At that moment, the sword cultivators were already close enough to be seen with the naked eye and divine thought. Although he had heard the disciples report that there were more than 1,000 sword cultivators, these 1,000 people were scattered around Chicken Crow Mountain. They weren't too densely packed and weren't too terrifying. However, Cui Hongshan understood that as long as he led the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples out, they would immediately attract the attention of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators would then gather to attack him. The Imperial Thunder Sect's first team was just a piece of cake in the eyes of these 1,000 sword cultivators. Even if there were hundreds of sword cultivators, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. What? Are you scared? Han Bing's face was slightly pale but she still sneered, I already told you not to come over. Now, you regret it? Cui Hongshin sneered. What is there to be afraid of? I'm still waiting to see how the 7 Possibilities sect fights against the sword cultivators. Don't worry. There are no weaklings in my 7 Possibilities sect. Even if there are tigers in the mountains, there will be tigers in the mountains. Since I said so, I'll definitely do it. Han Bing's gaze was fixed in the distance, and she replied without any trace of politeness. I'd like to see how you deal with this. Cui Hongshin's tone was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's. Let's go. We'll go out and take a look. Han Bing waved her hand and said to the 7 Possibilities sect disciples. Fellow Taoist Han. Zhan Xen said anxiously, the sword cultivators are ferocious. In my opinion, we should rely on the defense of Chicken Crow Mountain to resist for a while. When the sword cultivators' attacks are ineffective, we should retreat first. Haha, if I don't go out and fight, won't I be looked down upon by others? Han Bing laughed loudly, and led the 7 Possibilities sect disciples out, rushing out through the restriction opened by Zhan Xen. Seeing that there were cultivators flying out of Chicken Crow Mountain, more than 10 sword cultivators gathered together and welcomed them. Moreover, the other sword cultivators maintained their formation, and steadily approached Chicken Crow Mountain. These 10 sword cultivators were dressed in similar clothes, and they were very simple. They were all standing on flying swords. The person in the lead had a red face, and his cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the unsheathed sword realm. The flying sword under his feet was like a panel, and flames were rolling on it. He was extremely arrogant. Just wait and see. Han Bing shouted loudly and ordered the crowd. Her figure flew forward, and at the same time she clapped her hands and a purplish-red bamboo segment appeared. Under the activation of her transcendence energy, a red brilliance flew out. The brilliance entered the air, and immediately turned into layers of bamboo shadows. While it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi, it surged towards the red-faced sword cultivator. Ah! Seeing this, the sword cultivator laughed loudly. He formed a sword seal with his hand and pointed his finger. Go! The flying sword under the swordsman's feet immediately accelerated, and actually turned into a ball of fire dragon, rushing towards Han Bing's Dharma treasure. Amidst the rumbling there was actually a kacha sound, and the sky was filled with crimson red. The purplish-red brilliance was broken by the fire, and a lone bamboo segment flew into the air, and a deep cut landed on it. Seeing this, Han Bing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air, and secretly cried out in pain. His Dharma treasure was of the wood attribute, and the swordsman not only had a strong attack power, but also had the fire attribute, which was his nemesis. Therefore, although the swordsman's strength was inferior to his, he still had the upper hand in the exchange of blows. Fight! Han Bing was still somewhat eager to fight. She rubbed her hands and more than 10 green balls of light flew out, attacking the sword cultivator. The sword cultivator sneered. He opened his mouth and a small flying sword also flew out. It was as nimble as a swimming fish, and quickly pierced through the dozens of balls of light. He watched as the balls of light turned into specks of fluorescent light and scattered in the air. Before Han Bing could shout out, "Break!" the spell in her hands also stagnated in midair. This flying sword was really too fast and this flying sword was really too sharp. Han Bing's spell was not finished yet. Stab! At this moment, to the left of the red-faced swordsman, a tall and thin swordsman shouted coldly. A thin sword also flew out from under his feet, and with a shake in the air, it immediately turned into 3 different shapes, and quickly pierced towards Han Bing's face and chest. Damn it! Han Bing cursed. The bamboo segments in her hands swung, and several bamboo shadows blocked the flying swords, while she quickly retreated. Shameless swordsman! Following an angry roar, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator from the 7 Skills sect clapped his hands, and a palm-sized yellow shield appeared in his hands. He channeled his Dharma power, and the shield grew to a few feet in size, flashing brilliantly as it flew behind Han Bing. As expected, 2 of the 3 sword shadows were knocked down by Han Bing's bamboo segments, but the topmost sword shadow escaped from the bamboo shadows, and directly pierced towards the shield. At this moment, Cui Hongshin and the others released their divine perception and looked over. With a muffled sound, the sword shadow pierced into the shield. The shield's brilliance became extremely bright, and the sword's radiance was also flickering incessantly. After a few breaths, the sword's radiance finally disappeared, and the shield's brilliance also stabilized. The 7 skill sect's Dharma treasure finally blocked the flying swords. Good. A Rooster Mountain disciple beside Cui Hongshan could not help but shout. However, before he could finish his words, the red-faced swordsman's flaming sword whistled as it charged over again. With a loud bang, the shield that was a few feet in size rapidly shrunk like shattered glass, turning into palm-sized fragments that floated in the air. The 7 skill sect's Dharma treasure was actually shattered by a sword cultivator's attack. Let's go. Seeing this, Han Bing did not dare to stay any longer. With a wave of her sleeve, the 7 skill sect disciples hurriedly flew back to the Rooster Mountain's defense. The red-faced swordsman did not chase after them, but kept his flying sword, and continued to call for the other sword cultivators to slowly approach the Rooster Mountain. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.